Hello, everyone, and good Tuesday evening to you all. We are coming to you with another episode of Top 5. This one kind of just came to me a couple weeks ago, and I was like, hey, Jason, what do you think about this idea? And then he's like, yeah, let's do it. So I'm very much looking forward to this. We got a great panel. But how are you doing tonight, Jason? I hope you're doing okay. I know you've been.
Yeah, we're getting back to hopefully full health. So yeah, we're had a little fun yesterday. But yeah, today's top five. Didn't want to miss it, so got to home, got to rest, and now it's already 8 o'clock somehow. So or 8 o'clock my time somehow.
Well, glad you're here. Glad you're on the up and up. So let's go ahead and bring in our awesome panel of guests. We got a couple of honorary co-chairs, third chairs, I should say, on this panel tonight. So first up being our good buddy Carl, CEO of Rumble. What's up, Carl?
Hello there, boys.
Good to have you back on another episode of Top 5, although I don't have it up in front of me. On which, would you remember which one the last one you were on was?
Like three of them.
I can't barely remember yesterday.
All right.
Episode 28, maybe.
All right. Well, Carl's been on a lot of them, but so has Lowest Expectations. So, what's up, Lowest Expectations? How you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing good. If anyone wants to blame you for being late, they can actually blame me.
That's all right. So good to have you here. And I believe this is Nightmare's top 5 debut, coming in with a awesome looking Batman flame avatar. What's up, Nightmare? Good evening.
Hey, yeah, definitely my first top 5. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, glad you could make it. This is going to be a fun one. I have a feeling that for the most part, this one's not going to have a whole lot of overlap, but that's just my guess. So,
I'd be shocked if any of mine are over. Well, there's one that could be, but we'll see.
There's one that I actually didn't put on my list because I'm almost positive it's going to be like Nightmare's number 1. So I was like,
you might be shocked which one's my number 1, but I think at least 1 or 2, there's a good chance one of you guys might have.
So, but glad all of you guys could make it tonight to talk about our top 5 franchises that need revivals. So, this one probably had the most rules to all the top 5s we had so far. I actually don't have them in front of me, so correct me if I'm missing anything. But the rules for this one were franchises that haven't had a game in about 10 years. Not like there's like an exact cutoff, but pretty close to it. And like spin-off franchises, those count as their own. I hope I made that clear enough. As long as those spin-offs have more than one game in, because a franchise needs to have more than one game in it. So 2 or more games, and they cannot have a game announced in the works. If there are rumors that there's one coming, but nothing's been announced, that's okay. But if it's got to be something that has not been announced by the developer. So I think there were a couple other nitpicky rules we got into, but that was kind of the gist of it. So we're talking about our 5 favorite franchises that are dead and gone, and hopefully they can be revived. So with that, I have a feeling we're gonna have this is gonna be a fun one, but I feel like this is gonna be a long one as well. So let's get right into it. Jason, since it is honorary, you're the honorary first one to go for our number 5s.
Yeah.
We'll let you go ahead and kick it off.
Yeah, so my number 5, pretty simple. We got a 99 version of it, but it'd be really cool to see like a Sega version of it again. I know we're getting the GameCube version on the Switch too, but I would love to see an F-Zero. I know a lot of people would love to see that as well. The only thing that stinks about saying F-Zero, especially with a Nintendo system, is there's a lot of racing style games coming out for the Switch too, so another F-Zero would kind of possibly get lost in the shuffle. But I still think it'd be a lot of fun because it's the arcade racer that we all need and all of that want. So it would be great to see, like I said, the GX style version of it, do kind of like a story mode, build your own car and everything like that to get extra boosts. Just make it a crazy arcade fun as possible. Put it online. We all know that Mario Kart sort of works online, so depending on how fast F-Zero goes, hopefully it does go fast. They can just fix the internet to make it do that as well. But that'd be great to see that franchise just return because, yes, it's gotten some love over the years, but it's really never had a chance by Nintendo to kind of actually make it as a franchise by Nintendo.
So that was another thing that okay if you forgot, but we also want to talk about when the last game in the franchise came out. So correct me if I'm wrong, but F-Zero GX was the last F-Zero game, correct? That was
Yeah, besides
game.
yeah, besides 2003.
2003. So it's been over 20 years.
Yeah.
I know that has been one that a lot of people have like bring back F-Zero. The only F-Zero game I played was Maximum Velocity on the GBA, so I was never big into the franchise. But I know that's one of those franchises, Nintendo's franchises that are like long dead, and everyone's like, bring it back. So,
not to spoil anything, but I have some thoughts here, which we may see later.
So, either you guys ever play any of the F-Zero games?
Yeah, F-Zero GX is one of the best GameCube games out there.
Okay.
Yeah, it still holds up to this very day. I was just it's kind of like my go-to to test my settings on my GameCube. So I kind of just always throw it in there and just check it out to see how those HDMI converters are working, and it holds up, man. There's a lot of games from the GameCube generation that the controls really still hold up to this very day, so that's a good sign.
I don't remember if there was a F-Zero on N64 as well, right?
Correct.
And what was
That's
that? That was
F-Zero
F-Zero
X.
Right. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Since I don't know a whole lot about the franchise, I remember someone saying one of those two was one of the few games on their console that actually ran at 60 frames. I have a feeling it was probably F-Zero X.
If I also recall correctly, F-Zero X was one of the few games that got a upgrade with the N64 disc, right?
The disc drive.
The disc drive. It had a disc drive.
That of course only came out in Japan. We never had that here in the States. Interesting. I did not know that. So, and shout out to F-Zero GX has a retro achievement set on Retro Achievements with 229 achievements.
Wild.
So, I got dude over on Rumble saying, "Carl, you need to fix the stutter." I was talking to him about that before we went live.
I'm working on it. I got to deport the Canadian that's currently in charge first.
So, and he's saying, "Yeah, we got to wait because we got Mario Kart and Kirby Air Riders, both basically launch games." And the Smash Bros celebrates F-Zero more than its own franchise does.
Can I just interject here that I'm so upset that Nintendo decides to tease us with F-Zero 99 and we don't get a proper one, man. Come on.
And then not do anything with it, really. I haven't played that one. Is it pretty fun?
It's fun.
Here's the thing. I want to bring this up because I got a little tism a bit. We're getting, Tomodachi Life. We're getting like this Groove Rhythm Heaven, whatever game coming out as well. And these are like very obscure niche titles that are like for like the real hardcore Nintendo fans and mostly the Japanese audience. But we can't get an F-Zero game. I don't understand what's going on sometimes.
Yeah,
I think it's basically just because they have a racing game and they don't really want to make another.
But then they make Kirby Air Rider.
Well, that's because Sakurai wants to make Kirby Air Rider, and whatever he says is going to go. I mean,
whatever Sakurai wants, he gets.
Yeah,
I think basically they just don't have any ideas for F-Zero that they don't already have in Mario Kart.
Just give it back to Sega. That's all we need. Sega made the best one.
Yeah, I'm not going to disagree with that one.
Which one is that?
That's the one that you're watching on Lois's screen right now.
Sega was involved with that?
Oh, yeah.
Sega's the one who made that one, yeah.
I think we talked about this before, Neo, when we were talking about Star Wars games, because a lot of the team that worked on the arcade version, I believe, for Pod Racing, worked on this game too.
Yep. Okay. And they've worked on, obviously, the arcade version of this as well.
Which I was so upset that Galloping Ghost was down when I went there. I was so sad.
Oh, the Episode 1 Racer machine was down?
No, that one was working, but they had the F-Zero machine down.
And the F-Zero machine, they have it, but it wasn't working.
My day was ruined.
My day was, what's that meme?
My disappointment is immeasurable.
My day
is ruined.
Thank you.
I expected nothing, and I'm still disappointed.
By the way, since Dude is in the chat, Dude, I'm going to trigger you once they get to me.
So, there's another big, not on my list, but I don't want to say it because maybe it's on one of yours, but another Nintendo franchise that a lot of people really want to make a comeback. And Carl just played one of their games recently, as did Canadian.
Yeah.
But yeah, dudes, and right, I didn't see his comment yet, but he's like, yeah, if you're an achievement hunter, don't start F-Zero GX because not only does it have lots of achievements, they are incredibly difficult. So good to see you, dude. And October Mike is here on the YouTube side. So start with F-Zero. Yep, that was Jason's number 5. So good to see you, October Mike. So, all right. F-Zero GX. So for Jason's number 5. Carl, what about you? What is your number 5?
Okay, my number 5. I'm gonna go start this one off and get a little bit strong here because this is a franchise that I didn't even know had a second game until about like 5 years ago. So my number 5 franchise I'd like to see a return is a little game called Jade Cocoon.
I've never even heard of it.
Yes, it's a PS1 and a PS2 game series. There's 1 and 2. Basically, it was kind of like a Pokemon clone for the PS1. You start the game off like learning about some evil forces that you need to fight, and then you have to go around and you have to capture monsters. And it was basically kind of like a Pokemon style game. I don't know if it came out before or after Pokemon, but it was more of a really obscure JRPG that not many people really know about. And it was only something I really knew about only as a kid growing up. Because one of my friends had one, and we used to play it all the time together. And then on top of that, too, I just found out that Jade Cocoon 2 existed for the PS2, and I was looking up online, and it was very doo-doo from everything I was
not very
reading.
well regarded, huh?
Oh, it was incredibly terrible from the reviews I was saying, like mercilessly reviewing this game. And I also
Just
think...
interjecting really quick for you, Carl, since you mentioned Pokemon. Pokemon Red and Blue came out in 1996. Jade Cocoon came out in 1999.
I was going to mention that. I just didn't know when Pokemon came out.
Cool. Yeah, and speaking of, better see when the last one came out for number 2.
Jade Cocoon 2 came out in 2001.
Yeah, 2001. And it was also published by Ubisoft, which is also very weird.
Yeah.
Because because the first one was actually also published by Ubisoft, but it was also I think Crave was the one that I remember it being published by out here in the West.
Crave Entertainment, yep, and Ubisoft, they co-published it.
Yeah, I didn't even know about the Ubisoft part for the first one. I just remember Crave, but then I think Crave dropped it, and then Ubisoft actually published the second one. So it's kind of funny looking back on a little bit of the gaming history here for this, because we obviously know how incredibly mismanaged Ubisoft has been for a while, but like going back in time, it's like, oh wow, Ubisoft used to like co-publish with other devs like JRPGs, like obscure JRPGs. But yeah, this is basically like a more adult themed Pokemon clone that I actually did enjoy. It's been a hot minute since I played it. So I would think if this game was going to come back, I would love to see it just get like, you know, that 4K updated treatment. Don't really change too much, make some quality of life improvements, and just kind of like re-release it, kind of like they've been doing with a lot of older games too, like Onimusha and that, you know?
Yeah. So the first one has an achievement set. The second one does not on retro achievements. So
no one liked it. That's why.
Exactly. Dude said the exact same thing. PS1 Jade Cocoon has a retro achievement set. Speaking of Ubisoft and turn-based RPGs, that is a game that I just recently played within this last week, is Child of Light.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that game's good.
That is really good.
So it doesn't count for our challenge since I started it last year and I've been ticking away at it very slowly, but I did play like 60% of the game just within the last couple weeks. So I played a turn-based RPG all on my own.
Oh, it's growing up so fast. Wish this moment could last.
If I could give you a head pat, I would.
But yeah, no, it's like I said, this is one of those franchises that when you were thinking about like, okay, games that need a revival, because my other 4 are pretty chalky for me. But I feel like I've talked about Jade Cocoon at least every now and then as one of those like obscure 90s games that I thought actually had like a good premise, but just didn't get like the best funding and the best like, you know, foot out there for their second one. So I feel like this one could be, one of those IP farms where you just throw it out there, get some devs to redo it, redo the engine, redo the graphics, and kind of just build off of something that actually was fun.
Okay. Yeah, I figured at least Carl, if not Lowest and Nightmare. I figured that the three of you are probably going to have some franchises on here that I probably never heard of. So not going to disappoint. Oh, mine, no surprise, everyone's going to have heard of mine. So good to see some stuff that I've never even heard of, even if I have no real interest in ever playing them.
At least
Even if
my
they do have
main
retro
five, I
achievements.
think everybody will have heard of. So
well, awesome, pulling out one of those obscure games. Cool. All right. Nightmare, you want to go next?
sure. All right, let's pull this up, and then I will trigger dude.
Speaking of, dude says that Josh Strife did a review of the first Jade Cocoon game. I don't know who that is, but cool. Hey, T-Man is here. What's up, T-Man? Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you back.
Yo.
Force Unleashed. Okay. So why is this triggering to dude?
No, it's not Force Unleashed that's triggering to dude. It's the way I'm sharing my images here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so dude, just so you know, I spun up a Linux VM so I could share things without, exposing my real name and all that. Just have like a clean machine to show stuff on. And I'm just gonna say it, Linux sucks sometimes. I mean, here, let me just show you something. Let me show you something. You see that? Doesn't that move around beautifully? Don't you just love whatever that is?
Great frame rate on that VM.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Oh, it's not even the frame rate. It's just that the whole thing breaks.
That reminds me of like our Windows 95 computer, where if you move the window around too fast, it would ghost and duplicate, and
or when it froze and you would see just like that, you see it like fill up the whole screen.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. There's something wrong with the compositor. What's funny is I have a duplicate VM running the same exact version of Linux, and it's running fine. So who knows? But to the actual topic. Yeah. So my number 5 franchise I want to come back is a sub-franchise of Star Wars. It is The Force Unleashed. So as you can see, the last mainline entry here is Force Unleashed 2, which is actually one of my favorite games of all time. I mean, I just love the gameplay in general. I love the power fantasy aspect. You're this really tough gray. I hate the term gray Jedi. I've told Neo this before, but I hate the term gray Jedi.
It's not a real thing. There's dark Jedi and Jedi, but there's no such thing as gray Jedi.
Okay. Well, I also hate the term dark Jedi, but whatever you want to call him, he's this like alignment ambiguous guy who starts off dark, and then I think technically he's a Sith apprentice initially, and then he kind of spins around, and you get to kind of choose his fate, whether he goes dark or light. But it's this power fantasy of this Force user who's powerful enough to stand up to Darth Vader and the Emperor, and you're just hacking and slashing things, slicing and dicing all those stormtroopers. It's so much fun. And also, this was back when women were allowed to be hot in Western games, so the love interest in the game is this really hot blonde pilot.
Juno Eclipse.
Yep, Juno Eclipse. And the thing is, 2 also ended on a cliffhanger. Well, not exactly a cliffhanger, but it ended in a weird place where there's like this really obvious gap between how the game ends and then the state the galaxy is in episode 4. So by the end of 2, at least in the good ending, which I think the good endings are considered canon.
Both the games, the good endings are canon.
Exactly.
I don't think there are any Star Wars games where the dark side ending is the canon.
I guess that makes sense. But yeah, because the good ending is canon, in the good ending, they capture Darth Vader and fly off. And then, so somehow Darth Vader must have escaped and something must happen to Starkiller. So, but of course, then Disney bought everything, killed off LucasArts, killed off Force Unleashed, just wrecked everything. I'm sure, Neo, you feel it much more than I do even. But there was even an original concept for 3. It never really went anywhere. but there was a basic concept, and the concept behind 3 would have been after the ending of 2, Boba Fett would actually follow the Rogue Shadow, which is a Starkiller ship. He'd follow him, shoot down the ship over some like deserted planet, and then actually you as Starkiller would have to team up with Vader to survive and escape, and it would be like an open world game.
I've not heard about that.
There was also an idea of a co-op, so somebody could actually play as Vader himself. And the whole idea was it would turn out that Boba Fett was sent by the Emperor because the Emperor actually wanted to try and replace Darth Vader. So he was just going to kill off everybody. Yeah, and I think that would have been a really cool evolution to it. But yeah, this is I just miss this style of game, especially in Star Wars, because like just the mechanics of what Jedi can do it lends itself really well to certain types of gameplay. And so that hack and slash is so much fun, especially compared to like the what are they called, the Jedi Fallen Order, Survivor, those games. To me, they're basically that more Souls-like combat, and I just hate Souls-like combat because it's slow. I just like being gotta go fast.
Yeah,
as they say. So
I get that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So Force Unleashed 2 came out in 2010.
Yep.
And yeah, I got 100% in both of those. They were pretty fun games. A lot of people were very disappointed by the second one. I think the main issue was that it was too short.
Yeah, so the game was like really rushed. Apparently the whole game was made in about 9 months, which is why it was so short. And I noticed that. I wish it were longer. It's just such a fun game.
But yeah, one of the cool things was the motto for the dev team while the game was in development. Well, this is more so the first one, but it extended to the second one as well. Was the whole motto behind making the game was kicking someone's ass with the Force, and I think they did a good job on delivering that.
I love it. They totally did.
So, we got a couple people in chat showing up. Sons and Shadows, what's up, Sons and Shadows? And Mo, what's up, Mo? Go. So I almost want to tell you to stop watching the stream and go play Mass Effect. But good to see you. And Paul's here as well. What's up?
I see October 23rd Mike in the chat saying, "Oh my goodness, is that Batman? Hi, Batman." For legal reasons, I am not Batman. I am in fact Nightmare. And Batman is dead. He died. And I am just a demon.
Rip.
But yeah, they were fun games. The opening of the first one was great when you play as Vader, just like slaughtering the Wookiees on Kashyyyk.
I love it when you play as Vader in the first one. I actually remember there's an achievement for this.
Oh, it's called like World's Worst Day Manager.
Worst day shift manager ever.
That one,
and
yeah.
You get it if you kill any of your stormtroopers.
I think you have to.
Oh my god!
Like force grip 5 or 10 of your stormtroopers and like throw them off ledges.
No. I think you just have to like kill them. I don't, unless I'm misremembering.
I'll have it up here in just a second. Let's see here. Manage. Worst day shift manager ever. Kill 12 stormtroopers as Vader during the prologue.
Oh,
so, okay. Doesn't matter how you kill them. Just you have to kill them. So,
okay. But it's 12 of them.
Yeah.
There you
go. And the I love the DLCs for both games because they basically follow an alternate timeline where in Empire, Luke turns to the dark side, and they kind of play that through the DLCs of both games, and that was a fun like alternate history, like what if sort of thing.
I think one of the issues with the second game also was that the second game's DLC never came to PC. It was like exclusive to one of the exclusive to one of the platforms, and then the Wii version, of course, had its own different gameplay based on actually swinging around the Wiimote and nunchucks as opposed to just button pressing.
Yeah, I played them on 360. I've heard people say like the Wii version is the best version of these games. Never played the Wii version though, but that would seem like a fun way to play it.
Yeah, it would make sense.
And the DLC, I think it was on the second one. Let's see here. Yeah, there's an Endor DLC where you go around, you can just slaughter Ewoks. And I showed my roommate at the time because we were big into Robot Chicken, and the Robot Chicken Star Wars episodes are freaking great. And there was in the Robot Chicken Star Wars, there's one scene where Boba Fett gets a red and a blue lightsaber, and he's puts them together, makes purple rain. He goes around slaughtering Ewoks. I was able to play that out in Force Unleashed too, because you can put the Boba Fett skin on and you can turn your lightsabers red and blue.
Yeah, I love the customization options in that game too. They had like 1 million skins.
There's a ton of skins,
like
yeah.
20 different lightsaber colors, and you can do one color per hand. And I also just love like the way it looks even when you're fighting with the lightsabers, just because of the way he like holds them, and they did a really good job with the animations on those. So it just feels like it was so cool. You know, they really established like a really good feeling in the game.
Yeah. So, well, good pick. I definitely would not begrudge a Force Unleashed 3. That'd be a lot of fun. I would definitely play that. But yeah, I'm not going to go into it. But good pick. You know, I think I'll go ahead and go next, and I'll let Lois finish off our number 5s.
Okay.
So for my number 5, this is the most recent one. This is kind of on the edge of the time frame because it was 2016, so it's a little less than 10 years ago. But I felt it was close enough that, and hey, it was my topic, so my rules. And Paul, you're gonna love this one because the soundtracks for these games are some of his favorite of all time, and that is the Mirror's Edge games. I 100%ed both of them. And I loved both. A lot of people didn't care for the second one, Mirror's Edge Catalyst, although technically it's a prequel, takes place earlier in the timeline. I don't know why people hated on it, because the first one's very linear, level, go from point A to point B. Nope, which I greatly enjoyed. It was very short. There was one time I remember I was borrowing it. I think I was borrowing it from my friend at the time, and I had already beaten it. And I was like, you know what? I feel like playing it again. So I popped it in. It was like, I don't know, it was like 10 o'clock or something that night. And I was like, I'll play a level or two. And I ended up beating the whole game before I went to bed because it is pretty short and I knew what I was doing. But it's a fun first-person parkour game, as you can see Lois demoing it for us. And there's not been any game even close to it since Catalyst came out. Oh, that was the thing. The first one was very linear, level-based, point A to point B. Or the first one was Catalyst was an open world, and there were kind of like points around a map, and you just, kind of go where you want. I really like that aspect. And the first one is one of my proudest completions, because it getting all of the achievements in the base game is not too difficult, but getting all of the DLC achievements was very difficult because there are all these different time trials, and the highest you can get is 3 stars. Obviously, it's have to beat it under their certain times in order to get 3 stars. And I beat them all under and got the 3-star ranking on them, which is the 90-star achievement. You have to get 3 stars on every time trial. That one was really difficult, but a lot of fun. And I would love to see this franchise make a comeback. It's an EA game, so it very well could. It's not like Force Unleashed. It's probably never going to happen. Especially not only because it's Disney, but because it's EU and they don't want to have anything to do with that. But EA still owns everything, so there's no reason why they couldn't bring this franchise back. And yeah, I love I probably like the second one even more than the first one. Like I said, a lot of people didn't care for the second one, but I liked it a lot. One of it's kind of the two big differences in the gameplay between the first one is the first one, you can disarm guards and take their gun, but you can only use it for a few seconds, and you can shoot other guards, and then you have to drop it and continue running. So it's not like you can throw it on your back and run off with it and use it later. Shooting is very, very minimal. That's the only way you can actually shoot someone. In the second one, they actually got rid of that entirely. So I think you can disarm enemies, but you can't take their weapons. Let's see if yeah, see right there, she did it. She disarmed him and took the gun. You have a few shots, then you ditch it, and then you continue on your way. So shooting is a very minor aspect of the game. They got rid of it entirely in the second one, which I felt played better to the parkouring aspect. So it's more about escape than actually fighting. And then the other one, like I said, the second one it was open world. I like the open world level design. And one of the cool things they added was a grappling hook on your glove. So you can, kind of like Spider-Man, swing across between buildings. It's not like a grappling hook from Just Cause where you can just grapple anything. I'm pretty sure it was only like specific grapple points. But that was another cool gameplay mechanic they added. And the music in both games is phenomenal. Definitely one of the better franchises from EA in a while. Like, I don't know how many other franchises, like new franchises, that EA even done in the last 10 years. I have a feeling they probably haven't. Kind of like Ubisoft, they don't really make any new franchises anymore. They just rehash existing stuff. But I would love to see Mirror's Edge make a comeback because these games are great. They look beautiful. They're bright and colorful. They, a lot of people give a lot of crap to like the yellow paint thing. This game, the first Mirror's Edge, kind of invented that with where things that are important to your, not your progression, because you don't like get any new abilities, but are important to get to your destination. Like a lot of stuff, as you could see in the video, is like bright white, and then the stuff that you need to use to get where you need to go is like highlighted, or not highlighted, but like bright yellow or bright red. So it really stands out, and it was a really, really great art style. And these were a lot of fun games. There's nothing like it since. However, I was literally watching a video today from Game Ranks on 20 upcoming games that they're looking forward to, and I don't remember what it's called, but there is a new parkour game coming. It's not from EA, it's just from some other, indie studio. It is third person, not first person, but it looks like it might kind of scratch this itch. So I'll look for that and mention it here in a moment. But yeah, the Mirror's Edge games are great, and I would love to see them return. So if anyone has played them or has anything to say about it, go for it.
I was gonna say that the yellow paint thing came to mind while watching this gameplay. But you mentioned that, yeah. And you said this was like the first game that kind of did that?
As far as I know. There may be others, but this is the first Mirror's Edge is the first one that I know of where that had, bright colors on things that are important to kind of guide you where you need to go.
What year did the first Mirror's Edge come out?
The first one, I just had it up here a second ago. Let me pull it back up.
It was in 7th gen.
2008 was the first one, and the second one was 2016.
Okay, so yeah, right. I think a few games did that around the time. I think the first Uncharted came out around 2009, right?
I think so.
And I know Uncharted is notorious for yellow paint type stuff.
I don't know. I haven't played any of them, but I would like to.
I think you're right.
I think I'd give this game a pass for that though, because the rest of the color is like basically all white. So if it's supposed to be a fast-paced game, which it looks like it's supposed to be, like you're supposed to just keep moving and moving.
You always want to keep your momentum up.
And if everything is still white, like how you're supposed to know where to go the first time, and then you're gonna stop and look around, and that's not supposed to be the point, I guess.
Yeah, there's usually like stuff chasing you, so you always wanted to keep your momentum up and keep running. So as you saw in that clip right there, like as you get closer to certain items, they will glow, whatever color, be like, hey, this is kind of the path you're supposed to take. So
I actually don't mind the yellow paint thing in games too much, but I think the real problem is when they just get lazy and just slap yellow paint on something where it doesn't belong. Like Final Fantasy Rebirth was really bad about this. You'll just be like in nature, and then random like ledges of rocks will be painted yellow for no discernible reason. So I think
immersion.
Yeah. So it should really be done in a way that feels a little more immersive.
So, but yeah, it had bright and colorful colors, like a lot brighter than pretty much everything else at the time. Because at the time, like Gears of War was pretty new; it had just come out the previous year.
That was the piss filter era.
Yeah, everything was like dark and gray and gritty, and this was like bright and colorful. So it was different than a lot of the first-person games at the time. And as far as I know, one of, if not the first parkour game. So different than a lot of the other stuff that not only in like the art style, but in the gameplay. I don't know anything else.
I'm so tempted to pull up that bit from The Office where they do parkour, but I'm pretty sure.
I love that one. Yeah. Parkour. You jump off the ledge or off the roof into the box. There was nothing in it.
Yeah, that's a leap of faith.
But yeah, there was a Mirror's Edge Windows Phone game, but Windows Phone that was in 2012, and the Windows Phone games don't exist anymore. But I did have a I don't know if it was the same one, but I had a Windows or not a Windows, a Mirror's Edge 2D game on my phone from the iOS store way back. And that was a lot of fun too. I don't know if it still exists or not. I'll have to go look for it, but yeah, great franchise. I would love to see return. So, dude saying that the PS2 version of Force Unleashed has a retro achievement set. I did not know that, but thank you for that, dude. And Paul's like, yes, he did. He thought Catalyst was meh, but yeah, Solar Fields is the artist who did the soundtrack. Wasn't both. So, oh, that's right. Thank you for reminding me, Paul. The option of highlighting everything in like bright colors, you can turn that off if you don't want it. I forgot about that. I didn't have a problem with it, so I always just left it on. But if you don't like that, then you can turn it off. So, and thank you for that, Paul. I saw you earning your keep as the mod. All right. Lowest expectations. What is your number 5?
Well, I had a.
Oh, sorry.
I had a.
Before I pulled up that other game that I was. It's called Storror Parkour Pro. It's like STORRORO, or a lot of R's in it. That's the third person one that's on its. Oh, it actually just came out in March. So Storror Parkour Pro. If you look it up on Steam, should be easy to find. So,
well, there you go. There's your Mirror's Edge 3. Bootleg Mirror's Edge.
All reviews are mixed, so it's in early access though. So,
well, yeah, they can only go up from here, right?
Yeah.
Well, you never know. But so I had a top 5 worked out, and then Neo dropped the rules.
Sorry about that.
So
we didn't have them all worked out yet
This is why I kept bugging Neo with questions beforehand.
He's like, yeah.
Yeah, so now I came up with a bunch more. Like I had to really dig through my history to find some of these, but not this one. I ended up coming up with like 5 of them that they could all be in the number 5 slot. Picking the number 5 was definitely the hardest out of all these.
Same for me.
But number 5 is Kid Icarus, actually.
Okay.
Kid Icarus, I've actually mentioned this on your channel already, I think.
I think
Kid
we talked about it, yeah.
Yeah, Kid Icarus was my number 1 favorite NES game. And not because it's like the greatest, it's definitely not the greatest NES game, but like objective standards or anything like that. But it was the one that like inspired like the most imagination from me when I was a kid. So it was definitely my favorite for that reason. And then they also released Kid Icarus Uprising on the 3DS. And
that's the one that you talked about.
Yeah, when I saw that when I first saw that was coming back, I was like mind blown. Like I never thought that would have ever happened at that time. And then we also got a little before they revealed Kirby's Air Ride, there was like a rumor. I don't remember if it was a rumor or an actual confirmation that Sakurai was working on something. But he was responsible. It was a rumor? Okay. Yeah, he was responsible for Kid Icarus Uprising. So I thought maybe it could be another Kid Icarus game, but no, it was Kirby Air Riders. But yeah. We haven't had any Kid Icarus stuff since that Uprising came out, which I think was like 2012. Or was it 20? Yep. No, it was 2010.
Yeah, I pulled it up here. 2012.
No, yeah, 2012.
Okay. Yeah, and I thought that game should have been a Wii U launch title. I think it would have been a much better game if it was, because it wouldn't be on like the tiny screen. And yeah,
you were telling me about that. I think when you were on open mic.
I think so, yeah.
But
we were talking
kind
about
of alluding to it in chat. So why would it have made better for Wii U than on 3DS?
So on the 3DS, you have to hold the 3DS with your left hand and then use the stylus with your right hand the entire time. So they did pack the game with a stand so that you could set it on the table and play it that way, so it wouldn't like cramp your hand up like really quick, even though it still does for me, no matter what. But yeah, playing it on the 3DS is just like really cumbersome, and I didn't like it very much.
Yeah, that's
So-
what dude's saying. It has fun story, but terrible gameplay. Everyone's hand will cramp from playing it. What was Sakurai thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If this was on the Wii U though, like you can see it on screen here, there's like a big sense, like this giant enemy that's about to appear. This huge sense of scale would be so much more impactful if you were playing it on like a big screen or something like that. And it would be much more user friendly to control if it was on like the gamepad, in my opinion. But yeah, I think they have the Switch 2 with the little mouse control thing and all that stuff could actually work for a game like this, I think.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
Probably
Will
would
they
help
do it, though?
Get some, more attention to the franchise.
Yeah, will they do it though? That's the question. Probably not.
Yeah,
Never
you
know.
You could probably do it with the mouse
never know.
controls, or you could probably do it with the motion controls.
Yep, either one.
So
Yeah, this
Listen-
could also have been a better game if it was on the Wii with the pointer, I think.
yeah,
Oh, definitely.
because the only thing I know about this franchise is Pitt being in Smash Brothers, but the one you were showing earlier looked like a platformer, and this one looks kind of like a Star Fox game.
Yeah.
That was the old
pretty
NES
accurate?
one.
Yeah, the NES one's a platformer. It's a very linear game, except there's at the end of every world, which is 4 stages, there's like a dungeon style one where you go through like this labyrinth. Let me see if I can fast forward to it. And these can be really confusing because I don't think there's an actual map, if I remember correctly. Let me see if I can find it.
But Uprising was an on-rail shooter, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was comparable to like Star Fox or something like that.
What about the second
think this is
Kid
it.
Icarus game? Was that a platformer or was that?
Oh yeah, there was one on the Game Boy. I've never played that one, so I don't know much about it, but I think it's another platformer like the original.
Yeah, dude just mentioned it in
Okay.
chat as well. It is a 2D platformer. It was original Game Boy game, so that makes sense.
And
I've never played any of them,
surprisingly,
so
surprisingly, I think it's not on the Switch Online catalog for Game Boy, but I could be wrong. I don't remember seeing it.
Both the
Should be,
NES
though.
and Game Boy Icarus games have retro achievement sets.
Well, there you go.
Obviously, the 3DS one does not, since 3DS doesn't have retro achievement support yet.
Mm.
yeah,
But yeah,
I only
that's-
know the
that's my number
series
5.
from I only know the series from Smash Brothers. Kind of like how F-Zero is for a lot of people.
Yeah,
And even
Yep.
then, all I really know about the series is Pit and then the hot goddess with the green hair.
is it Petunia?
Palutena.
Palutena?
Palutena. Okay.
Palutena is that I said.
Tina.
Yep.
All right. Yep. Thank you, Paul. Doing the Lord's work on both YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah, I saw some spam pop up and then the chat just completely disappeared. Now I can't see the chat at all.
Oh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
it
afraid
does
to
that when he
it's-
blocks someone. It
I still see it.
refreshes. Yeah.
okay.
I'm afraid to refresh the page though because it might kick me out.
The chat will refresh on its own. You're fine.
Oh, yeah, here's an example of what the labyrinth zone looked like.
This is the NES one. Yeah,
Yeah.
because the Game Boy one would not be in color. Okay. All right, so Kid Icarus. If they continued the franchise, would you like? I'm assuming you would like to still see it kind of go in the on-rail shooter type of genre, or would you like to see it return as a platformer, or maybe some sort of weird hybrid of the two?
Well, the Kid Icarus Uprising was actually a hybrid. There are some sections where you're actually on the ground and walking around. Oh yeah, here you go.
Okay.
See, just like that. But you're still like aiming with the stylus the entire time as well, because you got to shoot, and then I think you attack by pressing the left trigger button. It's really awkward to play on the 3DS. It's really did not like playing it on that system.
But they could definitely bring this back to like the Super Switch. And
But yeah, if
a lot
they,
better.
because the Switch and the Switch 2 Super Switch, they have so much better control options that they could do a game like this and it would be really fun.
So all
Looks
right.
like this guy's struggling with the controls too.
Cool.
Yep.
All right. Well, that will wrap up our number 5s. So we'll get into our number 4s. Let's see here. Do I want to go? Let's go with. Let's see here. Carl, do you want to kick us off for number 4s?
Yeah, I guess I could do that. So my game is also a 3DS game. Both games were on the 3DS, and the last time this game had a mainline entry was November 12th in 2015. It's a game near and dear to my heart because it's plays at all the member berries, and that's Project Cross Zone. Yes, Project Cross Zone is one of those fun little hybrid games of a turn-based tactical RPG with some light, ironically speaking, fighting game elements thrown in there. And I'm gonna read off a list because before the show started, I had to double check how many franchises they put into this game across both series, and here are the ones. So you got the Tales games, Tekken, Dot Hack, Xenosaga, Devil May Cry, God Eater, Super Robot Tyson, Resident Evil, Darkstalkers, Street Fighter, Mega Man, Dead Rising, Sakura Wars, Virtual Fighter, Valkyria and Chronicles, Shining Forces, Resonance of Fate, Valkyrie no Boken, which I actually just played recently at Galloping Ghost, Yumiura, Mega Man Legends, Rival School, Fighting Vipers, Dynamite Cop, Zombie Revenge, Space Channel 5, Shenmue, Yakuza, Phoenix Wright, Fire Emblem, Soul Calibur 5, Shinobi, Xenoblade, Namco X Capcom, which I think Jason would probably know that one probably the best. Summon Knights, Streets of Rage, Nightshade, Captain Commando, Star Gladiator, Capcom Fighting Evolution, and of course the homeboy Mr. Sengata Sanshiro as well was made an appearance in that franchise. So a total of 39 different game franchises across 4 major game companies and a folk hero of Japanese Sega Saturn commercials.
That is a lot of franchises crammed into one game, or 2 games, I guess.
Yes, that's over 2 games, and they added more in the second one because of popularity spikes in a couple of other franchises.
And these were both 3DS games?
These were both 3DS games, yes.
Okay. I know you talked about these quite a lot over the last 6 months or so, but I didn't realize that they were 3DS games.
Yes, and I gotta say, like, it's just fun. Like, we've seen games like Astrobot kind of really capture gamers' hearts with all the like member berries, as I like to say. And I would say because of this gaming series, I've discovered a lot of other video games to go look into and check out. There was some even in here that I didn't even fully realize that were in here after doing like a double check to trying to figure out where they came from. It also was co-developed by Monolith Soft and another video game company. I think it was like started with a B. I can't remember off the top of my head. But I figured this is like one of those franchises I would like to see come back, maybe get a second life on PC and of course Switch that's coming out to kind of continue that tradition, just to maybe add a few more franchises. As we've seen, like Onimusha, that's been talked. That's coming back with another remaster of number 2 and a sequel to that. I would love to see maybe Okami make an appearance in there as well, and just with like Sega, and also coming out and pushing out old IPs like Jet Set Radio, Crazy Taxi, so on and so forth. I feel like you could just bring this game series back in some way, shape, and form to kind of make like a promotional like member berries type of video game. Maybe update the graphics to have it be more like actual 3D, especially because we've seen such great evolutions in the turn-based RPG genre with games like Persona 5, and even right now you see the great success known as Expedition 33. So with how unique and interesting like just this overall turn-based fighting style was, like because it is like a combo-based fighting style in this game, it would be fun to see them kind of maybe, you know, take that next step with like this franchise, maybe add a few more characters and, you know, kind of have more fun, you know? Like I said, there is some fun to say when you got like the the dude from Ghost and Goblins like going insane with like the guy from Dead Rising, Frank West, and then you got like the dot hackers coming in and doing some crazy combos with you. It's just nice fun, and it was a fun, just like don't take it serious story. Like it is very self-aware game. They basically just like knew what they were doing. These devs, they're like, we're just gonna have fun. We're gonna have a lot of inside jokes, a lot of memes, and these games still aren't super expensive. Still, if you're looking to collect them, so I would say just if you want like a very interesting like time capsule type of game that like really solidifies the early 2000s and kind of gets you hyped for like a lot of projects here, because in Project X Zone 2 they really hammer the Fire Emblem Awakening and the Xenoblade games in this one. So you could get that like feeling of like these are really fun promotional item games to go with like that time period as well.
And if you're a fan of the characters, the first one does really come with a really nice poster inside of the game case too.
Yeah, that key art for that game was really cool.
Mm-hmm.
I just loved it because it had Kite and Black Rose from the good old Dot Hack series. That blew my mind when I saw those two in there.
Yeah, so I keep looking up because I have the Project X Zone poster on my wall, so I'm just trying to double check and see what other characters I can see.
It was like Dante was on there.
I'm assuming he's got it on his wall. That's why I was looking
up. Yeah.
I'd be tempted to play it just for the Xenosaga.
Oh, nice.
That's in they got Cosmo and I forget the Talos.
Yep.
Those are the two that make the surprise appearance. Like I said, they even got like a bunch of Sakura Wars references in there. Like I still feel like my favorite one is after Jason showed us the Shanshiro commercials when they had the Sakura Wars one where they're going and they're hugging. They actually make a reference to that inside of the video game itself too.
That's right. I remember you mentioning that.
Yeah.
When we did top 5 commercials, those were hilarious.
I'm not gonna lie, X Zone 2 has like the best, just over the top references that just becomes so much better. Especially when you learn more about Mr. Sanshiro as well.
So, yeah, I was thinking because actually not spelled cross zone, it's X zone, right?
Yeah,
that's how it's spelled.
It's in Japan they do it. It's not like an X in Japan. It's the same thing with the PlayStation button.
Yeah, it's like this is the cross button.
Yeah,
gotcha.
So they in Japanese, like when you boot it up on your 3DS, they'll be like Project Cross Zone. That's what they'll say.
All right. Cool. Well, we got Breddit hopping in the chat. What's up, Breddit? I think I've seen you before, but I think it's been a while. Good to see you. He says, yeah, there's so many DS and 3DS touchscreen games that need to be revived. Maybe with the next Switch, we'll see that. And dude saying that he's confident that once the 3DS gets retro achievement support, the cross-owned games will get achievement sets fairly quickly. So,
without doubt.
And he's saying, weren't Frank West and Arthur also in MVC 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like that's a Jason question for sure.
And Phoenix Wright?
And Phoenix Wright, yep. Yeah, no, Project Cross Zone was where Marvel vs. Capcom did their thing. This is pretty much what if Sega, SNK, Namco, and Capcom all got together and decided to make a really weird universe where all their characters met and did something.
Yeah, they even have like the most half-assed attempt to try to like make a story. They're like, it's just multiverses.
Yeah,
just go with it, have fun.
Yeah.
All right. Then I think I'll go next. So for my number 4, this might have been influenced because I was watching a lot of videos lately on this franchise, and it just made me like want to play, even though I have played some of the games not pretty frequently, but pretty recently. But I was like, this game franchise was to be revived, and that is my favorite of the Capcom games, and that is Mega Man. But specifically, my favorite ones are the X games. So the last one was the Mega Man X8, and X6 was probably at the time a lot was terrible. I just recently replayed it last year, and it was a lot worse than I remember it being. And X7 is awful, and then X8 was delightfully great and kind of getting the franchise back on track from 1 through. Most people consider 1 through 4 excellent games. 5 is kind of iffy, and most people consider 6 and 7 are terrible or bad and terrible. But X8 was kind of getting this franchise back on track, and I would love to see Mega Man X9. But to kind of recap just the Mega Man franchise in general, Mega Man X8. Let's see where X8 came out in December of 2004, so that one's been over 20 years. But there's a ton of sub franchises in Mega Man as well. There's the Mega Man Battle Network, and just Mega Man in its entirety has basically kind of gone off a cliff because all the different franchises have been dead for a long time. The classic game is the only one that's had a game in a while. So just between 2000 and 2010, there were 42 Mega Man games. That was Mega Man's 9 and 10, X5 through X8, Extreme 1 and 2, Legends 2, the Tron Bond game, Zeros 1 through 4, and the 2 ZX games, Mega Man and Base, the 6 Mega Man Battle Network games, and half of them had 2 versions, kind of like Pokemon, so that's 10 games there. Mega Man Battle Chip Challenge, Network Transmission, X Command Mission. There's 3 Star Force games, and similar to the Battle Network games, those all had multiple versions as well. So that's 7 games. Mega Man Powered Up, Mega Man Maverick Hunter X, the Anniversary Collection, the X Collection on GameCube and PS2, and the Zero Collection on DS. And then since 2010, we've had 6 games released in total, but 4 of them are just collections. There was the Mega Man Legacy Collection, the X Legacy Collection, the Zero Collection, and the Battle Network Collection. The new Mega Man games that have been released since 2010, there's 2. There's Mega Man 11, which is the continuation of the classic franchise, and the Mega Man X Dive, which was basically a mobile game with some gacha mechanics. They actually re-released it as Mega Man X Dive offline in 2023 to kind of get rid of that. I have that one, haven't played it yet. But we've had 2 new Mega Man games since 2010, and I would love to see a Mega Man X9. The Mega Man X games 1 through 8, most recent one was 2004. Battle Network, the most recent one was 2006. The Legends games, the last one was in 2000. I know a lot of people really want to see that one continue. And the most recent Zero game was 2005, and although if you can include ZX and ZX Advent, since those are a continuation of those games, last one was in 2007. So this franchise has basically long been dead, and I would be happy to see it just make any sort of comeback in any of the sub-franchises. But specifically, I would love to see the X franchise make a return because the Mega Man X games are my favorite, and I really enjoyed X8, and I decided I'm going to play through it again because I grew up like the Mega Man X 1, 2, and 3. I would say all the time, those are my favorite Mega Man games. Those are the ones I grew up on. I played 4 and 5 back in the day. I didn't play Mega Man X 6, 7, or 8 until the Legacy Collection came out in 2018. So it was my first time playing those. But I decided, especially now I'm getting into retro achievements, I was like, I don't know if I'm going to do X6 or X7 for retro achievements, but I do plan to play X8 again, and I would love to have a return. It continue with X9. I don't think that's going to happen, but I would love to see that happen. So, we got a lot. Mega Man was just. I think that's kind of why they died off, because it kind of flooded the market with so many Mega Man games over the 2000s decade. Kind of similar with the music games with like Rock Band and Guitar Hero and stuff. They kind of flooded the market with so many games, and then the whole genre just disappeared. Fortunately, this genre isn't dead. There are other Mega Man like games, but I would love to see Mega Man X specifically make a comeback.
Yeah, with a lot of the games that just came out, especially year by year, and I mean, even when you go back to like the old NES days, like I mean, games came out every year, and they just added one little power up, but it was just how can we get new Robot Masters in here? And then even the designers were having trouble with Robot Master designers, so they would went to magazines and be like, "Hey, design us a Robot Master. Maybe we'll get into the game and we'll just figure out a way we could put them in the game. So I mean, things like that did happen. I mean, I would love to see one. I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see one in the vein of like of Hollow Knight in a way. Make it just like kind of like crazy open world. The robot masters are everywhere. You could choose which way you go, beat them that way, get power ups, and then you can find ways to around the world that way to just hunt the other Mavericks. I mean, that's what I would love to see.
1000%. I talked about this on Party Chat last week because one of the topics I had was what's a franchise you'd like to see explore a new genre, and one of my answers to that was I'd love to see Mega Man do a Metroidvania because it's the perfect fit for it. Because you absorb their abilities, and that could lead to unlocking, being able to explore farther into the map. The closest we've got that as official Mega Man games are Mega Man ZX and ZX Advent are arguably Metroidvanias. They're not very good, though. They could use a lot of work in the Metroidvania department. However, there is a fan-made game that's been in the development for like 15 plus years. And I think he had to, a couple of years ago, had to restart from scratch because he lost everything because like his hard drive crashed and he didn't have it backed up or something. But he's basically making that. It looks and plays like a Super Nintendo game, but it's a Metroidvania where you play as Mega Man X and Zero, and it looks phenomenal. I've watched plenty of his videos, and I hope that he finishes this game. It's called Mega Man X Corrupted. That's a Mega Man Metroidvania, and it looks phenomenal. Who knows if it'll ever be released? But I would love to see that come officially from Capcom. I doubt that's going to happen. So I would be very happy with just a standard 2D action platform Mega Man X9. But I didn't think about this until just now. If they did do an official Mega Man Metroidvania, I think it would be better to start it as its own another spin or sub franchise, not make it like X9, make it like kind of like Mega Man X Command Mission, or like is like a spin-off of the Mega Man X games, or there's like the Battleship Challenge and the Network Transmission are spin-offs of the Battle Network games. I would say spin it off the Mega Man Metroidvania as its own sub-genre of Mega Man, or sub-franchise, I should say, rather than an actual continuation of the Mega Man X games. But I would that would be most likely be my favorite Mega Man game. If this guy ever finishes Mega Man X Corrupted, that will most likely be my favorite Mega Man game.
Yeah, I mean, if he does a well job too, because Capcom does watch, and I mean that, and I mean in a bad way, but like there was that mod or that one game that somebody made that was Mega Man Cross Street Fighter, and that guy got, he had help, putting that game out and making that game. So if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to cite anything wrong, but like Mega Man Street Fighter, like Capcom was totally cool and on board with that. So as long as they don't deface the property and they just do it well, I mean, that guy has nothing to worry about.
Yeah. So T-Man says X6 and X7 are their own kinds of bad. I'd pick X6. Yeah. X7, they tried to do this weird like 3D thing and it did not work. Mega Man is, I can't say it's meant for 2D. I definitely think it's better in 2D, but there were the Legends games. A lot of people really like those, and those were 3D, but I haven't played them yet. And Rinsler's here. What's up? He's saying, I'm down for more Mega Man. Good to see you, Rinsler. And Direwolf is here as well, saying, yeah, you could include like the armors that have their own abilities, like in X5 and X6. Yeah, there are different armor sets you get, and they have different abilities. Like one of them lets you stick to walls. One of them lets you not take damage from spikes, because spikes normally kill you in one hit. So one of them allows you to walk on spikes. So you could definitely use those abilities to, as your ability gating. So you can't get to certain areas of the map until you get those abilities. So it's absolutely perfect prime candidate for an excellent Metroidvania. And dude says, burn it to the ground. Yeah, that's one of the bosses from X7, which just repeats that on like every second when you're fighting him. T-Man says, oh, there was also Mega Man X8 demake. Yes, that is. I was going to mention that earlier and I forgot about it. So yes, thank you. Another fan-made game has done a demake of Mega Man X8, and I have it. I have not played it yet. I did play it. It was in an early access, so to speak, a while back, and it had a couple levels available. I'm pretty sure it's fully been released now, and I've downloaded it, but I haven't played it since it was in its like early access form where it only had a couple levels, because it was originally called Mega Man X8 Demake, but now it's technically called like Mega Man X8 16-bit. but it's like the full game of Mega Man X8 fully realized in a 16-bit setting, and it looks like a Super Nintendo game. Whereas Mega Man X8 looked like a PlayStation. I mean, it was a PS2 game, so it is a 2D game, but it looks, you can see the graphics there. It looks like a PS2 game, whereas the demake, the 16-bit one, looks like a game that was made on the Super Nintendo. So I'm looking forward to playing that at some point as well. I would love to see get retro achievements, but since it's not like, because there are hacks and like fan-made games on retro achievements, but since it's not built on another game, it's basically built from the ground up. I don't think it'll ever be able to get retro achievements. But thank you for bringing that up, T-Man. So, and Sammy's over on Twitch saying no YouTube stream. There is a YouTube stream, but it's over here on my channel, on Nerdy Neo, and on Jason's channel. So I'm assuming that is coming probably from Nightmare's side, or no, that's probably Lois, one of your guys' link channels. So good to see you.
She's my friend, so I would narrow it down.
Well, are you streaming this on your Twitch as well?
Yeah, I have it paired.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. That if I knew that, I would have said, "Oh, it's due to Carl." But good to see you.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I don't have a Twitch at all.
Okay.
Yeah, same here.
I think your Rumble account one's down though.
Oh, is it? That's not surprising. Although, dude just commented a minute ago. But
I will say this before we move on here. I really hope that those rumors of the leaks about the Mega Man Legends and the misadventure of Tron Bonnie turn out to be real one day.
What are those rumors? That they're going to do a collection or a remaster remake of those?
There was like the GeForce leaks that have turned out to be pretty accurate. And those were two games that appeared on the GeForce leaks.
Okay.
I want those games to come back specifically Tron Bond because of the price. It's like $500 for that game.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah,
that's expensive.
And like you could still get it for cheap on the PS3 store and the Vita store. It's like only $5 or $10.
Oh, the digital version.
Yeah, so like you could still play it for relatively cheap if you want to like have like a ownership of it. But Mega Man Legends, I'd like to see to get an update because that was an original PS1 controller. So it doesn't use the DualShocks. So when I'm playing it on my PS3, you have to like move awkwardly. It's got like that weird tank controls, and you gotta press L1 and R1 to move around and stuff. Very clunky and not as intuitive as I would like.
So yeah, the Tron Bond game also has retro achievements.
Great game. Love that game.
Yeah, I didn't even know that game existed until I might have been on my very first stream on YouTube, because my very first stream on YouTube we were talking about Mega Man, and I think someone brought that up, and I was like, I did not even know this game existed. So, hey, Christian Freitas is here as well. Good to see you tonight, Christian. Direwolf saying, I want to play more sprite-based games like X5 and X6, Breath of Fire 3 and 4, maybe Arc System Works. So, yep. The good old days. So, and Renzo's saying that this guy has been making some Mega Man short films with Blender. Cool. I'll have to check that out. If you want to DM me on Discord with the link to that, I will definitely take a look at that and maybe pop that in the stream description afterwards. So, all right. Who wants to go next for their number 4?
I could go.
All right. I was just going to say, I'm going to call on you anyways, Nightmare.
All right. Let's do it. So number 4 is going to not come as a shock to anybody.
Ah.
Yep. It is the classic, the Sonic Adventure 2. We all love Sonic Adventure 2. The last mainline entry, as I'm showing here, Sonic Adventure 2
Best
Battle
Sonic
in,
game.
2001.
Wonderful. Perfect in every way.
Yep. And we never got another Sonic Adventure. We got some like semi-related sequels like Sonic Heroes and Shadow the Hedgehog, but we never got anything really close to Sonic Adventure 2, even in the past decade. So, I mean, really, I would just want them to continue the concept, make a new story, so in a similar vein for Sonic Adventure 3.
The one that you pulled up there, that was Sonic Adventure 2 Battle is the full name, right?
Yeah, so Battle was, I believe Battle is considered like a DLC or expansion. It's just like a director's cut, effectively.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they basically did 2 director's cuts on the GameCube versions.
Yeah, so Sonic Adventure 1 got like a literal director's cut, and then
Mhm.
Sonic Adventure 2 just was battle. Yeah, and also I'm gonna say something unpopular, but I think the voice acting in Sonic Adventure 2 is way better than the voice acting we have now.
I agree.
I especially dislike what they've done to Tails. He just sounds like a middle-aged woman now.
Sounds about
isn't
right.
that who they have voicing him?
Yeah, but it's like for some reason Japan. This bothers me so much. For some reason, Japan is the worst about getting middle-aged women to voice young boys who don't sound a thing like a young boy. They just sound like middle-aged women. The Japanese games are the worst about this because, like, in the West, we have a lot of instances of it, and it's just great. Like, for example, Tara Strong does a great job voicing young boys. Like, she's famous for voicing Timmy Turner in Fairly Odd Parents, for example. So
Yeah.
they do it a lot better in the West, but for some reason in Japanese games, they just can't seem to cast those characters right.
Ash Ketchum's voice actor too is also a woman.
That one I haven't seen it in a long time, but that one I remember sounding a lot better.
Yeah, like because you are kind of right about that one.
Yeah,
The middle-aged women can pretend to be boys better in the West.
yeah, they definitely can be. Also, Sonic Adventure 2 just had one. Back then, they just had some of the best soundtracks, and that's not just Sonic Adventure 2. It's like the Sonic games of that era, especially because they had Crush 40 doing all the music.
I mean, you could just
Sega in
watch the.
general.
Yeah, I mean, you could just watch the video that you're playing right now, and you know what song's playing.
Follow me.
I haven't played,
set
so I don't
me
know.
free.
But I've
Escape from the
seen this
City.
clip of him like snowboarding down a street, and I didn't realize this was from Sonic Adventure. I thought this was Sonic 06.
Oh yeah. The song that plays right now, it's like one of the more famous songs
Mhm.
from 3D Sonic. It's "Escape from the
Yep.
City,"
Follow
which is actually
me.
not by Crush 40, but yeah, the theme song "Live and Learn" that was Crush 40. I think the theme song to most of the games at the time was by Crush 40.
Pumpkin
will-
Hill is also a
yeah.
good one. Sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, no, and I was saying for all the flack that Shadow the Hedgehog gets, I will say that game has one of the best theme songs ever.
Oh, Shadow the Hedgehog's entire soundtrack is really good, actually.
It is.
I love it.
It totally is. Yeah.
I'm a that game's an unguilty pleasure of mine. So I will defend that game.
Yeah, I think the multiple ending shtick was a mistake. It doesn't really add much for replayability. It just makes it kind of annoying to finish the game. But yeah, I did enjoy it. I wasn't a fan of the recasting with the voices because that's when they started messing up the Tails voice. But
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
want to play
so-
this game again right now. I was obsessed with the Chow Garden. Me and my buddies would play this for hours, just trying to
Oh,
make
yeah,
like the
yeah,
perfect
yeah.
chows.
I have a feeling Lowest was a fan of that as well.
Oh
yeah,
yeah. My
he's a purple Chow.
Now he hated
my-
it. He's a
my
poser.
old gamer tag is Chow Knights.
Yeah, I remember when I the first time I played this game was at a friend's house on his GameCube. We were just like playing random levels. I remember there's like a level where you have to chase a car down to save the president or something as Sonic. I remember he couldn't beat it, and I managed to beat it. I think I just got lucky, but yeah, we had a lot of fun with it. And I think what Sonic Adventure 2, Sonic Heroes, and Shadow the Hedgehog all kind of make up a story arc for Shadow, which is kind of nice.
Yep.
Yeah,
So-
and pulled up all of the Sonic Adventure games on GameCube and Dreamcast, and looks like there was Sonic Rush Adventure on DS. All have retro achievement sets as well. So, and the GameCube one that you've got here, Adventure 2 Battle, has 340 achievements. Good lord!
Wow.
Yeah.
And Angry Canadians in chat. What's up, Canadian? Good timing, because I know he's a huge fan of Sonic as well.
Nice.
So someone mentioned the Ultimate Life Form. Oh, good timing.
They made a Lego set of that recently, believe it or not.
Well, it makes sense because the movies.
Yeah, but they have the Ultimate Life Form like actual Lego set from the video games. I thought that was cool.
Oh yeah, that is pretty cool.
And they also have the Tails Tornado Walker from as a Lego set too. I recently bought.
Nice.
T-Man says Adventures 1 and 2 and Heroes are his favorites. Nice.
Those are all great.
And while we were talking about sprite-based, DJ Darrell says that he's looking forward to Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. I am too. So Cool.
So as much as I would love an Adventure 3, modern Sonic Team making it just sounds like a horrible thing.
I'm with you there.
'Cause
I agree.
oh,
The way they make Sonic games now, they don't feel right to play. Like I don't like the way Sonic feels in like anything from Unleashed and beyond. I've never liked any of them. Even Generations, I know people like that one a lot. I thought it was just okay. But like the modern Sonic controls, they would have to like go back to the way Sonic controlled in these games in order for it to feel right, or like make something new completely.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, whenever I play like a modern Sonic game, it just feels so like
It just feels like they tried to take 2D Sonic and slap it into a 3D world.
that too, but it's the way he controls when he's in 3D. It feels like slippery. It feels slippery, but it
Yeah.
also feels like you're on rails even more than you do in the adventure games. Like I don't know how to explain it. I also haven't played a Sonic game in a long time, so
Yeah. I mean, yeah, same here. I really mostly just played those old games.
As
Yeah.
I always say to people, sometimes it's hard to come from peak.
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah. Sonic
I don't even
Adventure
know
2.
if they reboot after I think it was after Shadow they rebooted with Sonic the Hedgehog 2006, and I don't know if that game is canon to the rest of the games after that or anything, but yeah, I kind of just stopped playing after that.
I just refuse to believe that Sonic has like canon and lore. It's just multiverse. Just like everything Sonic does, it's just some new random adventure from a different Sonic in the infinite universes.
Well, I thought that what they did with both Sonic Adventure games showed that they actually have a lot of potential for storytelling in this universe.
Yes,
They do,
they do. I
or at least they
100%
did.
agree.
And
At least they did, and they were really good at writing at the time, which is part of
yeah,
it.
and like from game to game, there's not a whole lot of connection. Usually, like you can just pick one up and play, and it doesn't really matter. You don't have to play it. You go from like the beginning and play all of them in a row or whatever.
That's
Yeah.
true, but also I
There,
just
there
feel like
are
go
there
on.
are some sub story arcs though. Like I said, Adventure 2, Heroes, and Shadow the Hedgehog all kind of make
Yep.
up a sort of Shadow trilogy where you basically see Shadow's entire story arc play out.
I feel like the biggest problem Sega has is they don't know what to do with Sonic. Like they've improved every one of their other sub franchises, or they're going to try to bring the other ones back. But Sonic just does like it just seems like they want it to be like their Mario like hardcore, but they don't know how to like capture like the success of like Nintendo can with Mario for some reason. It seems very all over the road of the quality of a Sonic game if you're going to get like, a hidden gem or a pile of doo-doo. Which is
Well, there's
something
just not that
I
much
don't feel like that.
variety in the games. All the new games feel like the same game in so many ways.
Angry Canadian says there are 2 Sonic timelines, I believe, confirmed by Team Sonic. All right, so there we go. Where's the good storyline there, AC? Which one's a good timeline?
I assume the good timeline is everything before Sonic 06.
No,
I know that.
that's the good timeline right there. Sonic 06. That was their last great game.
Yeah, since I don't know a whole lot about the Sonic franchise, I wasn't sure which one of these came first. But yeah, Sonic Adventure 2 was 2001, so it was before 06. And
Look, Neo, the most important thing you need to know about Sonic is that Sonic's arms are not blue.
True.
What else was I gonna say? 2001. But yeah, 2001. So it's long overdue. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Canadian said that Sonic X Shadow Generations is easily the best 3D Sonic since the adventure games. That's what I was gonna say. So
I
don't know.
actually
Never
have that.
played
A
it.
friend gifted it to me, but I just haven't gotten around to trying it out. I should.
I was watching him play it. It's got a really good soundtrack, and it looks really damn good on PC.
Nice.
And I think I remember.
Shadow the Hedgehog is better than Generations.
Well, Shadow the Hedgehog is just like peak 2005 edgy middle schooler who doesn't want to get his parents mad at him. It's like perfect for that.
I believe Canadian was also mentioned that there's a really good Sonic mobile game. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure he said there's a really good mobile game. I don't remember what it was called, but so maybe he'll mention it in chat.
Oh
But
yeah.
yeah,
Also
he's a
on
big
screen
fan
right
of
now.
Shadow.
Just to put this out, that Lego, they made a Lego of this Tails little drone right there.
Okay. Nice. So, and something unrelated, but I had to mention it because Christian mentioned that Tara Strong did the voice for a toy named Kilgore in My Life as a Teenage Robot. And then Direwolf said Tara Strong also voiced Rachel in Ninja Gaiden / Ninja Gaiden Black, which I just replayed. I had no idea. I did not know that she voiced Rachel all these years.
Yeah,
So.
Tara Strong has voiced like a million different characters.
She's like Raven, Bubbles.
She's voiced Batgirl in Batman the Animated Series,
Harley
and then went on to
Quinn.
voice Harley Quinn in the Arkham game, the later Arkham games.
And the regular series.
No.
Well,
It
when
was
she
Arlene
pops up
Sorkin who
in
voiced.
like when she
Harley.
pops up, that's what I mean. And like even the animated stuff, she still does her voice.
No. In the animated stuff, it was Arlene Sorkin who did the voice, and then Tara Strong took over once Arlene Sorkin retired during the Arkham games.
I'm saying like the newer ones, like when they prop her out for like newer Harley Quinn projects, she's also the voice.
Well, I don't know about that. Everything new is just terrible, so I don't even look at that.
Yeah, I just wanted to just throw it out there.
Yeah,
But I all these years I did not know that she did the voice of Rachel. So thanks for letting me know that, Direwolf. Cool. Oh, and Canadian came back. It's Sonic Dream Team is fantastic, but unfortunately it's iOS only. So that
many such cases.
Yeah, so.
Disgusting.
Speaking of top 10, top 5 voice actors, there you go.
Yeah.
No spoilers. My number one, I think it's obvious. Kevin Conroy.
Oh, spoilers for in case you're on that one. And dude says Tara Strong has voiced a lot of my cartoon crushes. I bet because she's been in like everything.
Laura Bailey.
She's been in a few live action things I've seen as well, and she's a very good actress, even if she is apparently a bit nutty in her personal life.
Everyone's a bit nutty, don't you agree?
Probably.
Let's just say, like, you know how Mark Hamill is, like, on that level.
Oh.
Yeah.
Bummer. Unsurprising, though. So. All right. Anything else on Sonic Adventure?
Not really. It's just, this is just one of those, games that's everyone loves. It's very nostalgic. Definitely deserves a sequel, but, who's to say if they could even pull it off at this point?
There's no way.
Yeah. All right. Jason, why don't you hit us with your number 4?
Yeah, so my number 4 last one came out in 2001. It's the game that's over my right shoulder right now. I would love to see the return of some music games, especially in Parappa the Rapper. Yeah. There's a couple ways that you could take it. You can just continue going back to the old school ways, kind of like the Busted Groove, and just do time buttons that way. Or would it be really cool to do a Hi-Fi Rush style of Parappa the Rapper? That's what I would like to see. You can kind of just have the rap battles kind of take you through a story and just go through, if you want to go through the first and the second one, just to kind of get you involved in it. You could do that. Then you can kind of just get, Parappa stuck into just random crazy ideas at the diner that you see in the very first game. I mean, he works at that place in the second game. But there's very many things that you could do with rhythm-based games that we can see now that I think would be great just to tell a story of a guy that, or I should say a kid that, needed to learn how to drive, needed to learn how to impress a date, kind of thing like that. So I would absolutely love to see some of the music return. The music from the games are great. They're catchy. Even if you only know the first one from, the first song from the first game, it's great. But I mean, there's plenty more good songs. And I think if put time towards it, I think they could easily write very, very many more good, memorable songs that would fit the game very well.
I know you're a big fan of this one. We talked about it before, but how exactly? Because I know of the franchise, I've never actually seen anyone play it. Because it seems like it would be a peripheral based game, but it's all just played with a controller, right?
It's all based on controller.
It's a
Yeah.
rhythm
So
game, yeah.
yeah, it's a rhythm game that's not based off of like usually see like circle, cross, square, triangle, and you have to hit it at the right time.
Okay.
It's rhythm based. So I mean, you could just mash the circle button. We'll say you might get an okay score, but you won't get the best score. But if you can time it and you can hit the circle button, we'll say at the right rhythm to do a nice rap, you'll get more bonus points. And there's ways to get, ways to get rapping good to rapping great, that you earn like special parts in the song that you just get bonus points. And that's the hardest part of the game. Passing the game is easy. Trying to get like the crazy rapping bonuses is the hard part.
Okay. So,
Yeah, one of those good old PS1 games.
And PS2. The PS2 one's not too bad.
the most recent one was the PSP one in 2006.
Which was the same. It was the original one.
It was a port. Yeah, I got that one.
So that one
Yeah, it was that one right there.
Yeah, the price of the original is like skyrocketed out of nowhere, and I have no idea why.
People are finally catching up to it. Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, it used to be a super cheap like game that everybody had on their PlayStation, but I don't know if it's just copies are just going less and less or what. But yeah, no, I'm happy I have mine. I will say that. But yeah, I feel bad for the people that are wanting to check it out. You can always check it out on the PlayStation Store. But yeah, I mean, to have the physical copy of it kind of sucks that it's gone up in price. But for someone who has them and all that stuff, you got it while the time was good, I will say.
Yeah, like right now, current prices on price charting for the PSP one is like the best way you're gonna get it. It's like $30, but for the original PS1 game, it's like $136.
Jeez.
But also, I wanted to say this too. We found out that they actually did get a physical copy for Japan only as well for this game as well.
For like
the original, like Parappa the Rapper, the first one, they got a PS4 port on a disc.
Oh yeah. Oh, gotcha. they got it. Oh, I didn't know they got an actual physical copy.
Yeah, they got an actual physical copy.
I was like, this was the days before digital games, so I wasn't quite sure where you're going with that.
Yeah, gotcha. That and Loco Roco, also 1 and 2 actually got physical copies for the PS4 in Japan, and I think Fat Princess as well.
Okay.
Yeah, but all those games, like still fit like the same small niche style game. So yeah, it would be nice to have like if all of them, if anything, come back. But yeah.
Yeah, especially Oonlama Jammy. That would be great because we only got the PS1 version of that game, and that was a fun spinoff.
Mm-hmm.
I think that game's still relatively cheap. I think I got it for $30, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that one was like super expensive. That one, a lot of people skipped out on it because they knew, but they didn't know it was part of the same. It was weird. I remember when the game came out.
That's one of those like weird things. It's like sometimes, like I said, it's like, why is Parappa Rapper like $130, but like Oonlama Jammy, the more obscure, harder to find game, could be like $20. Life does not make sense when you're a collector.
It does not make sense.
Mm-mm.
So, yeah, dude mentioned it in chat. I had pulled up, just hadn't gotten to it yet. But yeah, all 4 of the Rappa games, which is the original on PS1, the original on the second one on PS2, the PSP port, and Jammer Lammy on PS1, all have retro achievement sets.
Yeah. And again, I'm not the achievement guy on this panel to my co-hosts over there, but it is one of the games that I have platinumed. So.
Ooh, look at you, all fancy like.
Oh, does the PS4 version have trophies?
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Nice. Yeah, the original one here is the difficulty ratio is like twice as high as any of the others on here, so it seems like it's a difficult game.
Definitely,
it isn't until you learn the mechanics of it.
I haven't actually looked at the achievement set, but I'm assuming the achievements are quite difficult, and getting those achievements would probably be quite difficult.
I might play this tonight because of you, Jason, just to let you know.
Oh,
just step on the gas.
I forgot to mention it when I was talking about my number 5, Mirror's Edge, because I haven't played either of them in forever. I was like, you know what? I'm going to put that in my need to replay backlog, because I want to play through those games again. At least the first one, like I said, is real short. So thanks to this stream, I'm like, I don't know when, but I'll be playing at least the first one again at some point in the next couple months.
Right on.
So same thing here. All right. Anything else on Parappa? Did I say that right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
Parappa.
like I said, yeah, it's the people who've played the game, they know how great it is. If you haven't and you care for, like, you like rhythm games, give it a check. Like I said, at first it's going to be intimidating because, again, it's a rhythm game, but it's a game that's, as soon as you learn it's a rhythm game, not a button mash, I got to make sure I hit at the right timing. That's when you learn how to play the game.
Yeah. And also check out Guitaru Man if you are also a big fan of these type of games.
I've heard of that one. So, all right. Well,
before we move on.
Oh, go for it.
Jason, you got to do what?
Gotta believe, right?
Yeah, there we go.
I'm assuming that's some sort of Parappa reference.
Yeah. Gotta do what? I gotta believe.
Actually, the song that's playing right now on Lois' screen is probably my favorite song.
I never played it, so I don't know the music, but I know that I think
Me neither.
when we did top 5 soundtracks, I think Parappa was in your soundtracks, was it not?
I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't.
Let's see here. It was your number 5. Yep.
Yes, I would be surprised if it wasn't.
Great one.
All right. That leaves us with lowest to finish off our number 4s.
Indeed. Have any of you guys played Alice Madness Returns?
I have not, but I've heard good things about it.
Well, this one is actually a sequel to American McGee's Alice from 2000, I believe. I think it was a PC-only game. But basically what this is a series about Alice in Wonderland, but what if it was really morbid and dark and creepy, and Alice had like a bunch of mental issues. That's basically what this game is about. And when she goes into her Wonderland in her mind, basically turns into this crazy, terrible place. And it plays kind of like a 3D action platformer. But yeah, if you can see by like the art style and stuff, that's the main reason why I liked it so much. It was really God, it's been a long time since I played it last too. We're going back to like 2013 or something. So maybe I need to pick this one up again.
Yeah, this game is definitely a really trippy game. American McGee, one of those like famous weird trippy game devs out there. Did you ever play Scrapland, also made by him?
I did not. I think this was the only game of his I played. I didn't play the first one, the first Alice game, because it was on PC, and apparently getting it to run nowadays is a struggle. So I haven't tried doing that yet. It just sounds like a hassle, so I haven't tried it yet. But yeah, I loved this one a lot. And this one, I think it came out in 2011.
This is Madness Returns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that one because I'm pretty sure it was on 360.
Yeah, it was on 360 PS3.
It's backwards compatible too on the series consoles.
It is.
Oh, there you go. They actually had a third one planned, but this series is owned by EA, and they shot them down. And that happened, I think it was either last year or the year before. And when they did that,
recently.
When they did that, I was so mad. Of course, EA had to be EA.
So, okay. Because I was going to ask, because I know of American McGee's. Like, I've heard that term. I thought it was just like referencing this game, but that's actually the name of the first one, and the second one is Alice Madness Returns, right? Is that?
It's like Sid Meier.
Yeah, American McGee is the name of an actual guy who made the games.
I figured as much. I just thought when people were talking about, American McGee's Alice, not to be confused with like, any Alice movies. I thought it was talking about this game, but I didn't realize there were two separate games. And that's how you differentiate between the first one and the second one. So, and so then dude came in saying that you can play both the Alice games on 360 and PS3. The first one isn't available as a game, but it is a free DLC for Madness Returns. So,
is it?
Yeah,
I might have to check on
I'm
that.
looking it up right here. At least on 360, I'm looking at it right now. Alice Madness Returns. You can buy it since it is backwards compatible. It is available on the Xbox Store for $20, and the DLC, which is just called American McGee's Alice, is available for free.
I'll have to download that after that because I didn't know that. Thanks, dude.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Yeah. So I'll have to, because I've heard good things about it. I've never really been interested in it, but now that I'll kind of put it on my radar, it's gone. The digital version on the Xbox Store of the Madness Returns has been as low as $2 before.
Yeah, I think it's on Steam too.
And it's part of EA Play.
Oh, is it?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, it is on EA Play, so I would have access to it. Unless, yeah, it's on EA Play, so I should have it through Game Pass Ultimate. So maybe I'll throw that platformer hack and slash. Maybe I'll put that in my backlog for when I start all my new games.
Yeah, it's a good one, and it's actually pretty fun to play too. There's quite a bit of, I guess you could call it. Yeah, they're puzzles. There's puzzles in the game that you have to figure out to collect everything. So that's one of the reasons why I liked it.
And the first, so Madness Returns came out in June of 2011, and it looks like the free DLC of the first game launched on the same day the game did. So that's probably why it's free, is because back then a game had to have 1,000 gamer score, and if you didn't have the DLC, the DLC made it a full 1,000. So that's probably part of why it's free. They needed it in order to be the full 1,000. So cool. Well, I'm gonna put this on my put this on my radar. So I'll probably end up playing this soon. So, anyone else played this before?
I played it, but it was like one of those games where I remember just bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
Because this was also around the time when I started working. So there was also most of the time when I get home from work, I worked the night shift with a few buddies, and we would most of the time just like go on the 360 Netflix app and watch like the little in-theater movie thing more. But this is definitely on my. I need to return and play, especially because it's backwards compatible on the Series X. So I also think that means it'll run a little bit better.
Yep. Cool. All right. So just put it to my list of games to play.
Yeah, the biggest thing I remember about this game is obviously the box art and seeing it in stores. Also because it was a PC game. To me, when I saw the back and when I saw the reviews and everything of it, I thought it was weird that it never made console until more recently. Again, I'm talking about the first one. So like, because a lot of PC games didn't have a lot of this style of action adventure in a way. If anything, it was like more RTS. It was more kind of like Diablo, more stuff like that. It wasn't a lot of like platformers in a way, platformer action on PC games. So yeah, it was really weird that it found its way on the PC before it found its way to a console. But again, a lot of PCs were a lot stronger than the consoles back then, so it makes sense too.
Yeah, I would not expect this from EA because, well, I guess they do have a lot of stuff. But usually when I think EA, I think, all the sports games, which I have zero interest in. But they do have a good number of, other franchises that are a lot
EA
of
originals. EA originals weren't something to laugh at. I mean, the EA originals were great. I mean, we all have this thing of EA making the same sport game all the time. Yes, they've always did that, but they actually did have originals that they took a chance with. If they failed, they failed. But if they did well, they did fine. Granted, when they keep pushing it and they try to make sequel after sequel, that's when they kind of fall apart that way. But I mean, there was times where we had Titanfall, we had a bunch of games from EA like that. And I mean, we talked about the other one, Mirror's Edge. I mean, there was great originals at one point. Just unfortunately, they kind of give up on them before they can see, they see the green before they can see like creativity. And that's unfortunate.
Yeah, the
And
most
this-
recent one I'm looking forward to playing. I haven't played it yet, but I've heard good things. It didn't sell well, but Immortals of Avium. It was like a magic first-person shooter. That game looks really cool. I'm looking forward to playing it. So,
Yeah, this
sorry to
this
cut you
all
off.
Me too, actually.
it's reminded me of something that I should have put on my honorable mentions list, which is SSX, which was also published by EA.
Tricky.
Yep.
So, cool. All right. Well, that'll bring us to our number 3s. Let's see here.
Midway.
I think I'll go ahead and kick off our number 3s. And when I first had the idea for this topic, this was the first one I thought of. But then when I was making my list, I'm like, it's not the one I want the most, although I do absolutely want it. And it's something that people have been clamoring for years. But no surprise, because I do mention this franchise quite often. And that is the Splinter Cell franchise. So this is the first one I thought of so when I started just listing them, that was the first one I put on my list of franchises to narrow down to, but it definitely made my top 5 for sure. So the most recent one, Blacklist, came out in August of 2013. It was a 360 game. The franchise overall, I would say, has been definitely, like, all the games are good. There are ones that I like more than others. Probably my least favorites. I was actually just talking on Party Chat last week with Salty Nerd Alex, because he's a big fan of Splinter Cell as well. The second one, Pandora Tomorrow, is my least favorite of the original 3, but probably my least favorite of the whole franchise was Double Agent. I still love the game. I love all the Splinter Cell games. Hands down, the best one is Chaos Theory, and I'm still upset that PlayStation got a collection of Splinter Cells 1, 2, and 3, where the first one's just Splinter Cell. Second one is Pandora Tomorrow, and Chaos Theory was the third one. Although 1 and 2, I'm pretty sure are built on the same engine, because, like, graphics-wise, they look exactly the same. But Chaos Theory, the third one, I believe was in a new engine. I want to say it was the same engine that Doom 3 used, because it looks like it's got a similar art style to it, and it looks really good. I'd be happy with just like a remastered collection of those 3. But PlayStation 3 got a collection of those 3, but Xbox never did, which I was very upset about, because the original Splinter Cell was a timed Xbox console exclusive. I played it on PC, but on consoles, it was only on Xbox for a while. So it's like, why did PlayStation get the collection and Xbox didn't? Because I want to play the original Splinter Cell games over again, and I want to be able to get achievements for them. But a lot of people, like, it did go on hiatus for a while, because after Double Agent, I'll have to check here. I don't know off the top of my head what the time frame was between Double Agent and Conviction, but it was a decent amount of time, because Conviction was in the works for a while, and they showed it off at E3 one year, and everyone's like, this doesn't look all that good. And they basically scrapped it and started over and came out with Conviction, which kind of rebooted the franchise in more of a third-person action. It's a faster paced game. There are people who are purists who are like, no, only the more stealthy classic ones are the good ones. I like both directions the franchise has gone, because Blacklist continued in that, like, more action fast-paced action third-person stealth game. They're both directions are fun. I've liked them both. I like I don't know if they had this in Conviction, but Blacklist, the most recent one, they had a kind of not like an S rank sort of thing, but there was a ranking kind of like on your style of play, and there was Ghost, Panther, and Assault. And so Assault is, basically throwing caution and stealth to win, and almost playing it like a cover shooter. And then there was Panther, which was, going around killing people, but still trying to be stealthy. And then there was Ghost, which I thought it could have used a fourth style, because Ghost and Panther are basically the exact same, where you're being stealthy, except Panther, you can kill people, and Ghost, you don't kill people. You only just knock them out, make them unconscious. But how you play is essentially the same. They could have had a fourth style, which that one should be called Ghost, and that's where you don't actually knock out or kill anybody. You're basically in and out without even being detected, so no one even knows you were ever there. I thought that would have been an interesting way to play it. But I really like that dynamic of having the different gameplay styles, and it kind of ranks you at the end of each mission. But I just want to see the Splinter Cell franchise just continue, because there's another franchise as well where they've kind of done this, where they kind of hoard out their main character to like everything but his own games, because Sam Fisher, the main character of the Splinter Cell games, has been in basically every other Tom Clancy game, with the exception of Splinter Cell since Blacklist in 2013. He's been in Ghost Recon. I'm pretty sure he was referenced in the Hawks game, which were the flight combat sim games. Basically all their other one. There was that game, I don't think it ever actually released, but there was going to be like a free-to-play shooter game from Ubisoft. I think it got scrapped, but he was going to be in that as well. He's been in everything except for his own games, and everyone's like clamoring. It's like, give us back Splinter Cell, especially because Michael Ironside, who is the voice of Sam Fisher, with the exception of Blacklist, the most recent one, they had a different voice actor because Michael Ironside has had a lot of health issues. But get Michael Ironside, from what I hear, loves the character of Sam Fisher, so it's like I'm sure he would be absolutely happy to do it again, as long health permitting. He's still alive. Like, get him back to voice Sam Fisher for at least one more game. He's getting older, and because of his health issues, he may not be around much longer. It's like, give us at least another Splinter Cell with Michael Ironside, because Michael Ironside is the voice of Sam Fisher. So, and thank you. Jason looked it up, and he says Double Agent was in 2006 and Conviction came out in 2010. So there's a 4-year gap. So not as long of a gap as we've had since Blacklist, since that was 12 years ago. But I'd have to look at all of the games in the franchise and when they came out, but I think that might be the biggest, one of the bigger, if not the biggest gap between Splinter Cell games from the first one to the most recent one. So yeah, I want more Splinter Cell. There are a lot of rumors that, well, the only rumors that we've had, and there's been nothing official announced, is that they're doing a Splinter Cell remake. I don't know how I feel about that yet, but there's no, it's like, give us a new one or a remastered collection of the first three. So I don't want a remake of just the first one. I want a remastered collection of the first three, or an actually new one that continues the storyline. So
who owns the franchise?
Ubisoft? Splinter Cell. Oh, published by Ubisoft. Yes.
Yeah, you're never getting a sequel.
So a lot of people like to rag on Ubisoft and call it Ubislop. And yes, they have put out a lot of trash, but I am, for the most part, a Ubisoft defender, because there are so many franchises, not just games, but franchises that Ubisoft owns that I love, and they put out a lot of good stuff. So,
well, they did in the past. They haven't recently. That's the real problem with Ubisoft.
Yeah, a lot of their most recent stuff has been bad. The only good thing that they put out recently that I know of, and I'm very much looking forward to playing it, because I've heard nothing but good things, is the recent Prince of Persia game from last year. But it didn't sell very well, but I've heard that it's a great game. I played the demo and I loved it, so I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, everything else that they've done has not been too good, but they've had a lot of great stuff over the years. The Tom Clancy games are my favorite of the Ubisoft-owned stuff, because I've played almost, not every Tom Clancy game, but I've played most, if not all, of at least one game from each of the Tom Clancy franchises. Because you got Splinter Cell, you got your Ghost Recon, you got your Rainbow Six, you got the Hawks.
I assume the franchises are unrelated besides being the same author.
Yeah, sometimes they have little crossovers, like like I mentioned, I think there was one. Oh, there is a mission in Hawks 1, because you're playing, it's a flight combat sim, and there's one mission where you fly cover for a Ghost Recon team. So sometimes they do interact with each other, but for the most part, they're all separate from each other.
Gotcha.
So, but yeah, I love Splinter Cell, and I want to see more of it. So that is my number 3.
Yeah, I don't have any fond memories of Splinter Cell besides for an old exploit skit that they used to do called Secret Agent Bob and Special Agent Steve.
Oh, thank you for mentioning that, because that reminded me of something. One of the other things we were going to try to do, if we had, is something that they could, add to the next game, potential next game to make it interesting. Not necessarily add to it, but and I wasn't a huge fan of this. I love the idea though. I played it only a little bit, but it was a huge hit. Was the multiplayer mode they added? I believe it was in Pandora Tomorrow, and that was Spies versus Mercs. Was a really cool idea, and people loved it because it was a very different take on multiplayer. Because, like, how do you make Splinter Cell multiplayer? So, if anyone doesn't know about Spies versus Merc, you have one team of spies, and they don't have guns; they just have gadgets and stuff. And they got to sneak around and hack these different points. And the closer you are to the point, the faster it hacks. And if you have multiple people there at one time, it'll download faster. And you have the other team, which are the mercenaries, and they're the spies are also in third person, which looks and plays like Splinter Cell. However, the mercenaries are playing in first person. They have guns, and they got flashlights, and they got detecting stuff. And their goal is to shoot and kill the spies and prevent them from downloading the information. So it was a really cool, interesting multiplayer, and people loved it. And I think it was in Pandora Tomorrow and Chaos Theory, and it hasn't been around since.
So it's like that asymmetric multiplayer, kind of like I think Arkham Origins had with the two players who plays like Batman and Robin, and then the rest of it.
Yeah, I didn't play the Arkham Origins multiplayer, but yes, it's very similar to that in that you have two teams that it's very different from each other depending on what team you're playing on.
Yeah.
So bring that back as well. Heck, they could spin that off into its own free-to-play game. Make it their Ubisoft's Marvel rivals. Make Spies versus Mercs. I think that would do well. Although if they did do that, they would probably throw Sam Fisher in there as a cameo and just continue to not make more actual Splinter Cell games. So bring us more Splinter Cell first, and then make your Spies versus Mercs spinoff game. But that would be fun. I might actually finally get into it if they brought that game type back.
Nice.
They could do what Metal Gear did and just make a bunch of gacha games.
Oh, do they have Oh, wait. What gacha games are you talking about?
Konami made like gacha as in like a physical gacha machine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Although I think there was like some game like that came out after Metal Gear Solid 5.
One other thing while we're on the topic of the Splinter Cell and multiplayer. Chaos Theory I believe was the first one to have it. I didn't play it in Chaos Theory, but I did play it in Conviction and Blacklist. There was co-op, and it was you and another spy with a separate campaign. But it's not just the single player with two people. It was a separate co-op campaign where there's two spies working towards a common goal, going through missions and stuff, and that was a lot of fun. So also give us some more Splinter Cell co-op because that was great. And when someone sounds on an alarm, you can always yell at them for being an idiot. So, all right. Well, that was it for me for Splinter Cell. I think I've covered it all. All right. Let's go with the lowest for your number 3.
All right, let's do it. Do you guys remember in our little chat where we had the one that was in kind of a gray area based on your criteria?
I don't remember off the top of my head, but I'm sure I'll remember as soon as you mention it.
I remember you mentioning that, yeah.
Yeah, so this technically has had a game within the last 10 years, but also kind of not.
Okay.
Because it actually came out in Japan in 2014.
Well, this is the one that had me completely confused as to what you were actually trying to say.
Yeah. So
I'd say as long as you can justify it and why the game that is within the last 10 years doesn't count, go for it.
Yeah, I think I can justify it. So the series is the Shining series, an old Sega property. And this is any
relation to the movie?
No.
Okay.
No Overlook Motel in this one? Or hotel?
So it was a strategy RPG, as you can see on screen here. And this was actually the game that got me into this genre to begin with.
What was the first one?
That's the one on screen now. This is Shining Force.
Shining Force. Okay, because you said Shining. I'm like, I've heard of Shining Force. Is that the same thing? Gotcha.
Yeah. So there's this one. There's Shining Force 2, which is also on the Genesis. And then Shining Force 3, I believe, was on the Sega Saturn. And it had like this 3-disc thing that was kind of difficult to get a hold of.
Wow, there's a lot of Shining Force games.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also had they had 2 Shining Force games on the PS2, and there was a Shining Force game on the
Ooh, I like
DS.
I like the name of this one on PS2, Shining Force Neo.
Yeah, there you go. And the PS2 games, I think both of them are action games. They're like action RPGs. Yep, there. Jason's got it.
Oh, so Lois, is the series called Shining Force, not just The Shining?
No, yeah, it's just called Shining Force.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
I
I initially heard you say the series was just called Shining, so that's why.
Yeah, that's why I was trying to clarify.
This is why this one's confusing.
Mm-hmm.
Because
it's called the Shining series, but it's called Shining Force. Sorry, Lois, I didn't mean to over.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to basically say just that. It is the Shining series, and there's other games in the series that have different names. I think the first one was actually called Shining in the Darkness, which was also on Genesis.
Yep, and the Shining Tears.
Shining Tears is another one, yep, on PS2.
I'm looking at them on Retro Achievements right now, and Shining in the Darkness Genesis game was the first one, 1991.
Yep. I haven't played that
Shining
one.
Forces. That's what we're talking about.
Shining Force.
Yeah, Shining Force.
I see. So this is kind of like the Xeno games where you have all the Xeno Saga, Xenoblade.
Yes. Yes,
Yep.
it's Sega's version of that.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately kind of abandoned because I think the last game that they put out didn't do very well. And that one's called Shining Resonance, which was on PS3 originally, and then they ported it to the
Xbox
8th gen.
and PlayStation 4.
Yeah, 8th gen consoles, including the Switch. And that's the one I played it on.
Is that the one that you were saying would maybe disqualify it?
Yeah, because it's very, very different from the rest of the series.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if it's just a port, then I wouldn't count it. But if it's very different than the rest of the series, then that would make sense.
Well, it's both. It is a port of the 2014 PS3 game from Japan, and it's also very different from the rest of the series. But I don't know if I don't know if they consider it completely separate or not. But in terms of like the entire series is concerned. So,
but you say it's a port of a 2014 game, but
Yeah.
those are essentially the same game, right?
yeah, basically.
Okay, then yeah, that definitely counts.
Yeah, I think you were overthinking.
Yeah, like I meant it as like a new entry, like a port or remaster wouldn't count since it's just a better version of an older game.
Well, the port was a new entry for us in the West.
Oh,
'cause
gotcha.
It was Japan only. So that one came out in 2018.
Well,
But
I
still-
have an instance like that. I still wouldn't count it just because it's still effectively the same game, right?
Yeah, even if we didn't get it over here.
I'm going to pull it up real quick
Okay.
because it is very different from the rest of the series. And it's even different to the PS2 games as well. This plays more like a Tales game. Oh, he's got the girls in swimsuits because, of course.
Well, now
Yeah,
you have my interest.
Yeah,
why
there you
wouldn't
go. Yeah, this is what it looks like on the newest one. So if you've played the Tales of series, it plays a lot like that. But
Okay.
not as good, in my opinion.
So the
Tales
other
of
games
Arise
in the
is one of my favorite
franchise-
games. So
Oh yeah.
yeah, might be right up my alley.
Yeah, maybe.
But the other games of the franchise are all not so action. They're just still turn-based, except for this one, right?
Well, the PS2 ones are all action as well. They're just also way different.
Okay.
But I think I have to look it up. So I'm doing this all on the fly now. So the one on the DS is called Shining Force Feather, I believe, but it's Japan only.
Yes, Shining Force Feather.
It looks like this might be a action game as well. This series is all over the place, as you can tell.
Yeah, and dude, saying the same thing you were saying. The Shining games are like Sega's Fire Emblem, except actually released in North America.
So
Yeah.
I just looked it up, by the way, for people. Shining Resonance Refrain is on Steam, and right now it is on sale from the usual $30. It's on sale for $6. So I might literally just buy it right now.
Yeah, it goes
There
on
you go.
sale quite a lot for super cheap.
So let's see what this one looks like. I haven't been able to play this one because it's this one was Japan only as well. but I think there's a fan translation out for it. Give me some gameplay. Come on.
I know there's one for the Game Gear that I want to pick up and play one day.
Game Gear,
Yeah.
Shining Force Gaiden, Final Conflict.
All right, so yeah, it looks like this one's a strategy RPG as well, but it's way different again. This is like the least consistent series that Sega's ever put out.
Besides for Sonic.
Well, yeah. But yeah, what I want them to do though is if they decide to bring the series back, I would be okay with like something similar to the PS2 style of games, because those are more like top-down action RPG kinda. If you've ever played the East series, the East 6, Origin, or 7, it plays kind of like that. The PS2, that's Shining Force Neo and Shining Force EXA. EXA is the one that I have. I haven't played Neo yet. Sorry, Neo.
EXA is also.
Right, I didn't know about it till just now.
I was gonna say EXA is also heavily referenced in the first Project Cross Zone game as well.
Oh, okay.
That's how I found out about that game and bought it recently because of that.
Yeah, so I would want them to either bring it back to that style from the PS2 or bring it back to the original style from the Genesis. If they were to bring it back again.
Which, if you had to pick one style, which would you prefer?
Probably the Genesis ones.
The older style,
because those are still the best in the series, in my opinion. The PS2 action games though at least EXA was a really, really good game though, so I wouldn't mind that either. But if I had to pick, it would have to be the old style from the Genesis.
Okay. So Shining Force games. Yeah, I'd heard of Shining Force, but like all the other JRPGs, I knew absolutely nothing about them. Carl, I know this is kind of up your alley. Have you played any of these games?
Nope.
Are you planning to?
Yep.
All right.
There you go.
I got to find the time though, sir.
Go ahead, dive into one of those really long 100-hour JRPGs. You got it.
I'm trying to do the angry Canadian approach to playing video games. Start 100 of them and finish maybe 2.
There you go. So these ones, if you've played Fire Emblem, you'll probably find these games pretty easy. And this is like this video that I have pulled up here as a long play, which is only 16 hours.
Only.
So it's not, compared to other RPGs like this, it's not super long.
Oh,
16 hours isn't that bad.
Like they beat it in 16 hours, or that's just like part one of them getting through the whole game?
No, 16 hours in the entire game.
Oh,
it's kind of short.
But
actually.
this guy's probably like a pro expert as well. So
that's a speed.
So like if you played it for the first time, it might take you 20 to 30 hours.
That's for a JRPG. That's not too bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad. Shining Force 2 is a bit more difficult, I'd say. That one might take you a bit longer because it's actually, so this first one here is like divided into chapters. There's no like overworld that you can go explore in, but in the second game there is. So trying to figure out where to go in the second game is a bit more of a challenge than in this one, because this one's just divided into chapters and you go from town to town based on what chapter you're in. So you're not going to get lost in the first one at all, but the second one you might.
Okay. All right. Any last thoughts on Shining Force games from anyone?
So they are a fun game.
Okay. All right. Jason, what about your number 3?
All right. So my number 3 is going to be probably the most controversial out of my top 5, just because there was a game that came out, I think, within the last 5 years, but it was a mobile game. Okay. Plus, I also know how people feel about the game style that I would like it to become. But my number 3 is going to be Castlevania.
That was on my long list, even though I'm not a huge fan of the franchise.
Yeah, and the way I would love Castlevania to come back is is I know I'm gonna hear groans, but I would love to see it come back as a Souls style game, just because
Oh,
just because I know Castlevania is more on the slower combat phase since the original, but to have really cool builds with like whips, the swords, and even magic with the holy water and stuff like that. I think that would be really, really cool to see a Castlevania in the style of a Souls-like game.
interesting.
Are you thinking 2D or 3D though? Because there's a lot of 2D Metroidvanias that have the Souls-like style.
That's true.
No, 3D. 3D. We're going 3D.
I figured
Okay.
you meant 3D. Yeah, I had that on my long list because I haven't even played very many in the franchise yet. I've played Symphony of the Night, and then my first Castlevania was Lords of Shadow, and I just played Lords of Shadow 2 a couple months ago for the first time. And I liked it a lot more than I was expecting. And I think Lowest or Nightmare, one of us talked about it on open mic.
It was probably you and me because I love Lords of Shadow too.
I thought so. And I was like, I'd be happy to get a Lords of Shadow 3 because I like those games. But I am going to be playing through basically all of the older classic ones because I have the Castlevania Anniversary Collection, which is all the classic ones, and I've got the Advanced Collection, which has all the Metroidvanias. I don't have the Dominus Collection yet, but I will be picking that up once it goes on a steep enough sale, and I'll be playing those as well. So I've got a lot of Castlevania to catch up on, but since I haven't put a whole lot of time into the franchise, it didn't make my list, but it was on my long list. But yeah, I didn't even think about it as like a Souls-like. I would be interested in it. If it became a Souls-like, I wouldn't be like absolutely I'm playing it, but if
Right.
I saw it and I liked what I saw, I would definitely be open to trying it.
Yeah, I mean the game's already hard enough, so I mean put it in a Souls setting, you're getting what you're gonna get kind of thing. I mean, granted, like also if you think about it, every time you killed like an enemy in like the older Castlevanias, you got a heart. Use those hearts as like your souls in a way. So those are what you're collecting and everything. So when you get to your spot, whatever you want to call it, that's what you're going to use to however build you want to do. I mean, there's going to be different ways to do it because again, there's been different characters in the franchise. So if you like one character, do a build like that way. If you want to do something unique, obviously it's all there for you. But I think that'd be crazy especially with all the bosses that they have, all the special like secret bosses that were in the games. I think that would be a fantastic style of game for people who like Castlevania and for even people just like Souls games because they're going to try to do what they normally do to all the games anyway. So I think it would be a lot of fun and have a franchise backing it up that way. I think it would just make it easier for all people to get involved into it and to even try it out. And if you want to as well, and you want to make it not as like over demanding as like a Souls-like game, you can add a little bit more action elements to it. Not crazy because again, I want Souls-like to do it, but you can kind of do stuff like that too to make it a little bit more that way. I don't think you should because Castlevania is more slow, but there's ways around things you can do to fit more people because again, when people hear Souls-likes now, you get a little bit of grunt and groan. But I mean, I'm not a Souls-like fan. I like Elden Ring. That's the only one that I've really completed. But if you do something like that with Castlevania, I would be all in on that.
Personally, I dislike Souls-like combat in general because it's
Yeah.
slow. So it probably wouldn't be for me. But then I've never played the mainline Castlevania games. I've only played the Lords of Shadow games, and
Right.
2 is definitely more like a hack and slash spectacle fighter,
Sure.
and that's
God
the
of
style of combat I
War.
love personally. So
Yeah, no, the ones that were there, they were definitely not how they were back then. They were more like whip, jump. So I mean, it would be more
It's
like
a
the
hack
old
and
ones.
slash, not a Souls-like, because there is a difference.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, Lord of Shadow 2 is the most recent Castlevania game, and that came out in 2014. Although you mentioned a mobile game, I'm not familiar with what was that mobile game?
That one came out about like 5 or 6 years ago.
Do
Which
you know
one
like
was it?
what genre it was?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I just remember looking it up. I was like, oh, one came out for the mobile device.
'Cause I didn't even know that existed until you mentioned it.
is it Grimoire of Souls?
It might be. Let me just take a look real quick.
But yeah,
I forgot where I saw it.
We got Lord of Shadow 2 was in 2014, and then the previous Lord of Shadow, which was
Yes, that's what it was. Grimoire of Souls.
Grimoire of
It
Souls.
came out in 2021.
Yep, so 4 years
Okay.
ago.
Looks like it's an iOS exclusive. I don't know.
Another iOS exclusive. but who knows if that one's actually any good. Yeah, you had Mirror of Fate, which was 2013. That was I think that was a port of like a PSP game or PS Vita. I don't know which one.
Mirror of Fate, I believe, was 3DS.
3DS. Okay, that sounds correct. And that basically
and
kind of bridged the gap between Lord of Shadow 1 and 2, and Lord of Shadow 1 was in 2010. Before that, the last new Castlevania game, I think, were the DS games, because kind of like Mega Man, Konami's just been rehashing all of the old classics and making them in new modern collections. They haven't actually been making any new Castlevania games. So,
yeah, I know. So, like I said, I've only played Lords of Shadow. I thought about including that one somewhere in my list, but the thing is that like the developers themselves said, we're done. We told the story we wanted to tell. So even though I would love to see that like style of game again, it probably wouldn't make sense to make a sequel just story wise.
I was like, it's a story of Dracula. The story never ends, so that's why I was like,
you're talking the mainline series. You're talking the mainline.
Yeah,
series,
true too.
Right?
I am.
Yeah, Lords of Shadow is like completely different.
Yeah, it's like a separate timeline.
Yeah, it's like a very. Personally, I like what they do with it, just because I just like the father son aspect of it so much. But,
so you got all of Canadian's blessing. He says Jason's cooking with all these Bloodborne Sims everywhere. Castlevania as a Souls-like would be perfect. So
I also got two people that didn't agree with me either. So that's why I said I knew I was going to get some people that liked it, but I knew I was going to get a lot of people that didn't like it, just because, again, if you say Souls-like, a lot of people are like, we have so many of them. It's like, we do, but if you give me a franchise, again, I don't play all of them. I've only played one, and I'm looking forward to the one that's coming out at the end of the year for the Night Rain DLC. But I mean,
it's its own standalone game.
It is
out at the end of this month.
Or it does, yeah. I'm looking forward to that. But like for someone that's me that doesn't play very many Soul-likes, that's why I was like, if I can get a franchise that I like, and put it into a new franchise or a new style of game that I kind of enjoy, but don't want to sink into like, the previous Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3 and all that kind of stuff, I think they could do a great job depending on who's making it, obviously.
Okay, you could have said turn-based and I would have grown just as much.
That's true.
But yeah, that would have been a great answer to that party chat topic from last week. I mentioned taking an existing franchise into a new genre, Castlevania into Souls-like. Dude says on the other side, he's like, I love Dark Souls, but not every game needs to be Souls-like. But for Castlevania fans who are starved for anything, since Lord of Shadow 2 is the last thing we got, it's like, how would you like Castlevania, Dark Souls? I bet they'd be like, let's go.
To be honest with you,
I could be wrong about that, but I would assume that they would want more Castlevania.
I mean, to be honest with you, when I was watching the Switch 2 reveal, that's what I thought I saw. I literally thought that's what we were getting, and I literally thought that's what it was for a second. But literally that's what I thought it was for a second. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm getting it, and then it said it was not Bloodborne for the Switch. I was like, okay, but I literally thought I was going to get the game that I just described.
What's that one called again?
Oh,
Dust Bloods.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, all right. Hey, Renzo says I'd be down for that. So,
yeah, I got one of those gameplay style switches coming up too. So,
all right. Let's see here. Well,
I think what they could do is make it like a Soulsvania, have it be a 3D Metroidvania with just Souls-like combat elements in it.
Ooh,
I think people would like that, actually.
I said, there's many ways. There's many ways around it. Like I said, the franchise has that kind of built into it already. So I mean, it's just how do you put it all together is the hardest part. Like brainstorming is not hard. Just putting it together is.
Could you see Konami doing it now, though?
No.
I'd say maybe.
They'll just turn it into a gacha game.
I think Konami's making a little bit of a comeback. You can honestly make that argument.
I will say it all depends. It all depends on what Metal Gear Solid or Metal Gear Delta or Metal Gear Solid Delta does. That might change my answer,
though, right? That's not a new game.
Yeah, Delta is just It's just
but again,
it's a full-on remake.
Yeah, it's It's different, but it's the same. But again, it's Konami putting money into a pretty big budget style game that has Metal Gear Solid on it. So I mean, they fail, they're done, in my opinion. Um, that's how I look at it. So I mean, if they do really, really well and they knock it out of the park, then Konami's got my trust again, if that makes sense.
I mean, Konami's been doing like these smaller remakes and remasters. And
Well, they did a
ports.
real release of was it, I think, Metal Gear 1 to Metal Gear Solid 1 to 3, something like that.
Yeah, they did that. Then they just did the Suikoden remakes. They just they're also funding a lot of smaller indie projects I've seen. That Octopus game that came out not too long ago, and that other game that I just demoed the other day that's coming out at the on my birthday actually. Deliver at all costs. Konami's publishing that as well.
Huh.
Didn't they made a new Contra game too, or like a Contra spin-off recently as well?
Operation Galuga. I played the demo, and the first level is basically identical to the first level of the original Contra. So as far as I can tell, it's a remaster, and it looks great. But I don't know if it deviates anything past that into a new game, or whether it really is fully a remaster of the first game.
I don't know if it's just Konami what they do, because anytime they make a new Contra game, they always make the same first level. There's an arcade version of it, and it's exactly the same first level. Just huge.
And also with the ports of the older Castlevania games that were on the Game Boy Advance and the DS and everything too. So they looks like they're testing the waters. You know, there's a conversation I want to have about that one other day, but just it's too long to get into right now.
All right. Well, let's see here. We got did I I did forget to write it down. I'm like, wait a minute. My notes are not up to date here. Right? Oh. No. Nightmare, did you give us your number 3?
I have not.
Okay. Then I was like, for some reason I was seeing that Carl was the only one who had to go still had to go for number 3, but nope, my notes were correct that you and Carl both have to go. So all right, well, let's go with Nightmare, and then Carl can finish off for number 3s.
All right. So number 3, Infamous. Yeah, so the last mainline entry we got was Infamous Second Son in 2014, and then a standalone expansion, or basically a prequel, also same year. I never played either one of these because they just didn't appeal to me. I will say that the basic concept here for Second Son, just the main character being able to absorb other powers, that's kind of cool, but I didn't care for the rest of it. What I would really like is a return to Infamous 2 and go off the good ending and just like revive Cole, because at the end of the second game, so at the end of the second game, there's in the good ending, Cole.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Cole McGrath is the character's name, right?
Yes, Cole McGrath is the character from the first 2 games. And
for a second, I thought we were watching Sunset Overdrive with him grinding on the rails.
Yeah, it's one of the more fun ways to get around in the games. So yeah, he has like electrical powers, and it's a lot of fun.
He's Static Shock.
You're so right. He totally is. I never even thought of that. But yeah, yeah, he totally is. But yeah, and he can. Although I think his powers are slightly different, because basically, like, he can absorb electricity to like power himself, heal himself, all that stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is gameplay from Infamous 2. So
I'm sure I would have liked him, but they were PlayStations, so I never played these ones.
Yeah, you can play both of them on an emulator if you have a strong enough PC. But yeah, they're a lot of fun, and I think Cole is a much more interesting protagonist, and his powers are just a lot of fun. So I would love to see a sequel where they go back. So at the end of the second game, it's one of those games where it has 2 endings. For the first and second both do, based on your karma. You know, if you're good or bad. So in the good ending, on 2 spoilers for a game from like 2010, Cole dies, but then at the end there's like a question mark lightning bolt, and it's like, oh, maybe he's still alive, you know. And I'd like to go back to that, bring Cole back, and just have fun with it, do something really cool. Now, Do I believe anything at PlayStation can make a decently written game anymore? No. But it would be cool to see.
Yeah. If you
This
want
is
to factor
very,
in
very
how
emblematic of like the
feasible,
time it came out.
how feasible it is for it to come out, you could, but
Yeah.
this doesn't. It doesn't have to be. It could be like your dream game,
Yeah.
even if it's never going to happen.
Now, this is very much a game that is like from that late 2000s, early 2010s era.
This is PlayStation's Crackdown. Let's just get right to the point here.
I've
Yeah.
never played Crackdown, so
Yeah, the first Infamous game really is horribly dated. Like it absolutely looks like dog crap.
yeah, it doesn't look great, but it's still fun.
It plays okay. It's got too much floatiness to it, the first one, but the second one they definitely did improve a lot. Like Infamous is not a game. It's kind of like Crackdown. You're not playing for the story. Like I don't really know.
You're
Like
not?
no, this story is not
And I
that
played for
good
the
at
story.
all. It is
I-
it is boring. It is uninspired. It is not that great. Like
Yeah, I like the
it's
story.
it's fine if you like it, but it's really like secondary to the thing. Cole is like such a one-dimensional character, and like his motivations are just like not that great. But like
Yeah,
it is a gameplay game, and like that's like the best part about this game, especially number 2, because like they've really done a lot of things to improve everything in number 2, and even Second Son, I think like Second Son is like one of the best examples of like this prototype, Crackdown kind of clone kind of game. I forget the guy's name in
Delson.
Second Son. Delson, that's it. I actually got the platinum trophy for that one because I thought that was really fun, that game, because I think Delson's just more fun to play as because he has all the special powers. He's basically Rogue, if you want to like get a superhero
Yeah.
comparison. And like Cole, like yeah, he's fun. He's got those electric powers. And like I said, I think the second one, like they just do everything so much better. I almost put this on my list. It was going to be an honorable mention because I would love to see Sucker Punch do something like this again. I love Ghost of Tsushima, and
This was a Sucker Punch game.
this was Sucker
Yes.
Punch, yes.
Ah, okay. I didn't
This
know
is
that.
another Sucker Punch franchise, but like I said, I don't think Sucker Punch today is the same Sucker Punch that made any of these games. So
I mean, we'll see. Ghost of Tsushima was great.
Yeah.
So I got to see how like the Yote looks. I want to like Yote. I'm gonna still put like cautiously optimistic on it because Sucker Punch really knows how to make video games, like the actual way of making video games, like great combat, great level design. They are relatively innovative. I've liked all their franchises from Sly Cooper to now. So I do believe that out of all the Sony studios, Sucker Punch still, in my opinion, still is probably like their best studio that they got.
it might be.
So
But-
I gotta see. But like I said, I really did enjoy the Infamous franchise. I played. There was one of the only games I wanted to get a PlayStation 3 for, was this and God of War 3. And yeah, like I said, just recently played them not too long ago in the grand scheme of things, probably back in 2020, just recently again. And number one does not number one. I could see them like doing a whole like remake from the ground up, doing a whole like fresh coat of paint, 4K, and just re-releasing this one. I'd probably gladly pay for that one again. But also we heard that Sony and even Activision were thinking about doing crossovers with Prototype as well with this. That was leaked out there as well. And you never know what the future may hold. I mean, there's been talks that Prototype is also coming back. So maybe if Prototype comes back and does really well, then maybe we could see like, Infamous 1 remake come around one day.
Could be. I wouldn't hold my breath, but yeah, there's just something about Infamous 1 and 2. I also replayed these games just a couple of years ago, and I thought 1 was fine. I didn't have any problems with it, other than it just like looked kind of ugly. But yeah, I had plenty of fun with both of these, and it's just so these games are just so emblematic of the time period they came out in. And I just had so much fun with them. And for whatever reason, the story of 3, nothing about 3 ever really appealed to me, so I never bothered. But yeah, Infamous 1 and 2 are just so great. Like what I wanted to see was bring back Cole, and then the first game is based in, I think, a New York knockoff, and then second game is based in a New Orleans knockoff.
Yeah, that was
So
the
it'd be
fun part
yeah.
about it. Yeah,
it would be interesting to see maybe like a Los Angeles knockoff or something like that.
Chicago. We need some Chicago over here.
The one thing too
That might
that
just
I'm
be too close to New York.
yeah. The one thing that I'm surprised too, like we haven't seen anything sooner. Obviously, Sucker Punch is busy doing other things, but because of like the anti-superhero team or anti-superhero stuff in like The Boys or Invincible so popular, I'm surprised they haven't done something like that with the franchise because you can choose.
They kinda did in Second Son with that was like kind
Yeah.
of the antagonist. They
Yeah.
touched on it, but yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't heard anyone compare this to Crackdown, but I see it. Obviously the most thing it gets compared to is Prototype, which I played, and I never played the second one, but I do have it. But I loved.
Yeah, same. I love Prototype 1. Prototype 2 made me irrationally angry, so I never touched it. But I actually compared Prototype more to Spider-Man Web of Shadows.
Oh yeah,
Another game from right
I
around
recently
the same
played
time.
Web of Shadows, and I was like, this reminds me so much of Prototype.
Yeah, and I love Web of Shadows. I think the Web of Shadows is a game with so much potential that was so wasted, but it's still like a really fun game. I love the web swinging in Web of Shadows. I think the web swinging in that game is really underrated.
I just call these all clones of Hulk Ultimate Destruction because that was I think the
Very
first game
true.
that spawned this kind of genre. I would say.
Yeah,
I never played that, but
I haven't either.
Great
but
game.
I've heard it's
You guys
good.
should.
Yeah, I've heard from you and many other people. Like, hey, if you liked Prototype, you'll probably like Hulk Ultimate Destruction. So
yeah, I
If you
played
like
the
Crackdown-
2003 Hulk game. I didn't play the 2008 one.
Now, Ultimate Destruction is the one you got to play. If you love Crackdown, if you like Infamous, if you like Prototype, play that Hulk Ultimate Destruction. It's probably one of the best superhero games I've ever played, and you could tell like what inspired a lot of these games that we're looking at right now. Definitely, probably were inspired by Hulk Ultimate Destruction.
Interesting.
But yeah, Crackdown or Prototype was gonna be on my list. It was on my long list of franchise I'd like to see revived. But since I haven't played the second one yet, I'm gonna say definitely doesn't make it in my top 5 list. But Crackdown probably would have, but the most recent one is too recent, so it doesn't count. Because a lot of people hated on Crackdown 3, but I had a lot of fun with it.
The
Still
problem with
need to try
Crackdown,
it. I heard it was good. I heard it was interesting.
the
But
problem with Crackdown 3 is it took forever. It went through development hell. The
It did.
technology was bought out by another company, and it just is what it is. One day I want to try to get through and play Crackdown 3. I'm still working on 2, and I just find 2 so uninspired from the first one. Like the first one was just perfect.
I like the stuff that they added into, but it basically could have been a DLC for the first game because it's the exact same map, just with some additional quality of life improvements and some new gadgets.
Let me rephrase this. I liked the multiplayer that you and I played of Crackdown 2. Like that was fun,
Yes,
but the single player was just so boring.
fair enough. But in chat, dude saying, I think he was saying that Team Asobi, I think he's saying that because he thinks that's Sony's best studio, would be my guess.
I think they're good at making what they like the Astrobot games. I just have like a serious problem with the member berries of it.
Okay.
Like I feel like if they didn't have all the member berries, that no one would give a crap about that game. And that's like
Yeah.
a sad part to say because it actually is a really good game.
it would probably end up like Little Big Planet, which I thought was a very nice, very cute franchise. But
But don't we need
Just
member
kinda
berries
died
in platformers though?
We need member berries. I think like this is also coming from a guy who just said Project Cross Zone was like a game we want to bring back.
Right. Yeah.
I'm aware of what I'm saying. I'm
Yeah.
saying like for the problem with like Project Cross Zone was like it was used for advertisement of games because you could totally tell like they were hyping everything around that time in this game to push it out there, like Xenoblade and Fire Emblem Awakening, versus like Astrobot, which is a really great game, like a much better game than say Project Cross Zone. The biggest problem that I had with it was that it seems that everyone just talks about the nostalgia and they don't talk about the game. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's
Okay.
like the catch-22 there with that one.
Yeah, because
Do-
the way I look at it, just in platforms in general, you have to have member berries. Because even if you play a Mario game, like it's not the member berries that you might be talking about, where like, oh, we got to put all these franchises in the game to help move something. But like when you play a Mario game, you're like, oh, I remember playing this back then, and you have like these same feelings that you had, even if it was forever ago. If you were a fan of like a Mario game, we'll say, or if you play a Sonic game, and you're like, oh man, I remember. I wish these Sonic games were as good as this, and that's where you judge it. So I mean. I see where you're coming from too, but yeah, I think member berries and platformers in general, in my opinion, are like almost like a must.
You're not wrong, Jason. I'm not gonna like say you're.
No, no,
I'm not saying you're wrong.
I understand.
It's just that we're talking about games like Mario and Sonic. They have built-in nostalgia because those are iconic characters. Versus Astrobot feels like he doesn't have. He's not standing on his own. It's like here's Astrobot as Aloy. Here's Astrobot. It's Kratos. It's like okay, this stuff.
It's
is nice.
relying too heavily on the
Yeah.
I got you.
nostalgia.
He's
So-
playing dress up.
So here's the thing. It's like Nightmare brought up Little Big Planet. They've made like 5 Astrobot games before Astrobot. All right, we had Little
Mhm.
Big Planet. We've had Tearaway. We've had the Puppeteer. Like Sony has made pretty much these games already. They've made amazing platformers that are
Right.
just as good as Astrobot. Like I just said, Tearaway is like a really good example of that.
Yeah.
The Puppeteer is another great example of it. But they found a hit with Astrobot, but even that hit is more like a double, not a home run.
I got you.
It-
Yeah, because
it-
because that's what I was gonna say. It's like because like I mean, like you said, like they made so many versions of the same Astrobot in a way, but for some odd reason this one stuck. That just to me shows like this one was just a little bit better. But I do agree. Like they're. I mean, if you look at Sackboy and you look at Astrobot, they play dress up of characters from their franchises. I completely understand that. But to me, like I said, Astrobot to me is just it sticks out a little bit more, just because it's a little bit better of a gameplay. Even if you played like the one that came with the PS4, it's escaping me right now. But even when you played that, it's just a demo. It showed that there was a little bit something in there. But I mean, I do understand where you're coming from, though.
No, the PS5 pack-in was great advertisement for that too. So like it definitely was one of those things where everyone basically said the same thing. It's like I like this. I'd like it to make a game. And they made a game. Obviously, it won Game of the Year at some outlets. I can't argue that point that it was not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. It's just
No, I got you.
I wish he was standing on his own.
I got you.
Yeah, dude is saying that the VR Astrobot game has no member berries and it was great. So have you played the VR one, Carl?
VR makes me sick.
Oh, that's right. So
that's the first game I realized I could not do VR was actually Astrobot VR.
So, and he also says that Hulk would have been a perfect game for the Crackdown team to tackle. Yes, absolutely.
Which
So,
Crackdown team? We got to be specific here.
Oh, that's a good point. So, Crazy Landlow's here. What's up, Crazy Landlow? Saying Web of Shadows is amazing, as was Hulk Ultimate Destruction. Good to see you. Canadian saying, my Astrobot game is Star Wars Bounty Hunter. I know he's been playing through that. He was just streaming that yesterday. So,
yes, he was.
All right. Well, then that leaves us with Carl for his number 3.
All right. This is one that I just want back purely because it's nostalgia. And it
after you just got hate on member berries, I just want this for the member berries.
Yes, exactly. Because I
Understandable.
think I'm the only person that has actually been on a top 5 and referenced this franchise at least once. I know that for a fact. And I think it was for boss fights. So
Okay.
I would love to see Redemption from the last entry, which came out in 2007. And I want to see Def Jam come back in some way, shape, or form.
Oh, like Def Jam Vendetta?
Yeah,
Those
Vendetta and Fight for New York
Oh.
are surprisingly 2 of the best wrestling games that they ever made. Especially
I think you're
Fight
the
for
only
New
one who's
York.
mentioned those. Yes, I think you're correct about that.
And I love those games. This, like I said, this is like a kind of like when we're talking about Infamous. There's such great time capsules of like who were like the hot rappers of that time. You could go back and see like Method Man, Redman, Snoop Dogg is the villain of number 2, which is by far probably one of the best licensed games out there of all time. I got to say that it has a really amazing story. It's got fun, heart, character, really good wrestling mechanics, over the top action. And it's like one of the best written dramas that should not be, making any sense for like what these games are, you know? And then they released Def Jam Icons, and it was garbage. It was absolute garbage. Everyone hated it. I remember renting it from Planet Hollywood when that was still around. And I was like, what is this? This isn't Def Jam. This is
Hollywood
basically-
Video?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, yeah, isn't Planet Hollywood like a restaurant?
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, yeah.
Did I say Planet Hollywood?
You said
You
Planet
did.
Hollywood.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
I was like,
sorry.
I think you meant Hollywood Video.
Hollywood
That's where I
Video,
go
my
as
bad.
well.
There you
yeah,
go.
I
I
took it
didn't
to
say that.
Hollywood because we all had weird random video places that we all went to that had wacky names. So I was like, okay, you had a place called Planet Hollywood.
I have the
Where I grew
Planet
up, all we
Hollywood
had was
board game, and I
Blockbuster.
love
We had
that
like
thing.
we had nothing else, just Blockbuster. Yeah.
I had
Sorry.
we had Blockbuster, Hollywood Video, and then my place that I always went to was called Video Villa of all places. That was the place that I would spend my entire weekend.
So, sorry to interrupt, Carl. But just wanted to make sure we were all on the same page.
Yeah. I would say, like I said, this isn't really, this is just more so like these games were really great and they had like a really good soundtracks. If you liked that hip hop and rap and R&B kind of soundtrack like I did, it was just fun, remembering. I was like, oh yeah, do you remember like all these famous like rappers from that time period who were like really big? Some of them were kind of one hit wonders and they stuck around. But like legitimately speaking, once you get past like oh, I know this rapper, I'm gonna play as Method Man and Redman, and we're gonna have a tag team wrestling match against some like random like Russian dude or something. I just, like I said, these games actually were really fun. They had a really decent storyline for the first one, but like the second one, it was like just peak. It's like one of those like, if you think of like a licensed game or like one of those like great sequel games that just kind of blew everyone away, I think Def Jam Fight for New York is one of those games that like, epitomizes like what a sequel should be. Like they had like fun girlfriend fights too. Like you get like a girlfriend and then you can get like another girlfriend by like having them wrestle and fight it out and stuff like that too. It's just over the top fun. And I still think he's one of my hardest boss fights is definitely Snoop Dogg.
Yep, I
From
just
the
pulled
end of
up
it.
our top 5 boss fights, and that was your number 5 was Snoop Dogg from Def Jam.
Yeah. I just want it back too because I know Def Jam Fight for New York in specifically can be upwards of like $200
Oh, jeez.
if you want to buy it. And even Vendetta can reach up to like $75 because that's how, really well these games were, and kind of proves that they hold up. They're not like, oh, this is an obscure JRPG that's like $500 but it's terrible. Like, no, these games actually hold a lot of value because they're really good and they still hold up really well from what I can remember.
The funny thing about those games too is the reason why I think they go up in price a lot too is the fighting game community loves to buy it because they love to have side tournaments at tournaments with this game. So I think a lot of those places are buying the copies up so they can play them at their events and everything like that. So I think that's another reason why the game price has been going up a little bit.
That's funny, but I don't know. The game price has been high for quite some time. I want to say even pre-COVID, like the price for Fight for New York was at least close to 100. And now because of post-COVID, and like you said, a lot of people are now going out there buying. And I didn't even know about the side tournament stuff. That sounds fun.
Oh yeah, there's side tournaments for this game. Yep.
Yeah, speaking of EA, Def Jam Icon was published by EA.
Yeah, I know that game
they
was
all were.
terrible. So
Mhm.
terrible.
And I didn't know this until just now, but there was a Def Jam Connect music and rhythm game.
Oh Jesus!
That makes sense.
Def Jam Rap Star.
There was
Would you
also
rather-
Published by
Would you
Konami.
rather- Would you rather play Def Jam Rap Star or Star Wars Connect Dancing?
I knew you were going to say that.
which one has I'm Han Solo.
That's
one
the
we
Star
go
Wars
with.
Connect
Star
Dancing.
Wars one.
Exactly. That's the one you go with.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
Now, I love these games. They're just over the top, arcadey, fun, well written stories. What would I say to come back if they ever did like a redemption? Don't do what anything that you did in Def Jam Icons, and you probably already made a better game.
Oh, was that one not very good?
That one was. It was basically. It wasn't like a wrestling game. It was like trying to be a Street Fighter kind of clone, where it was just like two dudes duking it out. And I just remember one level was like two like cars would swing out and like just do like damage and stuff. It was so bad. I refuse to believe that game exists. It's just
Yeah.
it's nightmare fuel.
I just pulled it up on True Achievements, and the user rating is 2.4 out of 5, so not great.
I mean, the only thing, if EA did it and they did a Def Jam, all you have to do is just got Aki. If you get Aki involved, they knew how to make those wrestling games. They're the one who made this game to begin with. So I mean, if you get Aki involved, yes, they haven't aged, as we could tell by the AEW game that came out. But I mean, if they're just doing something over the top and crazy like this, I don't think it'd be an issue.
Like I said, if you have the opportunity, the first one's only on PS2 and GameCube. The second one's available on everything. Go out there and play these games. I guarantee you'll love these games. Even if you're not a rap fan, even if you're not a wrestling fan, I guarantee you will probably love this game series.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, Def Jam. Let's see here. So Def Jam on
Yeah,
PS2,
it looks goofy.
and the PS2 of Def Jam Vendetta and Fight for New York both have retro achievement sets. Now, because there was this and another franchise that was around the same time that was also big name people, rappers, the 50 Cent games. Was there any cross between them, or are they just completely separated?
No, they're separate.
Okay, because since I never listened to rap or anything, and I knew that there was these two franchises that had a bunch of big name rappers in them, I thought maybe there was some sort of like crossover between the two. But
No,
right.
Not at all.
All right. Any last words on Def Jam from anybody? All right. With that'll bring us into our number 2s. And let's go with the Nightmare.
All right, then. All right.
Get your presentation ready. Oh, there's some crossover.
Yeah. Yep, that's the one I was saying earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Same as Jason, but mine's at number 2.
Okay.
So yeah, F-Zero, I would absolutely love to see F-Zero make a comeback. Of course, the last mainline title was F-Zero GX in 2003. There actually were a couple more spin-off titles, I think. They were called GP Legends and Climax that came out in 2004, but I'm considering those spin-offs because they're based on the anime and not, based on the mainline F-Zero series. And F-Zero 99 definitely is a spin-off.
You talk about the Game Boy Advance ones, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah. Now where I differ here is that this is my franchise that I think. Yeah.
This is the only F-Zero game I played, and I was pretty darn good at it too.
There you go.
Nice.
Maximum Velocity. I just recently found out that there was a second GBA game. I don't remember what it was called, but there was a second GBA F-Zero game. I was like, I did not know that.
I think that one's actually before GX, so that's not one of the anime ones.
So like there's the F-Zero one that was a black box. I'm looking at it right now, and then there was a yellow box version that was based off the anime, and I think actually the Japanese version of that game got a sequel.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is that GP Legends is based on the anime.
Yeah.
Climax is the sequel, but Climax was Japan exclusive.
Which is sad.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't really care for the anime, so
I heard that one's actually really good as a racer too. Like a lot of people that have
interesting.
played it said that one is like the definitive version.
I think there might be like a fan patch for it, but yeah. So this, in my case, this is actually the game that I want to change the gameplay for.
That's what. Before you get into that, I was thinking. I know we talked about F-Zeros because when you were on Party Chat recently, we were talking about movies, and you were like, "I would like to see an F-Zero movie."
Yes, I would like to see, more F-Zero, more Captain Falcon. But so in my case, what I would like to see is repurpose the franchise, kind of like what Lois showed us with Kid Icarus. So take it instead of just a simple racing game, make it like a fast-paced action adventure, maybe an open world game with racing included in it, but focus on Captain Falcon's bounty hunting career. And I would love to see a developer like Platinum Games make it. Because if there's one thing Platinum Games knows, it's speed. They know how to make fast-paced games.
I think I would buy that day one.
Heck yeah.
When
Like F-Zero's cool, but like I'm not a huge racing person. So if it's like
Same.
just okay to me.
Same. And we know Captain Falcon's a good fighter because he's in Smash Brothers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you could do all sorts of like fast-paced melee combat. He carries a sidearm. You could use, there could be some gunplay. You could
Finish
throw some
off
racing
every
in there.
bounty with a Falcon punch.
You totally could. You totally could.
well,
I would
Bounty
love
And you could
Hunter
throw some
doesn't
racing in
necessarily
there.
mean
Car
killing
chases.
everybody.
What?
Being a bounty hunter doesn't necessarily mean you kill everybody.
I think in most cases you don't kill them because you're bringing them in. But
Yeah.
yeah, it would take like good story, good gameplay. But yeah, I think I would love to see like Platinum make an action adventure Captain Falcon game because that would just be so much fun.
That sounds like that'd be great.
That does
Yeah.
sound
See
fun.
what they could do is you could just give the players the choice to kill someone or not.
Yeah, you could definitely do that.
I know that's something Nintendo doesn't like to do, but
Yeah, you could,
know.
you kill them, you get your reward, and it's easy. But if you manage to bring them in alive, you get a better reward, maybe more XP, something like that, whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
or you get different allies based on how you tackle it as well.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, if it's open world, especially, you could have more. It could change the way that the world reacts to you, the way people think of you.
Yep.
So
Oh yeah, we already talked about that earlier when we were talking about it the first go around. But the first time I saw Beautiful Joe, I thought it was a Captain Falcon spinoff.
I think I thought it was a Mega Man spinoff. Funnily enough,
But when you mentioned Platinum, it reminded me of Beautiful Joe. I'm like, oh yeah, I thought that was. I haven't played Beautiful Joe, but I thought it was a spinoff for Captain Falcon.
did Platinum make Beautiful Joe?
Clover
I thought they did.
Studios.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was Capcom, not Platinum.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah, I was thinking of Platinum because my favorite Platinum game is probably Metal Gear Rising, but they also made, they made Vanquish, which I also love. I think they made Bayonetta. They made
yep.
a bunch of other games.
Oh, I think it was. I was getting it mixed up with because Platinum did do a game, The Wonderful 101.
Yeah, that is a similar look.
That's why I was thinking of Beautiful Joe and Platinum. So
You said Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. That's another game that needs to be brought back. I mean, people are starting to find out how good it was, but
Oh yeah, I wanted to put that. That's one of those games I wanted to put on my list, but because Revengeance is basically its own sub-series, but it only has one game,
yeah.
it wouldn't even work for honorable mentions because it just does not fit the criteria.
yeah,
That should be another topic because I got a bunch for that. Games series with only one entry that really need a sequel.
One hit wonders.
that
Yeah,
is
there you
an
go.
excellent idea. I will add that to the list.
I was gonna say that later, so thank you, Nightmare.
Yeah, I got a million for that.
Unfortunately, there are a lot of beat 'em ups because I have another beat 'em up style game that was on the PS3, Xbox 360. That'd be great too.
Yeah.
I just know that
so
Nightmare's idea would create an autistic amongst gamers, so I'm all for it.
Well, I mean, it's a good one because you have the racing game in Mario Kart, and I'm not saying that the gameplay shift shouldn't have any racing. Racing should be like a something small that is part of the bigger game.
Yeah, but not.
And
the
maybe
main
it could be
part of
more
it.
maybe it could be more like street racing. Like as part of the bounty hunting, you're chasing down people, that kind of thing. I mean, Captain Falcon's perfect for it because he is a bounty hunter. So
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, we said a lot on F-Zero earlier. So, yeah, while we were talking about it, you mentioned it, but I didn't realize it till literally just a few minutes ago that there are 3 F-Zero games on GBA. I thought that not too long ago, I thought there was only one, and then I found there was a second one, and tonight I'm finding out there was actually 3, when all the other F-Zero games is 1 per platform, and GBA got 3. It's like, That's funny. All right. Let's see here. Who wants to go next for their number 2?
I can go number 2. Mine's another Nintendo style game, so I guess we can see how many Nintendos we can knock out.
So
my
is
number
mine.
2 is there we go.
Mine is not Nintendo.
See a lot of Nintendo games that need to come franchise that need to keep coming back. My number 2 is going to be pretty easy. I talk about when we do a lot of top 10s, but my number 2 is Punch Out.
Nice.
It is a crime that we have not had Punch Out since the Wii. Super easy game. It's a boss fight simulation with another rhythm style of gameplay. I mean, the Wii game was okay.
I
was
thought it was
fine.
older than that. The last Punch Out I knew about was like the Super Nintendo one. I didn't even know there was anything since then.
Yeah. There was one on the Wii, which it was not terrible.
2009.
It went back to the Mike Tyson's or the Punch Out from the Nintendo. So it went back to like Star Punches and everything like that. It went away from like the arcade style. But I mean, the game's fantastic. Has a lot of charm. The characters are great. But I mean, it's insane that it's been since the Wii since we got one. So I mean, I'd love to see it. I don't know if we ever will. Because again, the game's more on the, I can't say simpler side because it's tough, but like not a lot of people are looking for games that you just boss rush all the way through, especially the way that it presents itself. A lot of people want something that they're going to spend like, the $60 to $80 on a game. They're going to want like more like a career mode and anything like that. And granted, you could put that in there, but that's not what the game's all about. The game's about learning a pattern and how can you get good with the pattern to, time attack the whole entire game. So.
So yeah, everyone knows about the NES one. There was Super Punch Out on Super Nintendo, and then nothing on N64 or GameCube, and then Punch Out on Wii.
Mm-hmm.
So wow, that's a big gap. Super Punch Out was 94, and Punch Out was 2009.
Yeah.
So 15-year gap between games, and now it's been 16 years. So the gap between the last one and now is actually bigger.
Yeah, Mike Tyson's Punch Out for the NES is the only one I've played. I never beat it though. I think our NES broke before I could ever get to beat it, even though I probably wouldn't have anyway because I wasn't good at it. Well, I shouldn't say that. I got all the way up to Bald Bull, I think his name is.
Bald Bull 1 or 2?
1 or 2.
There's 2 of them. So I'm assuming the first one.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was 2.
I'd say number 1 is a safe bet.
First one, probably.
Yeah.
Oh, the dude does make a good point.
No.
He says that you could call ARMS a Punch Out.
I'm about to just delete that. Yeah, no, it's no.
I haven't played it, so I don't know, but it looks like it's kind of in that vein.
Yeah, that was back when I was like 5 or 6, so I did all right for a 5 or 6 year old, I guess.
I recommend to people who haven't played it or hasn't played in a long time to boot it up and try it just to see how crazy the game can get. And if you're super good at it, that's awesome.
I don't want to feel bad about myself, so I'm not going to do that. Like I brought up Kid Icarus earlier. I booted that game up after a long time, and I couldn't even get past the first level. I'm like, no. Okay. I'm not going to boot up any more NES games after that.
See, I know if I haven't played it for so many times that I probably would be able to do it either. Because I've been playing the Expedition 33 and I suck at the parry and I suck at the perfect blocked stuff. So I mean, I don't have the reaction timing as I used to anymore. So going off of reactions, playing a Punch Out game, no way. I just know the game frontwards and backwards to know when stuff happens.
Let the record show that Jason's a scrub.
You and me both.
Happen. Yep. When you get to my age, you'll get there.
Don't remind me.
Oh, I'm already starting to feel it because you guys know I do Smash Bros every other Monday, and I'll get like some 14-year-old who just 0 to death me every single time, and it's like, all right, It's over, boys. It's over.
Mhm.
You know when I knew it was over for me? I'll tell you when I knew it was over for me. I was making a sandwich and my back gave out when I was making a sandwich. That's when I knew that I am officially
Yep.
old.
That's
I literally
hilarious.
was just like putting peanut butter on bread and I had such a bad back spasm. And I was just like, what's going on?
Wait
What
till
did
you
I do, God?
Wait till you do a push up and you break your back,
Oh, I don't want to. That sounds even worse.
or you
Yeah,
sneeze in it.
the back pain from lifting weights. I was doing that, what do they call it, the military dumbbell press, the overhead shoulder
Mm.
press,
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
and I had so much lower back pain after I did that. I don't think I
Dang.
can do that anymore.
Oh,
Let's just not exercise ever again. There you go.
I wish.
All right, so getting off of old people
Yeah.
aches and pains and ailments.
Back in my day, games weren't meant to be finished. You're supposed to play them till you die.
Listen, we've already talked about now that we know we're getting old when you see like Tony Hawk doing like vitamin commercials on TV now. It's
Mhm.
like we're
Is he
getting there,
really?
boys.
I haven't seen that, but I would not be surprised.
I saw it on vacation and I was like, oh no. I think I made the joke. I was like, is this what cable TV is now? It's like old people getting horrible diseases and like every other commercial is about like gay people not getting AIDS. And I'm being dead serious about that too.
I do see those ones on
I
YouTube
see those
all
all
the
the time, but I manage to avoid them because I mostly just watch cartoons.
I don't have cable, but like when my boomer mom, when we go on vacation with her, she has to watch TV. And like every commercial is just depressing.
They are bad.
Yeah.
Anyways, back on topic. All right, so Punch Out. Someone else mentioned that their number 2 is also Nintendo.
That
Who
was me.
That was all right. Lowest, hit us with your best shot.
And fire
Alrighty.
away.
Hey,
peop-
that was a great follow up there, Carl.
People who know me will find this one to be the least surprising choice out of all of these. But my number 2 is Golden Sun.
Very nice.
Oh, yes. Golden Sun. There's 2 games in this series. They're both
Really?
on the Game Boy Advance.
There's only 2. I thought there was a bigger franchise than that.
People say there's one on the DS, but no, that doesn't exist.
It's the Def Jam icons of the series.
Yeah, pretty much. So,
yeah. All 3 of them have retro achievement sets. Golden Sun, Lost Age, and Dark Dawn, which we don't mention, which is on the DS.
yeah, that game's a mess. It's still kind of fun, but the story is so stupid, like unbelievably stupid that I wanted to forget that it exists. Like if they ever go back to this series, I want them to just delete the 3rd one from existence and rewrite it. Just rewrite an entirely new story because it was that bad, in my opinion.
Ouch.
But yeah, this is another in a long list of franchises that Nintendo likes to neglect for whatever reason, even though these games, Golden Sun, especially 1 and 2, were like probably the most highly praised games on the Game Boy Advance, or at least among the best on the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're so good. The thing that I like the most about them that sets them apart from other JRPGs as well is the puzzle aspect. There's a lot of puzzle solving outside of combat. And what I've noticed is that other JRPGs really struggle at doing this, as well as Golden Sun has. Like, I'm a big fan of the Trails series, which I've been playing a lot of recently. And they put puzzles in every single dungeon, but they're the most brain dead linear. You can barely even call them puzzles. And they keep doing it over and over and over again. And I'm like, why are you doing this? This just makes your dungeons look like they don't make any sense from like a world building perspective. I don't know. But yeah, The problem with this one coming back though is that it's made by Camelot, who now does the Mario sports games. And that's what they've been doing since before Dark Dawn came out. Actually, they were heavily involved in all the sports games, and that's
Maybe it's something
basically
that
what
could break them up, because the Mario sports games has been pretty lacking in my opinion for the last couple entries.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't buy any of them because I'm too bitter about them neglecting Golden Sun in favor of Mario sports games.
Mario Golf is legit though.
I'll take your word for it.
The one on the Switch?
Nah, the GameCube one.
Oh yeah, I'll agree with that one. I'm talking about like the more recent ones that it's been that like the ones that were on the Switch, like the tennis, the golf. To me, they were
Didn't Camelot also do Hot Shots Golf?
yes, those are the good ones. Whatchamacallit, everybody's golf.
That's getting a port.
Oh, I
I know
didn't know
that
that.
soon.
Yeah, Hot Shots Golf. Yep.
Are you
Bunch
gonna
of
join
Mario
us?
sports.
Join us on that one, Jason. I know that AC and me said that we want to play that with everyone.
Huh.
Yeah. Are you talking about the new Everybody's Golf that's coming out?
Yeah, the PC port that's coming out.
Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Hell yeah.
It's funny because lowest's number 2 and number 3, Shining Force, is also Camelot.
Yep. Yeah, Camelot did Shining Force before they were bought by Nintendo. I think they were bought by Nintendo, yeah. And then I think Golden Sun was like the only RPG that they made for Nintendo.
Both of these games too are relatively decent if you're a physical collector to get complete in box for relatively decent prices. Because when I first started retro collecting, everyone told me that these were really great games, and I think I got both of them for like $80 each, which isn't terrible when you talk about complete in box Game Boy Advance games with the manual and the maps and everything.
Yeah, especially with the box breaking.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that sounds pretty good actually.
So I know that I played a decent amount of the first one, but I stopped because I really hated playing on my Game Boy Advance SP because the sound was so terrible and low, and I have horrible hearing already, so like that didn't help. This is a series I want to get back to because, like Lois was saying, like it's so fun to just like you if you're watching right now, like all the puzzles that you do, you have to use the powers to push, pull, freeze, stuff like that. It is actually fun to play a game like that actually tries to do something unique and interesting, and it's something that I don't see in too many JRPGs, like Lois was saying. So I do agree, and I know that they are on Nintendo Online. One of them or both of them, I think, actually.
Yeah, I think they're both on the Game Boy Advance.
So if you get a chance, you should check these games out. Like I've only played the first one, and I played probably about like half away of it. These are actually really good, especially if you're a JRPG fan and you're looking for like, something quote unquote new. You should definitely at least try these out, especially if you're a JRPG, fan. You gotta at least play at least one of them to say like you're worth your salt.
Yeah, and that's probably the coolest thing about them is how all your characters will learn all these powers that you can use in battle, obviously, but then you also use them outside of battle to solve puzzles and do a bunch of other stuff too. And there's not a lot of stuff like that out there.
No, you're right, because sometimes like JRPGs have none of it, or they kind of like half-ass it. But this one actually did a good job of it.
And the one that we're looking at here on your screen, is that the original one?
Yep, that's the first one.
Okay. So yeah, the Dark Dawn, the one we don't talk about, which is apparently terrible, that was 2010. But the other two, the first one and then Lost Age, those were 2001 and 2003 respectively. So it's been a good long while.
Yeah. The second one's my favorite, actually. That's this one. Because the second one... well, if there's people who want to play it, maybe I shouldn't say.
Oh.
But it's
spoilers.
basically like a 1.5. Where there's a lot of places where the first game is lacking, and this one basically fills in all those gaps. And it's a much more full game, and it feels it's a lot more challenging too. Like the puzzles these puzzles will twist your brain in the second one. So if you're not a puzzle guy, then maybe you won't like it as much. But
Don't listen to him. Just look it up on YouTube and move on.
That's as I say. There's walkthroughs now.
Just do walkthroughs.
There's strategy guides.
you can't do that. That's cheating.
Who cares?
I mean,
I'm
solve it.
34. I'm trying
Yeah.
to maximize my time. Damn it.
I mean, yeah, you solve it first by you try to solve first by yourself, and if you can't, and you're like, man, I really like this game, but I want to continue, then use a strategy guide.
Lois, I can't make a
Yeah, I
sandwich without
suppose.
blowing out my back. I don't have time left in this world to just worry about figuring out.
Puzzles are probably the best part.
That's why I said you should try to solve it first yourself.
Yeah.
So,
It's probably my favorite aspect of these games, actually, because the puzzles, they're not just challenging, they're actually really well designed and clever.
it's like, maybe that could be an answer for me, since I'm not a big fan of JRPGs, but I like puzzle games. Like for franchises in a new genre, a Golden Sun puzzle game without the JRPG elements.
There you go. I think you might be able to get on with this one, though. The battle system is like really quick. It doesn't waste your time like other JRPGs do.
It looked like it.
Yeah, so you're not going to be spending a lot of time in battle, and you actually, once you get to a certain point, you actually unlock an ability that lets you avoid random encounters.
I was going to say, it
then-
looks like it's random encounters, not like actual enemies wandering the map. Is that right?
Yeah, it's random encounters, and you have there's an item and a spell that you can use outside of battle that will turn off random battles for a certain amount of time. But then if you do that and you come across a boss, you're gonna get wrecked pretty hard.
Like they're
Probably.
under leveled.
Yeah.
Okay.
And on a first playthrough, there's some bosses that'll totally whoop you too, if you're not prepared for it. I remember when I was a kid, this was like my first like actual turn-based JRPG that I owned outside of Pokemon. And there were a few places where I got stuck for a long time because of the battles. I wouldn't call them difficulty spikes because they're properly balanced, and you can tell on like a second or third playthrough. They're not like, or at least I could, because on the second or third playthrough I got through them just fine. But if you're not
There's skill checkpoints.
skill check, that's the right term, basically.
All right. DJ Darrell was saying that he's giving a thumbs up to Golden Sun, but his pick is Breath of Fire, which I think is also from around that time frame.
Breath of Fire,
Super
Nintendo.
NES, yeah.
Oh, okay. But
I think
similar genre.
there was one. What is it? Breath of Fire 4 came out on the PS1.
3 and 4 came out on the PS1, and then they ported 1 and 2 to the Game Boy Advance.
Right.
And then they had that spin-off game, Dragon something for
Dragon Quarter.
Yeah, that's for
Oh,
the
PS2.
PS2.
I've heard everyone hates that one.
Looks like all of the Breath of Fire games, with the exception of Breath of Fire 3 on PSP, have retro achievement sets. So, all right. But Crazy Landlord agrees for when we're talking about puzzles. That's what I do. I try to figure out the puzzle, but if I can't figure it out after a while, then I'll look it up. So,
I mean, that's what I do too. That's what I mean. It's like I don't want to waste too much time if something's bothering me. I'm like, I need to play more games.
for me, it depends on the game. If it's a puzzle game, I try not to look up like guide on anything. But if it's a game that like has puzzles thrown in, if I can't figure it out, and I'll be like, I'm not here to play this game for puzzles, then I'll look it up. But
Basically,
Like you time box it. If I can't figure this out in like 10, 15 minutes, whatever seems reasonable, then just look it up.
yeah,
exactly.
so
I can't say much. I used to buy strategy guides all the time, so I mean, that's how I do it. I mean, I'll try it first, and if I didn't do it, then my strategy guide just popped out. Okay, this is how you do it.
It's a single player game. Cheat all you want, as long as you're having fun.
Exactly.
I will beat my head against the wall for a long time before I look something up.
I wish I could do that.
To each their own. So, all right. Looks like we got Carl and I for our number twos. Carl, what do you want to go? Or you want me to go?
You can go.
All right. So for my number two is one of the long lost games of a developer who can't count to three.
Oh,
Oh yeah, no, here we go.
yep, here we go.
You would think that I'm talking about Half-Life 3, which I would absolutely love a Half-Life 3, but talking about puzzles, my favorite of the Valve games is Portal. I would do almost anything for a Portal 3.
I am with you.
The Portal 2 was April of 2011. My goodness, I remember that was one of the last midnight launches I went to. That and I think Mass Effect 3 were probably the last midnight launches. But I freaking love this game so much. I recently just helped someone through, or we got through most of it. We still have a little bit to do, but I was helping someone through the co-op, which is so like the first Portal, like when it was kind of thrown, I wouldn't want to say as an afterthought, but it was debuted in the orange box, which was with Half-Life 2 and its 2 episodes and Team Fortress 2. And here's Portal. And it was like almost like a tech demo because it's pretty short. You can beat it in a couple hours. They took everything in it and cranked it up to 11 and took all their crazy ideas and just went nuts and wild with them in Portal 2. Has a phenomenal, fantastic single player mode with arguably one of the best. When let's see here, was that a top 5? Well, we did do bosses. Let me pull up here real quick. Did I put that on my top 5 bosses? I did include someone from Portal 2 in my top 5 bosses, but GLaDOS is definitely. That's what it was. It was a party chat topic one time. We were talking about our favorite antagonists in games, and GLaDOS was my answer to that question. One of the best antagonists in a game. Great, well written. Has a great campaign, lots of great puzzles, and has a completely separate co-op mode meant for 2 people with a whole separate section that's designed for 4 portals instead of 2, and it's phenomenal. I just recently played through that with someone recently because I was talking about Portal on a stream. I was like, hey, if anyone wants to do the co-op, let me know. I love it. Oh, it was Snap Rai. That's right. We went and played through because it's got 5 chapters, and I think we did the first 3, so we still have the chapters 4 and 5 to go. But I love it. If anyone ever wants to do the Portal 2 co-op, I've got it on Xbox and on Steam. I'm happy to do it again because I freaking love this game, and I just want more Portal. There was rumors in not long after Portal 2 came out that they were going to release a free DLC or a title update to it, and where you could design your own Portal test chambers and share them so other people could download them and play them themselves. I'm so disappointed that never came to be because I would play Portal like forever if that happened. That may have been available on the PC version. I'm not sure because the Steam version of Portal, I only played it for the first time when I played a Snap a few weeks ago.
I think it might have workshop support, but I'm not sure.
But there was a fan-made, essentially a sequel with additional mechanics. And if you have Portal 2 on Steam, it's available for free called Portal Revolution. I've not played it yet, but I'm very much looking forward to playing it at some point. Because they add new mechanics and stuff to it, and it looks awesome. And this is my favorite puzzle game of all time. I love first-person physics puzzle games. There's a lot in this genre, but this one, in my opinion, does it the best. I love this game so much, and I love Half-Life. It was in my top 5 shooters when we did top 5 shooters recently. But of all the Valve franchises that they can't count to 3, Portal is my favorite. I would do nearly anything for Portal 3. There have been a lot of rumors lately. I literally just heard someone talking about it on a stream like an hour before we went live that, because that's kind of the meme is like, Half-Life 3 confirmed. There have been a lot of strong rumors lately that Half-Life 3 may actually come to be. And if that happens, it's very likely that we could finally get a Portal 3. I don't think it's going to happen, But if we get Half-Life 3, I'll be very happy about that. But I'll be more happy when we get an announcement of Half-Life 3 or Portal 3 because I love this game
I heard
so
that-
freaking much.
Yeah, I heard there's strong rumors next month we might see Half-Life 3. I don't see that happening at all because, again, it's one of those Grail games that I don't think will ever happen. I can't say ever happen, but you know what I mean. But yeah, I've heard a lot saying next month might be something that we see a 3 finally.
Yeah, I remember a long time ago, there was a rumor or something in my mind. My brain might be mixing things up, but one of the concepts for either Half-Life 3 or more likely it was for Portal 3, there was some concept where basically Chell, the main character, would escape the facility finally, and then she would join up with Gordon Freeman.
That'd be
So
interesting.
that was one of the concepts, and I think that would be an interesting concept, especially since they take place in the same universe.
Yeah.
Also, Neo, when you were describing what you love about the game, I was so disappointed you didn't mention one of the greatest things about it.
Oh,
One of the greatest side characters of all time, Cave Johnson, the man who's going to burn your house down with lemons.
What do I need lemons for? I don't need any freaking lemons. Cave Johnson, yes. I can't believe I forgot to mention that. You never see him. I mean, you see a portrait of him, but he's not a character. There's no character model for him.
He's not even live, and I think he's dead by
he has passed away
game.
already.
But
you
it's
hear
just
his recordings throughout Portal 2, and they are great. Voiced by the fantastic J.K. Simmons. He does such a great job.
I remember the first time I played the game, I recognized his voice immediately because I'd seen the Spider-Man movies a million times. I'm like, okay, that has to be J. Jonah Jameson.
Yep, I was like, is that J.K. Simmons? It is J.K. Simmons. So yeah, Cave Johnson is a great, minor character that you hear his voice in recordings throughout Portal 2. It's fantastic.
I'd say he's more than minor. He's like a side character for sure, just because of how much he's in. You hear him.
Just that he's not actually in the game, so to speak. So, but yeah, he's a great character and it's a lot. It's been a while since I played it. That's also on my backlog of games to replay is the Portal 2 campaign. But yeah, he's got just a lot of great lines in the game as well.
Yeah.
So. On Party Chat last week, I talked about Portal because on the topic where we talked about franchises we'd like to see explore a new genre, I also talked about Portal because I was like, I'd love to see a Portal game done as a 2D platformer. And I realized just today, I was like, wait a minute, I swear I'd forgotten about it because it was so long ago, but I was like, I think I played a 2D platformer. So I Googled it, and there is a 2D puzzle, a 2D Portal game. It's a Flash game that someone made. So there is a 2D side-scrolling Portal game as a Flash game out there on the web.
Yeah, I played that as a kid. I actually played that before I played the official Portal games.
So I found that I played probably 4 or 5 levels. It's not great. There's some issues with it, but it's basically everything you would love about Portal, just without the dialogue.
Yeah, it's good. One thing you could do is if they did go the route of Chell going outside, you could maybe start using some of the Portal mechanics as sniper mechanics or different ways to fight enemies
and then shoot through them.
Yeah, or basically set up traps for enemies to walk through and then kill them or disable them, whatever it may be. I think that would be a cool way to kind of expand Portal gameplay.
Yeah, maybe take a page out of the Splitgate playbook.
Maybe. I'm not familiar with that series, but sure.
Yeah, Splitgate is a free-to-play game. It basically looks and plays like Halo, but it has portals in it. And the sequel is supposed to be coming out this year, from what I hear.
Nice.
It looks really cool. I always want to play it. I haven't played it yet. I do plan to, but I may just play the second one because it is an arena shooter. As far as I know, there's no actual campaign. But it's if you want Halo with portals, that's what Splitgate is. So
I will say one thing about this game that it'd be very interesting to see if there was a poll, a mass poll, is if Valve chose to choose 1-3 out of all their franchises, which one would they choose over fans wise? Would they want a Half-Life, a Portal, Left 4 Dead, or something like that? Which one would they want more? Right, yeah, that one too.
I'm pretty sure Half-Life 3 is going to win by a landslide.
I think Half-Life would win just for the meme. Just for the meme.
Just for the meme.
Would win. Yeah. Now, if Valve is in charge, it'll probably be Team Fortress or CS:GO or not seems to
You're probably right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would be very curious because I know Portal's so big, but again, Half-Life is its own monster as well. So it'd be, I don't know, it'd be interesting.
Half-Life also has more of a story to it, and they never finished the story, so there's that too.
While we're on the topic, did anyone, probably not Carl since he can't do VR games, did anybody play Half-Life Alyx?
I did not.
Mm-mm.
I own it, but I never played it.
Yeah, I have it on my wish list because I recently found out that there is a no VR mod, so you play it with just mouse and keyboard. So I have it on my wish list because I do want to pick it up at some point, but I have not played it yet either.
Yeah,
but apparently it sets up for a Half-Life 3.
Yeah, but I noticed back when I was more into VR, a lot of VR games were very disappointing, cut down versions of main games. Doom is an extreme example of that.
I've heard that
Half-Life is not as good.
I've heard that Half-Life Alyx is one of the shining poster boys for how good VR games can be.
Yep, for sure.
Or more accurately, poster girl, since you play as Alex.
Yeah,
that's what I've heard too. I still need to play these Portal games.
The first one's very short.
Yeah, the first.
I think the reason why these games are because I've played games like the Talos Principle.
I have those. I have not played them yet, but I'm very much looking forward to playing them.
I love the Talos Principle, and I would probably love these games too. I think
if
the
you
reason
like Talos, you'll probably like Portal.
Yeah, I think the reason I never played them was because they got spoiled for me a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the story's not that important. More, the dialogue is hilarious, but
it's still like a discouragement to get into something. The same thing happened to me when I was in the middle of Final Fantasy VI. I think the ending got spoiled for me.
Eek.
And then I just lost the motivation to continue playing it.
You never finished it?
No.
All right. Well, I think that leaves us with Carl finish off our number twos.
So, my number two started as a Nintendo exclusive, and then it lost exclusivity because the PS2 was just a monster system seller. And
your number two started as a Nintendo exclusive, made its way through your colon, and came out as a Sony game.
Basically, yes. Clovis Studio, we just mentioned it earlier. That's the Beautiful Joe series.
Oh.
Big fan of Beautiful Joe. I didn't know that they actually made a quasi sequel spinoff for the DS until not too long ago. So gonna have to check that out. But I just like the Beautiful Joe games. I know Mr. Angry Canadian, he's going to be playing one relatively soon. I think these games are just, really good. I can't really say too much more about it. I think the combat's really fun. They're unique. They're interesting. They're tough. That's another thing too. If you're looking for a game that's got fair toughness to it and not just what I like to call unnecessary toughness, these are one of those games that you should check out. The setting is very interesting, and it's kind of, like I said, another one of those time capsule games where you look at it and you go, oh, yeah, this is, just very fun. I played it relatively recently again on the GameCube not too long ago. The controls still hold up really well. Just the uniqueness of how to take down the enemies, just the little trippiness to it. The over-the-top, kaiju / superhero Japanese / Western setting that they merge in to make this game is really fun. It's got that Power Rangers aesthetic, as you can see here. Joe becomes basically a Sentai character here. It gets all these crazy time motion powers, and everything is kind of done like it's a movie, So it's if you die, they go cut, and everything else like that. And they just give you it's all about dodging and learning how to use your proper powers and timing and stuff like that. It's just pure fun. This is one of my Capcom is one of my favorite developers, and they have a whole graveyard of IP that I absolutely love. Some of which we've seen come back recently with Onimusha and Okami. They're getting sequels, and they've confirmed that as well. And I think this is one of those. This is the last one that I'm absolutely like hoping for from that Clover Studio like timeline, is to see this come back in some way, shape, and form. I would just settle for right now just bringing them to modern consoles, because I still think these games, like artistically, they don't look bad. They still look really good. You don't even have to do too much work. You can port them just like that you did with Onimusha and Okami, and I guarantee you these probably will be smash hits today. They're kind of cult classics. I don't think they like sold that amazingly well, but like they did well enough to get a sequel, get ported to the PS2, and get 2 spin-offs. Like I said, last time we saw a game for this was for the DS in 2005, and I didn't even know they made a DS game for the series too. So we've seen Joe basically in everything from Capcom fighting games. Still, I think he got his own little anime as well, if I recall, for a little bit. I can't remember off the top of my head. But I don't know. I love this guy. I got a statue of him. It's one of my favorite statues I own for gaming. And yeah, I just want to see him back.
So I'm looking at I've got the series here, and it looks, from what I'm looking at, it looks like it launched on PS2 and GameCube on the same day, June 26, 2003.
Yep.
So, but there was a PSP game that came out in 2006. That was Beautiful Joe Red Hot Rumble.
Yeah, that's not that good.
But yeah, and then the Beautiful Joe 2 on PS2 and GameCube as well. So,
Yeah, there was an anime around like 2008, 2009.
Yeah, no, I remember when this game first got announced and got shown, I was like, "Oh, cool! They're making a sequel to Comic Zone, in a way, just because of like the style of gameplay, and instead of going into a comic book, they were going into a movie." So when it first got announced, it was great to see that. And again, with the Capcom charm, it's always nice.
Yeah, they were highly rated games when they first came out, and like I think that's like kind of funny. I think like the difficulties are child and adult. So
They were like not movie ratings, but they were like movie ratings, if that makes sense.
yeah, like I said,
like fake movie ratings.
you got to play these
Mhm.
games. Like I said, like how you see him hitting these characters, it actually feels like it's got like weight behind it too, which is funny to say. It just feels like satisfying to pull off one of these combos and stuff like that.
Yeah, I haven't played them, but I know, I don't, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that they didn't really sell all that well, but they were kind of like cult classics, cult
Yeah,
hits.
I said that a little bit earlier.
Okay.
But yeah,
Yeah.
they did not exactly light the sales chart on fire. But like I said, a lot of people like the series. You know.
Yeah.
I always
heard nothing
joke
good things about it.
around. Yeah, I always joke around, and people that understand Capcom know this is it was 2000s Capcom. That's how much it sold.
It was Clovis. You know, that's really what it was. It's the same people who made God Hand. It's the same people who made Okami. You know, they basically made a lot of those really fun, you know, over the top, like stylized games back in the day. And I'm happy that Capcom at least is bringing that studio back.
All right. So Beautiful Joe for your number 2.
Hence to the go-go, baby.
All right. Well, that will bring us to our honorable mentions. So, let's go. We haven't heard from Lois in a while. So why don't you let us know what your honorable mentions are?
Sure. So, remember earlier when I was talking about having a hard time deciding what my number 5 would be?
Yeah.
There were the other 4 that I have that were contenders for that are Langrisser,
I haven't heard of that.
Banjo-Kazooie, Nights into Dreams, and Musashi.
Brave Fencer Musashi.
Yeah.
I've heard of Musashi, but I don't know anything about it.
It's the Saturday morning cartoon video game.
Basically. And then before Neo dropped his rules on us, I had Cell Damage on my list, but there's only been one game in that series. So
Oh, okay. What was that originally on? Because I played that as an Xbox One game, but I know it was it a Dreamcast?
GameCube, Xbox, and maybe PS2.
It was
Okay.
that original gen, right? That's the cartoon with the chainsaw stuff, the card
Yeah.
battler.
It's basically
Yes.
like edgier Looney Tunes, basically.
Kart
And
racer.
it's like it is there's a racing mode, but it's more of like a car combat thing, like Twisted Metal.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it was a hilarious game, and it was so much fun, especially if you get into the playing it with other people. It's super fun and super silly.
So, dude saying he's got to head out. I'll listen to the rest of my. Good night, dude. Thanks for hanging out. And he said that the only Valve games he played were the Left 4 Dead games. So have a good one, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Later, dude.
Yep. The Knights and Banjo-Kazooie, if they brought those back now, the people making them would probably turn them into a disaster. Especially Knights, because that was made by Yuji Naka, who made Balan Wonderworld, which was supposed to be a successor to that.
I've
Goat.
heard that's terrible.
That game's the goat.
It's certainly special. But I got a list of other stuff that I want them to bring back that I'd want to see brought back as well. Jet Force Gemini, Skies of Arcadia, Diddy Kong Racing, SSX, Senran Kagura, the Folklore for PS3, Pandora's Tower, Knights of Azure, Gravity Rush, Artanelico, Dragon Quest Builders, Gurumin, A Monstrous Adventure, Reciteer, Valkyrie Profile, and Drakengard is the last one.
Drakengard's the Nier franchise, right?
Yep, it's part of the
Yeah.
same series, so the last one was technically 2017. But I'd want them to make an actual Drakengard 4.
Okay.
That's what I want their
Well,
next
Nier
game
is
to be.
Nier's a spin-off of Drakengard, right? So Drakengard
Okay.
hasn't had a mainline title.
Technically, but they're all part of the same like story. Because the Nier series is based off of Drakengard 1's ending E.
Yeah.
They're all part of the same timeline and everything. So I don't know. I consider them part of the same franchise, and they're more or less the same genre as well. They're like action games.
Okay. All right.
Do the Drakengard games like follow one another like direct sequels, or are they like different like the Nier games are?
Drakengard 3 is a prequel of the entire series, and Drakengard 2 happens after Drakengard 1's ending A. So it's like a different timeline.
Sounds
Okay.
very convoluted. It's like this
Yeah,
game's
it's a
ending
bit
A
Sounds
leads into
very-
this game's ending C, but this
Sounds
game's
very
ending
Hideo
D.
Kojima.
It's Yoko Taro. He's one of those guys. So
All right.
that's why we love him, though.
All right. I think I'll go ahead and I'll run through mine. So I had probably none of mine that were on my list would have been on my list if it wasn't for games and the franchise having an announced sequel, because it would have been Metroid Prime and Ninja Gaiden and Perfect Dark, Elder Scrolls, and Donkey Kong. But all of those have recently, like within the last, mainly 6 months, have had a game announced. So it kind of totally threw my list on its head. I've got a number of games that aren't old enough yet. I feel like it's been long enough, but doesn't meet the criteria. And then a bunch of games that I played and I liked, but not enough for them to make my list. But the ones that do make my honorable mentions, because I love these franchises a lot. The Tony Hawk did not make it because I would love to see a Tony Hawk 6, although I'd never played Tony Hawk 5 because I heard it was absolutely terrible. But we are getting a Tony Hawk 3+4 remaster within a couple months. So I was like, that'll definitely fill that void. So Tony Hawk definitely gets moved to honorable mentions. Another one, I know Jason will like this because this was, I think, his number one when we did top 5 360 games. A Rock Band 5. I never played Rock Band 4 though, because the instruments aren't compatible on the next generation of hardware without adapters, and those adapters, because they stopped making them, are incredibly expensive. However, I just stumbled across like a Reddit thread like a couple days ago that some random person who loves these games, I haven't saved because I need to go look at it more, but they did something that allows your old peripherals to be used on the next generation hardware. So if I can figure out how to get that working, I'll finally go and play Rock Band 4. But I would love to get a Rock Band 5, assuming that I can get all my peripherals that I currently have to work. As mentioned earlier, Half-Life, I would love Half-Life 3, but Portal definitely takes the cake for me when it comes to the Valve franchises. And then the one that I would have been on my list, but I had to bump it off because of another game that is on my list that I haven't talked about yet. But the one my would have been my number 6 on tonight's list, so it's my number 1 honorable mention, is the a fourth Rogue Squadron game, because there was a Rogue Squadron on NES, then there was Rogue Leader and Rebel Strike as Rogue Squadrons 2 and 3 on GameCube. And those are my top favorite Star Wars games. I would love to get a fourth Rogue Squadron space flight combat, more arcadey, because there was recently the Star Wars Squadrons, but that plays more like the classic like X-Wing and TIE Fighter games, which those are fantastic as well. But I would love to get a one that's more in the vein of the Rogue Squadron games. But there are other ones like it that could kind of fill that void. So that's why that one got bumped to my honorable mention. So those are my honorable mentions. So, Carl, what about your honorable mentions?
So my honorable mentions would be as follows. I would like to see Injustice 3. I like the first 2 Injustice games a lot. I actually do enjoy the stories. Not a big fighting game fan, but I do enjoy those a lot, comparatively speaking.
I'm wondering what is going on inside Jason's head right now when you're talking about Injustice 3.
Justice 2 is terrible.
I actually liked it.
Standing full screen, just throwing fireballs all day. Fireballs. Okay, get in. Nope, can't get in. Fireballs.
I thought I remember Jason saying that Injustice 2 was not good, so I was like, I think he's like, no, this
It looked good. It looked nice.
It looked fun as far as fighting games go. Of course, I love Kevin Conroy. He's in it. I think George Newbern is Superman in those games. Might be him or Tim Daly.
The truth is like if you're not a actual fighting game guy and you just play a single player like me, they're serviceable.
Yeah.
To be honest with you,
I'm not a huge fan of the plot myself. I just don't think it really.
We'll get another Mortal
Superman.
Kombat versus DC, then we'll get another Injustice.
Most likely, but I would like a number 3.
Canadian says, Jason, remember, you're talking to a filthy casual.
For fighting games, yes.
I mean, I can still talk to casuals and just understand standing full screen and throwing fireballs and thinking you're good is nothing.
Oh, I don't think
And then
that's
it just
good.
No. Just in general, like a wide variety of like a game's good or a game something like it just bothers. Like I don't know, my brain just like. Sorry, this part of my brain kicks in, and I apologize.
The hardcore, these filthy casuals.
But again, it's not even that. It's not even that. Like I don't know. There's part of the game that it's just like I like the way it looked, but it's just like I don't know. I don't know.
Good. That's why these are honorable mentions.
Good. Yeah, that's good.
Another game series I'd like to see come back is the Siren series by Sony. If you guys don't know what that is, it's basically Japanese Silent Hill.
I thought Silent Hill was Japanese Silent Hill.
No,
This is more.
it's like actually Japanese setting.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Kind of like the new Silent Hill F is going to be in actual
basically.
Japan.
Yeah. That's a good call.
That's why that's why I'm really interested in that one too. Another game series that I would like to see come back is the Digital Devil Saga series. I would like to see that maybe come back and get a third.
Don't know that one either.
And that is basically Atlas's other forgotten franchise in their Shin Megami Tensei spin-offs from Persona, Soul Hackers, Devil Saga, whatever. These are also like the more hardcore JRPGs, and they're more adult themed for the people who don't want to deal with like high school or drama. So I would like to see these come back in some way, shape, or form as well. Because we only got 2, so. I think
Meanwhile,
it'd
the
be-
high school drama is what I like most about Persona.
I was just gonna say, I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Lois loves that aspect.
I would literally if they cut all the combat out of Persona and it was just like a high school simulator, I would still play it.
I love Persona, so I that's why I also think Persona 3 Portable is still probably one of the best ones because I do like that it's got that more heavy visual novel aspect to it.
I hate high school stuff.
Okay, well then maybe Nightmare will like it.
I like high school stuff when it's better than my high school experience.
So, all right. Any other honorable mentions, Carl?
I like to see a return to the Death Junior franchises. I think that'd be fun.
Another one that I've never heard of.
Death Junior is basically a platforming
Oh, the
game.
the small little Grim Reaper guy, right?
Yeah, it was a comic book. And it's like one of those weird, twisted, dark fantasy comic books where it's like Death has a kid, and he goes to like a regular school, and like these there with like other freaks too. It's so wild and weird. But they made 2 video games for that series, for the PSP, and I think one got ported to the Wii, if I recall correctly. So I feel like those are fun platformers that I would like to see come back in some way, shape, or form, just for the pure Schadenfreude of people going like, "What is this game?" And I guess I have one more I'd like to see come back too. Just purely because I think it'd be fun. I'd like to see the Digimon World Series come back, and specifically the Digimon World Series.
Okay. As opposed to
What they currently are doing with like Survivor and Code and stuff like that. I would just bring back the world. Make it simple. They have 4 mainline world games, and then they started doing other Digimon stuff.
All right. Cool. All right. Yeah, I haven't. I watched a little bit of the anime back in the day, but I don't know anything about the games, so I wasn't sure exactly what you meant by that. Because like, yeah, didn't they just have a Digimon game not that long ago? But you're talking about like a different style of Digimon game.
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. Before we move on to the next one, Sons of Shadows is back. What's up? Good to see you again. He says, gonna raid you next time. Well, that'd be awesome. I appreciate it. And he says, revive Dead Space, Shadow Hearts, and Legend of Dragoon. I don't know Shadow Hearts, but I do know Dead Space and Legend of Dragoon. I think Carl's a big fan of that last one, right?
Legend of Dragoons, I have not fully got into. I own it. I've been playing more Panzer Dragoons.
Panzer Dragoon. Okay, that's what I was thinking.
I think that's where you might have got confused with. Yeah.
Yep. So,
because I finally just got my 2 copies for the Sega Saturn at the video game convention.
Oh yeah. Also, I was AFK when Neo mentioned it, but please don't make a Rock Band 5 because I will feel the need to buy it and all the instruments once again. Please don't do that.
Well, that's why I said as long as I can use my existing instrument, so I don't have to buy anything new.
I want them
I
to
might
make
have
one
to.
now, just so. But they got to make a Prince edition, and you only can play Purple Rain.
Oh yeah,
mean,
the
they
guitar controller
technically-
shaped like his thing.
Yes,
They could totally do
Oh,
that.
that would be.
You know what?
actually
I'd buy
awesome.
it now. Let's make this happen, guys.
Rock Band Prince comes with the big purple guitar with the big swirl on it.
I mean, unfortunately, we already have a Rock Band 5, and it's called Fortnite.
Oh God, yeah, I forgot about that until you said it.
Did I even ask?
It's
You just killed the entire
harmonics.
conversation. Good
Yeah,
job.
you
I know.
ruined it, Jason. You ruined
Oh
it.
no, trust me. I know. I understand because I've never played Fortnite before, but I logged in one time just to play that, and I was like, oh no, why'd I do this?
Was it
but
good?
I mean, it's Rock Band guitar. It's Rock Band, but it's just on Fortnite.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's the best way I can describe it. There's no other way to describe it. I mean, like, there's buttons you hit, there's songs that you play. Songs aren't great as of right now, but again, it's still early. You play with your character or whatever skin as your character, and yeah,
Your
I
Honor, I
assume
like
everyone
to.
else preps
like
the
to-
tomato emote.
yeah.
Your Honor, I'd like to enter into a record that the witness did not commit to answering the question.
Yeah, Canadians. I felt dirty playing Fortnite.
If they did do another rock band, and they did like one of those band specific ones, kind of like Guitar Hero Metallica, I would want them to do like
Rock Band
a
Green Day.
rock band Dream Theater.
That'd
Would be
nuts.
it would be insane, but it would be
crazy.
so fun.
Rock band Wham. We need Wham.
Wham!
Rock band Nickelback.
Maybe that'll be
Oh,
a
Jesus
topic for
Christ.
another top 5 or maybe a party chat topic. What band do you want to see?
You
get
know
its
what?
own rhythm-based music game.
You know, that's
If
next
they
week.
did
There
a
you go. Put it down, Neo. That's next week.
I'm
if they
gonna
did
put
a
that on
rock
the top
band
5
Nickelback,
topic,
it would
or
sell.
Party chat topics.
I think it would sell if they did a rock band Nickelback.
I'd buy it.
Yeah. Overly
There you go.
We're bringing
Yeah.
back the photograph
What?
meme, boys.
Band needs its own Guitar Hero / rock band game. All right. I'm just going to attribute that to top 5 revivals. Because all of us. So, but anyways, Sons of Shadow says, "What the hell, Neo? No Stargate Worlds? Well, that wouldn't qualify because that's only a single game, and there were rules to this one, and it has to be a franchise that has more than one game in it, and that was an MMO. So, no, that one doesn't qualify. I never played that one either. I was interested in it, but I've never really gotten into the MMOs. But I'm pretty sure you're just joking with that one. So, and the other thing, I had one other honorable mention that I forgot to mention. So I wanted to mention before I move on to the next one, Bionic Commando, because it's long forgotten franchise. I never played the original one, which was an NES game, but I did just recently replay the Game Boy Color game, which is what got me into the franchise. And that game is pretty great and it has a great music for Game Boy Color. I did play Bionic Commando Rearmed, which was the next one in the 2D series. That game was great. I have Bionic Rearmed 2, but I haven't played it yet because I did play the demo when it came out because the Bionic Commando Rearmed 1 and 2 are both Xbox Live Arcade games. I bought Rearmed 1 like day one, and then I played the demo for Rearmed 2, and they added the ability to jump, which totally changes the dynamic of the game. I'm like, what is this? Because you're not supposed to be able to jump in the 2D Bionic Commando games. So I never bought it until this. I was like, you know what? I'm going to finally play that one. So I picked it up not too long ago when it was on sale for a couple dollars. So I will be playing that one. And I did play the 2000, I think it was 2009, the 3D one. Terrible story, but it was kind of like a sci-fi Spider-Man game. It was pretty fun. I thought that one got more hate than it deserved. So that is another honorable mention. I would totally be down for a new Bionic Commando game. Although I would say continue it in the 2D vein and make like a Bionic Commando Rearmed 3, not necessarily a 3D Bionic Commando 2. So, because I think it's better as a 2D platformer than a 3D. So, but all right. So I forgot to mention that. Wanted to get that one in there. So, let's see here. I think I don't write down honorable mentions, so I'm just going off the top of my head on who we've had go. Nightmare. I don't think we've had your honorable mentions.
No, I have not. I have not gone yet. My list is massive, so buckle up here.
Let's go.
Yeah. So number 1 here is James Bond. The last mainline entry here was 007 Legends in 2012.
We were talking about that recently.
Yeah. Yep. You guys were talking about James Bond the other day, and the reason this ended up in honorable. This is the one that got bumped from my list because. First I'll say for a new one, what I would want is another game in the vein of like GoldenEye or maybe Bloodstone. But just like take cues from all the various like action stealth games in recent years, Hitman, Metal Gear, Splinter Cell. So on that note, it turns out that there was a new entry announced by IO Interactive, the Hitman developers, called Project 007, and it was literally just re-announced, I guess, during the last Nintendo Direct for the Switch 2, and there's literally no info other than it exists.
GoldenEye,
Yeah.
a James
Yeah,
Bond
I think
game.
it's late next year or something, so we'll know more by the end of this year, I think.
Yeah.
That's interesting because the reason why we're talking about it, I'm pretty sure it was on last week's party chat.
Yes.
We were talking about franchise we like to see do a new genre, and I think it was Alex said do a James Bond game that's kind of in the vein of a Hitman game. So that could be
Yep.
what this is, especially if it's from IDOS.
That's almost definitely what it is. I don't know. Does IDOS still own IO Interactive? I don't think they do.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know about
I'm
that.
not sure.
But it is from IO Interactive, who do make the current like online only Hitman games. So
Okay.
yeah, that is the first one. Second is Army of Two. The last mainline entry was Devil Cartel in 2013. I never played it because it looked like it was a mess. They turned one of the two original guys into a villain, Salem. So if they were going to make another one, personally, I would just say reboot it, pretend that Devil's Cartel never happened, and just go back to being more like the first game. The first game was really good. I love the first game.
Army of Two was on my long list, but I only played the first one, so I was like, I can't say I want to revive it when I've only played one of the three games.
I played 1 and 2. One is the one I like most. 2 is okay, but 1, I think I also really like the fact that 1 has like a really diverse variety of levels. So whereas 2 just takes place in Shanghai, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So next up is Death Spank.
I've heard of this game, but I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, it is a ton of fun. It's like a silly, it's a silly ARPG that its big gimmick is you can use 8 weapons at once. Literally, you just fight with 8 weapons at once. You can map 8 weapons to 8 different buttons on your controller. It's a ton of fun. It's silly. The first 2 games are kind of like one whole story. But then there was the last mainline title was The Baconing in 2011. So this is the third game. It was obvious they were intending to do more, but for whatever reason, they just abandoned the series. Then this game was actually left incomplete. So the ending is just very obviously rushed. So all I would want is just, continue the series, finish what you were going to do. But for whatever reason, the developers abandoned the series and now they just make mobile games.
Yeah, it's like I remember that being an Xbox Live Arcade game, and there are 3 of them, and only the second one is backwards compatible. The other 2 are all 3 of them are digital only, but because of the Xbox store shutting down, that means you can't get the first or third one anymore, at least on Xbox. You can only get the second one because that one is backwards compatible, so you can still buy it.
That is super weird. I think on Steam you can buy the first 2, and then the third one, I don't know if you can still buy it. I know there's something messy with it, but yeah, they're good games. Yeah, it's too bad. Next up, Deus Ex. The last mainline entry here was Mankind Divided. That is in 2016, so that's just a little too, little too recent. Yeah, but
my
also
number 5 was in 2016 as well.
Yeah, that's true. But they're just fantastic games. There's so much variety in the gameplay and so many things you can do. This is unpopular nowadays to say, but I think the original games are way better than the prequels. And I would love to have more, but the thing is that Invisible War, which is the sequel to the original game, is like a very final ending. All the endings are pretty final, and I don't think I'd want another prequel. There are way too many prequels. So, you probably have to make like a new world entirely, which I actually would not be against. I would love to see something with the same style of gameplay, especially as the very original Deus Ex game. Because what happened with Deus Ex is that it kind of got dumbed down for consoles with Invisible War, and then they just kind of stuck with that trend for the prequels. I would love to see something in the vein of the original Deus Ex, with maybe just new world, new setting, new universe, all that stuff. So,
yeah,
if I remember correctly, Mankind Divided kind of has a cliffhanger.
Something like that. I know it had a DLC too, so I don't know exactly.
I didn't play the DLC, so I don't know for sure. But like, I feel like it felt like that story is still like unfinished.
Yeah, there were definitely things in it that were left unfinished for sure. I remember there were. I don't know if it was a cliffhanger, but I definitely remember there were like plot threads left hanging.
And I'd like a third one. I mean, I liked that storyline and the setting of those games too, but
it wouldn't hurt. But the thing about prequels is how it all ends at down the line. So
I still haven't played the originals though. That's the thing. I need to.
The originals are phenomenal. They are so good. They're so.
That's
good.
another gaping hole in my backlog.
Yeah, and the originals are like so relevant to today. So they're just so much fun.
Oh yeah, I've seen the clips that people like to bring up too.
Yeah, yeah, and JC Denton's voice acting is just
yeah.
Yeah, the first.
So deadpan.
It's so memeable.
Yeah, and it was intentionally that way because his brother Paul, it's the same voice actor doing Paul Denton, but Paul has emotions and JC almost does not.
Yeah, when I saw, because I didn't know the actor's name or what his, what he looks like, because all I knew him was as a voice. But when he showed up in the first few episodes of The Expanse, I was like, that's the guy from Deus Ex,
JC
Adam
Denton?
Jensen. Yeah,
Oh, Adam Jensen. Okay.
yeah, the same voice actor. So,
Okay.
yeah, Deus Ex was also on my long list, but because Human Revolution is the only one I've actually played in its entirety, I was like, I can't put that on my list either. I did like it. I haven't played Mankind Divided. I played the first level of the original Deus Ex way back in the day, and I'm surprised. I booted it up not that long ago within the last year. I don't remember why, but I was surprised at how good that game still looks for how old it is. And then for Invisible War, I only ever played the demo because I remember it was the demo for it was on one of my official Xbox magazine demo discs way back in the day. But Mankind
the originals
Divided,
they can be hard to get up and running.
Mankind Divided does have 2 story DLCs, System Rift and A Criminal Past, but I haven't played it, so I don't know anything about the actual story. My buddy Rozik, though, he loves these games, so
I played Human Revolution, and I actually played these prequels first, but I never played the story DLC. I never played the DLCs for Mankind Divided, but I played Human Revolution and then the main story of Mankind Divided, and then just a long time later, I was like, you know what? Why not try the originals? I played the originals. I was like, I've been missing out on this for so long.
Nice.
But, yeah. So next up, Dishonored, Last Man Line Entry, Death of the Outsider, 2017.
Yeah.
I would love something in the vein of Dishonored, but they pretty much killed the story and really even any possibility of having, doing more with the outsider, maybe just creating a new main character some other time, because Death of the Outsider, as the name implies, means there's no longer even an outsider, so you can't even do that. But I think what I would like to do, and if Disney didn't hate money, what they would do is give Arcane, well, I guess Arcane's kind of dead now too, but create a Dishonored style game set in the Star Wars universe where you play as like a force using mercenary or something. So you can have like kind of like how Corvo has a sword and his pistol. You can have like a lightsaber and then like a blaster pistol, that kind of thing.
It's a stealth game.
Yeah. But I just think that would be really fun because, like I said before, Star Wars just has so many different possibilities for so many different types of gameplay. It's a great universe for that.
Yep.
So I'd love to see something like that for Dishonored.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, Dishonored was on my list of games that is too recent. The most recent release is too recent to be qualified, especially since I just played through all 3 games this year.
Yeah.
But I know you haven't played Death of the Outsider. I literally just played it finished it like a month ago. There is an option on the ending. It gives it to you on whether to kill the outsider or not. So they could go with the route where he does not get killed. But
well, no.
I'm not
so
go
either
into
way,
it more because of the story spoilers.
Yeah, so I won't spoil it, but no, from what I know, there's no ending where the outsider would keep his powers. I'll just put it that way.
Yes, that is true.
So, yeah. All right. So next up is Just Cause, and I've only played 3 and 4. I loved 3. It is one of my favorite games of all time. 4 was such a disappointment after that. I've never played 1 or 2. I probably should at some point, but 3 is just so perfect. And Just Cause 4 was 2018, so that's way too recent.
That was also on my list of games where the most recent entry is too recent. But I want a Just Cause 5 so bad.
Yeah, I would love a Just Cause 5 that just goes back to the style of Just Cause 3. Maybe even focus more on like the flying mechanics with like that almost Iron Man-like feel. And I would want it to go to America, as the ending of 4 implies. So it sounds like they were planning to go to America. So I'd love to see him go to maybe like, I don't know, California or something, and just like go around blowing up Californians. That would be wonderful.
Hey,
oh wait, sorry. I said it and then I just remember you're in California. But,
totally disavow.
Yeah, just go around blowing up Hollywood. How about that?
Yeah, I am all for it.
But yeah, I would love to see that. Just go back to like blowing stuff up and sunshine. That sunny setting that you had in 3. Just everything about 3 is so good. I would just love more of 3.
Yeah, same thing I said last time we talked about it. I don't remember if it was on when you were on Party Chat or Open Mic, but skip the first one. But 2 is also really good.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I've heard a few people say that. So yeah. And then next up, Mega Man Legends. Last mainline entry was Mega Man Legends 2 in 2000, which I've heard ends on some kind of cliffhanger. I
I've heard
myself
that as
have
well.
actually, I myself have never actually played any of these games, but they seem like they would be right up my alley because they're like a 3D action adventure game. Because traditional Mega Man games just aren't really my thing. So this kind of Mega Man game would be awesome. I would love to play something like this, but if the last story ends on a cliffhanger, that's very demotivating. So
Well, that's why we need a third one.
yeah,
I know that's
they do.
what a lot of people are like. Give us Mega Man Legends 3.
Yeah, make a third one and then remaster the first two, so you can just play them on PC.
Release it all as a collection. Like the third one comes with like a remaster of the first 2.
Yes, that would be wonderful. All right, next up is Nicktoons Unite. I'm probably showing my age here, but
is this like a Smash Brothers clone?
No, so it's closer to Marvel Ultimate Alliance, except at least this one. I have actually only ever played the first Nicktoons Unite. There are 4 games in the series. I really only ever played this one, the first one. So basically, you get the 4 characters on the cover: SpongeBob, Timmy Turner, Jimmy Neutron, and Danny Phantom. So you get those 4 characters, and it's like in Marvel Ultimate Alliance how you have a team of 4, but you're just like locked into these 4, and then you run around fighting characters, villains from these respective shows. It's a lot of fun. It's just like it's heavily nostalgia, but it was a lot of fun. The last mainline entry was called SpongeBob SquarePants featuring Nicktoons Globs of Doom in 2008. So it kind of went off the deep end there, but yeah, it would be fun to see more of this. This is one of those THQ games. So THQ is just so full of nostalgia,
Yeah.
And that's the final entry in the series. It is a mess, and it was received as a mess. So there you go. All right, and then next up is Prototype. Last mainline entry is Prototype 2, which I refuse to play. I would love to see more of that style of game, but I would want the main character from 1 back, Alex Mercer, somehow, and they screwed that up so badly. They completely undid his character growth in 1, which was like such a big thing. So yeah, there's that.
That's
and then
another one that was on my list, but I haven't played the second one, so I can't really say this is one that I want another one when I haven't even played them all yet.
Yeah. I just want another game like that feels like the first one, with all the chaos of the city and that like style of gameplay and all that. Which Spider-Man: Web of Shadows is in a similar vein. And then the final honorable mention is Sly Cooper, which I've only played a little bit of, but it's such a charming series. And Sucker Punch, they basically completely dropped Sly Cooper once they moved into Infamous, and then dropped that once they moved into the Ghost of Tsushima series. So it would be nice to bring these back. I think they're a very charming series.
What was the last Sly Cooper? Yeah.
Last mainline entry is the one displayed. It is Thieves in Time from 2013. Okay. I believe this is the 4th main game in the series.
Okay. Yeah, and Prototype 2 was in 2012, so it's been a while.
Yep.
So and your Canadians vote. He says Sly Cooper's fantastic. I've not played any of them, but I've heard that people who have played them love the Sly Cooper games.
Yep. Yeah, I have a friend who had all 4 games and he loved them. So right. That is my many honorable mentions.
Yeah, the Sly Cooper games are great games, Neo. I think you'll like them.
I love stealth games, so I would probably enjoy them.
But they're PlayStation, so
that's why I never played them.
Yeah, exactly.
Not that I had anything against it, just I never had a PlayStation. So
yeah.
But yeah, Sons of Shadow's like, okay, I got a revival. Pitfall, the Mayan Adventure with Bruce Campbell was a fun one. That could be something. So I didn't know that there were any pitfalls with any voiced dialogue. I remember there was one like on the Atari. There was one on Super Nintendo.
One on the Atari.
That's the one that I played.
It's the Atari one. I remember there's like a mini version of it in Marvel Ultimate Alliance you have to play.
All right. I feel like we're missing someone, or did we get all the honorable mentions?
Oh, yeah, do mine.
All right. I was like, I think Jason's the only one we have left.
Yep.
Oh,
yeah.
Pitfall. There was a Pitfall on PS1. Maybe that's one.
There's a Pitfall on the Atari.
Yeah. So, all right, Jason, what about you?
Yeah, so my first one's Medieval, and I'm joking because that game can just stay dead forever.
I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, but no, but all in serious. First one, you said it was Portal. I would love to see Portal as well. Another one, Parasite Eve would be fun to come back.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what story they would tell, but it'd be fun to see that one.
Square forgot to.
Yeah, right. I'm not the biggest fan of the first one, as people are going to find this kind of crazy, but I would love to see Dino Crisis come back and see it done a little bit better. If you've played the first one recently, you kind of understand the game's not the greatest. It has some ideas.
I mean, Canadian just played it.
Yeah, it's okay, but it's missing a lot, in my opinion. There's a lot that could be done to make that game so much better. Another one that'd be fun. And again, I'm using an old video game trope that's been done to death, but a Twisted Metal as a battle royale would be freaking awesome, in my opinion. Just get a car, get a bunch of weapons, and just see how many, just survive. That's what Twisted Metal is anyway. Just survive. Why not do it with a bunch of people?
Didn't we get one of those games recently that they tried?
I don't think so. Not a combat version.
What was a PS5 launch title game, wasn't it? It wasn't Twisted Metal, but they did basically Zoomer Twisted Metal, as I like to call it.
I don't know.
Oh, you made Canadian mad. I think he's mad about the Dino Crisis one. He says, Jason, no, you were the chosen one.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Dino Crisis, next time you play it again.
Well.
I want to see it done well. I don't want to see where, granted, yes, Resident Evil's you run around, but there's times where you are doing nothing.
Destruction All-Stars Arena, that's the name of the game.
Okay, but that was more like Destruction Derby, the PlayStation 1 game.
That's what I said. It was Zoomer Twisted Metal.
Yeah.
I don't that one.
Yeah, I don't take it as Twisted Metal. I take it as another, their old other Destruction Derby kind of combat thing.
I know it's trash because it's
yeah. You're not wrong. We're gonna get a collection next month. Or is it this month or next month?
The Capcom
Soon.
one.
Yeah, but Power Stone.
16th.
Okay, so it's in a week. Jesus. But Power Stone, I would love to see that come back. Hopefully it does well with the collection and people play it online because it's a really, really fun game. So if it does well, hopefully we get to see something that way. And then my last one on my honorable mentions, I know it's never going to come anytime soon, and it's in between. It's in the 10-year mark, which I thought it was out of the 10-year mark. But Soul Calibur would be my next one.
Soul Calibur.
Oh yeah,
6.
When was the most recent one?
2018.
18. Yeah.
Yeah, 18 or 19. That's what I could think of.
All right.
I actually like the collector's edition for that one. The
Yeah,
Steelbook
I have
talked,
it too.
which I thought was funny.
All right, and I was looking at the other Pitfall games, and there was a GameCube and a PS2 one as well. But there is one called the Mind Adventure, which is the one that Sons of Shadow was talking about. And since he's talking about voice dialogue, because the Mind Adventure was on the Jaguar and the SNES, which I don't think those ones had audio, but there was one on the Sega CD. So I'm assuming that's probably the one he's talking about. But he also said that he has an autograph, Bruce Campbell's autograph on the PS1 Pitfall. That's awesome.
Nice.
That is really cool.
So, and Canadian's like, oh, great. We need to talk more about this, Jason, with your, I'm assuming he's talking about Dino Crisis. So, all right. Well, with that, that'll bring us finally into our number ones.
I'll start.
All right, Carl, hit us with your number one.
All right, since we already talked about it, I'm just going to get out of the way. I am team Dino Crisis needs to come back.
Oh, that's your number one.
That's
Canadian,
my number
what do you
one.
feel about that?
So I've been saying this for a long time. I really did enjoy the Dino Crisis idea that Jason and I kind of agree on, where it was
I was like, wait.
where it was like a really fun, solid idea for the time, but I still think that it was held back by, technology. And everything that I've seen with games that they've come out with, like Exoprimal, Resident Evil, how they've redone everything in those RE engines, Monster Hunter, like all these games that I've seen just basically take that raptor form and like do wonderful things with like the raptors. And like they already have the T-Rex model made not once but thrice if you play all these different games. I feel like when I look at like what Dino Crisis could be, I look at what they did with Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3, like just these dark, over the top, like really scary things. Like when I play Dino Crisis, I don't feel like this is scary. I'm like this kind of looks more cartoony. I don't hate it. I'm not like trying to say anything's bad. And I feel like this series could use a nice big reboot because they don't seem to like know what they wanted to do. Like Dino Crisis 2 is like wonky, and then Dino Crisis 3 just goes all the way off the rails to just be like like the Yu-Gi-Oh meme is like card games on motorcycles. It's like this is the original one. It's dinosaurs in space. All right, it's just all,
Oh.
and it's so terrible too.
And how about those? Hold on, this is to Incarnate. How about those puzzles?
Right.
Anybody remember how to solve those puzzles?
You had to write them down.
Oh, are you
Not
talking
even
what we're
that.
looking at on Lois's screen? Right
Yeah,
now?
yeah. You
Okay.
you get all those letters, and you get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you have to come up with the word on that. How do you do that? Oh yeah, you have to cross out words because each word that is in there in certain lines and certain areas get crossed out, and if it's certain letters, they get crossed out too. That make a word. Granted, you could just look up in the strategy guide, but come on now.
He's
pissed. Get out of here, Carl. Those
Wow.
games are scary.
They're scary. I always joked with him too when he was playing. It's like you're only playing these games because you have other people watching you. That's why, because you're too scared. But in all seriousness, like it's a good idea. It's a good concept. Like we've been like blue-balled so much by Capcom with this like Dino Crisis remake, and I know that recently, like somebody said they like re-upped the patent for it, and there's like hopes and dreams because they said like they did
Probably
similar things.
copyright.
Yeah, well, they did similar things with Onimusha and Okami, and then lo and behold, we got Onimusha Okami coming. I know Dino Crisis is always like at the top of like everyone's lists for like when they do these Capcom surveys of like what games do you want back, everything else. They
Yeah, I
just
was going to bring that up.
brought out the first 2 games onto GOG, so you can actually play them from your PC now as well in an actual way instead of going through the emulated way to just play one on your PS5. I like I said, this is a game where I just look at it now as like when we see the future and like what like we think of like a remake and remaster. The first thing that always comes to mind is like games that have like really great ideas, but were just too ahead of their time for the technology to like make them come alive in a special way. And I feel like Dino Crisis is like one of those prime examples of a game where it's like these were good enough to get you excited as like, a young boy. For me, these were like in the 90s, so I was like 5 when they came out originally. But now that like I'm an adult, they don't like scare me as much. But then I like see what they did with Resident Evil with that RE engine, because the RE engine is amazing. And I think that this is just a slam dunk easy game to just make, just redo it, do it again. Let's do it, boys. Get in the car. We're going to do it. And on top of that too, when I see like was supposed to be a Jurassic Park game that was supposed to come out relatively soon.
I think it's Jurassic Park Survivor.
Yeah, it was Jurassic Park Survivor, and I think that is also like a really cool concept and idea. Just basically trying to survive against dinosaurs. Like I feel like that is like the half step, like where this game is like this is what I want, but I feel like Survivor is going to be like the first like groundwork to set up for like Capcom to finally just go like, all right, we're gonna give the weebs what they want, So
You're not wrong though. RE Engine dinosaurs would look pretty cool.
They already do look pretty cool. You play Monster Hunter, they look damn good. Or if you play even Exoprimal, I know a lot of people fell off that game, but Exoprimal, like the dinosaur models are amazing in that game. So I've been hammering that like table about like Dino Crisis. I want it to come back in some way, shape, or form, and yeah, that's the game. That's that's my white whale. I want to see Dino Crisis come back.
Yeah, yeah. From what I hear from everyone, we don't talk about the third game. Suns and Shadows said, "Love to hear all the adoration for Dino Crisis." I thought I was alone in loving those two games.
Yeah, what third game?
But yeah, one of you guys certainly set off Canadian's tism. He's like, "I'm gonna roid out Dinosaur style." So, all right, Dino Crisis. Would I was never into that genre, but it's very similar to Resident Evil. If I had to pick, I'd definitely rather play Dino Crisis because I like dinosaurs, and I'm not huge on zombies.
It's like I like turtles.
I do like turtles. I have
How are
three
your
of them.
turtles, by the way? I haven't asked about that.
They're doing good. One of them I thought was going crazy because she kept escaping like 6 times, and it's because she was. I had a feeling it was because she was ready to lay eggs, and they don't lay them in the water. So I made a spot for her to lay her eggs, and she didn't like it, and then she laid them in the tank anyways, and then she stopped trying to escape. But they're all doing good.
Wonderful.
I really now want to watch you play the Resident Evil remake on the GameCube, and I want to see you play Dino Crisis. And I want you to pick which one's your favorite one out of the two now. So bad. Like, the game will only take you
be up
about
for that.
The games will only take you about 3 to 4 hours to beat each.
Yeah, they're short.
Okay, I could definitely do that. Let's see here. GameCube. Resident Evil on GameCube does have a retro achievement set. 114 achievements. Jeez. And
Do you guys just like get bored when you make retro achievements? You're like, let's see how many we could get before we run out of ideas.
Well, I mean, all the games already exist. It's just whether people go and program achievements.
That's what I mean.
There's tons of people who do it, so it's not like all done by the same person.
I know. That's what I mean. You guys just get
don't
bored.
Get hit. Only use handgun. Knife only.
And yeah, the Dino Crisis also has a retro achievement set, so I'd be open to that idea. So, all
GameCube
right.
version.
Yeah,
That's
GameCube
my
version
vote.
of Resident Evil, right?
That's what I would say.
Yes,
Jason.
absolutely, 100%.
100%.
All right. And Canadian saying, Jason, should I play OG Resident Evil? Oh, that's what you were talking about. Should you play the OG or the GameCube version? I thought you were talking to me. You were talking to Canadian. Gotcha.
Yeah, no. When I would say the GameCube version of Resident Evil is actually one of the scarier games to play, especially if you played the original one, and then you play the one on the GameCube. There's things that you don't expect.
Do you want me to ship you those games so you can borrow them, Mr. AC? I got both of them. Zero and original.
Don't play Zero. Don't play Zero.
No, he's got to. We're going to teach him a lesson to be a real fan. He's going to play Dino Crisis 3 and suffer like us all, and he's going to be a real fan. Otherwise, he's a fake fan.
Man.
And we do not allow fake gamer girls in this chat, all right? We've already established this.
He says, add it to the list.
Some days I can't figure out which one I hate the more, 0 or 6. It's tough. Actually, it would be 6 because that's one I've never really finished everything on.
Oh God, I hate number 6 so damn much. But we're not tisming about this. It's already midnight. We gotta keep going.
Yep.
Neil, someone else go before I.
All right. Anyone else want to go with their number 1?
I can go with my number 1 because mine's easy.
Oh, I was going to say we'll save you for last, so that it gives you time to do the. But if you want to go, by all means.
Yeah, I can go. Mine's obviously my number 1. I haven't had the counter ding above my head yet, so I saved it to my number 1. So my number 1 is an Xbox game. It's the only reason why I own an Xbox.
I had a feeling.
It's fucking Killer Instinct.
I knew it.
For the love of God, Microsoft, you have a franchise. You have a studio in Rare that's willing to probably to make games for you instead of just sit there making DLC for a pirate ship game. Please, it doesn't cost a lot of money. Make Killer Instinct. Make it an Xbox Live Arcade game like you did before. Please, 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 please. Or how about this? Sell it away to someone else that wants to make it. I mean, I'm sure there's people that see a Killer Instinct and they love that franchise and would do great things with it. But please, you're sitting on this silly franchise that I love so very much, a lot of people love very much, with these characters that are great, and you're doing nothing with it. Please do something with it. Okay, you can go to someone else.
Sounds like they're just updating the game from 2013.
No, they're not even doing that. They did one update, and everybody was very confused and surprised that it happened, and we were excited that it happened. But yeah, no, that one has been done for a while now.
Oh, so it was literally just one update, and then they're just like, "Yeah, we're done."
Yep. They had 3 seasons. They had a crazy update on it, and then they were like, "Oh, we got to make the PC version run just as good as the Xbox version." Which, thank you, because more people could play it. And then after that, we are not touching it ever again.
The one that we're seeing on screen here on Lois's screen, what?
That's the original one. That version right there is for the Super Nintendo.
Okay, I was gonna say that was like I know there was the Xbox One launch title, but what other Killer Instinct games were there? So it was on Super Nintendo.
Yeah. They had one. They had one in gold for home systems. They had 1 and 2 in the arcades, and then it went away for even the longest period of time. And then we got the one on the Xbox in 2013 that, like I said, made me go out day one and buy an Xbox One.
I love
Mick
the
Gordon
N64
was the
version.
composer, right?
Mick Gordon was on Killer Instinct.
Oh yeah.
Oh, if you want to listen to a soundtrack, listen to the KI soundtrack. I mean, that's why, I think it was my number 2.
Oh, it's
when we did
it's really
soundtracks.
It is one of the. Yeah, it's my favorite fighting game soundtrack of all time.
I haven't played when we did top 5
one.
soundtracks, Jason, Killer Instinct was your number 1.
Oh, it was my number 1. There we go.
Oh yeah.
It's 1 or 2. I
haven't played the newer one, but I've heard some of the music and it is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I have played this one that I'm showing here. I have played a bit of back in the day.
Yeah, if you get a chance, please play the new one. The more people that play the new one now, the better, because it could show Microsoft that people are actually still playing this game, that you're not putting any money into anymore. And if enough people get on it, maybe it'll show them to do something with it, because people who haven't played this game or heard the soundtrack or anything with this game, you're missing so much. There's some characters that were in the game that were new additions that they deserve more than just one game. Hasako is one of them.
I've probably mentioned this, but I'm not much of a 2D fighter person.
The nice thing about
I only happened to play this game back in the day just by chance.
Yeah,
we borrowed it from somebody at one point, and then that was about it.
Fun thing about this 2D fighter is that you can learn a lot and everything like that, but it's an engaging fighting game. So if somebody's doing combos with you, they made it even easier on the newer one. You could do like the combo breaker. So if you see somebody hitting you with like 5 lights in a row, well, if you hit your 2, I'm gonna use this as my thing. If you use your light punch and low kick button, it will break it. And then there's like rock, paper, scissors and stuff like that. So if you keep breaking something and your opponent sees you keep breaking it, they can fake you out, and then they can do a counter breaker, so they can counter your combo breaker, and then you can redo that to them too. So it's a big like, oh, how am I gonna do these combos, but how can I also get the most damage? And then the combos are pretty easy to learn. It's not super hard. Again, there's people out there that's been playing this game since 2013. So those are the people that will, hand you your ass.
One of them.
I'm not one of them. I'm definitely not one of them. But like I said, it's a very user-friendly get into fighting games. And again, all the characters in the game, especially the new one, I find it hard for someone not to find one character that they kind of enjoy or like the design, and want to learn.
All right, Killer Instinct. Yeah, I never try to figure out what your answers are going to be ahead of time, but as soon as we got to number 1, I'm like, I think I know what it's going to be.
Yeah, I think it's been 2013, but the last update came out in 2016, so we're 9 years since the last update from season 3. So we're getting 10 years, but yeah. And again, it's one of the soundtrack. Again, the soundtrack is what sets it over the edge too. I put it my number 1. It's one that I listen to all the time. I mean, there's so many good songs on the soundtrack.
Nice. So, all right. I think I'll go next because Purist just showed up in chat saying, "What's up? What's up, Purist? Good to see you, buddy." And great timing because I was like, you know what? I think I'll go next, especially since you're here, because my number one is I want to see the best series of Star Wars games ever to get another game in their franchise, and that is the whole Kyle Katarn arc. Originally was Dark Forces, and there was Jedi Knight, Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy. So they're not numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would be technically the 5th game, although 6th if you count Mysteries of the Sith. That's more of an expansion. But I want to see the continuation of that sort of game, given we have had something very close to it in the Fallen Order Jedi Survivor games, but it's not quite the same thing because those are basically like Souls-likes with a lightsaber. I want more real lightsaber combat like Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy had, because those are the only games in all of Star Wars that get lightsabers correctly. I want to see more of that, and no other game makes you feel like a Jedi like Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy games, and lightsaber combat is fantastic. Obviously, Jedi Academy, because the first 4 Jedi, Dark Forces, Jedi Knight, and 3, I guess. Jedi Out. Well, I knew Jedi Outcast, but I was like, wait a minute, 4? No, Academy is the 4th one. So I meant to say the first 3 one. Jedi Outcast, you play as Kyle Katarn. In Jedi Academy, he's your teacher, and you play as a new character, Jaden Core. So it would make sense to continue that series with Jaden Core as the primary protagonist, as I think he at the end of the game he attains the rank of Jedi Knight. So the next game could be a continuation of that, maybe him on his way to becoming Jedi Master. I just want to see more of this one because, like I said, no other game gets Jedi and Force powers and lightsabers correct like this one does. And this was Jedi Outcast / Academy are my number 1 favorite Star Wars games, and Jedi Academy, like I said, is the most recent one, and that was a GameCube, or actually that one didn't come out on GameCube, but it was Jedi Outcast came out on GameCube, but they were GameCube / original Xbox games. Jedi Academy came out in September of 2003, so it's been almost 12 years. And the Cal Kestis games just aren't quite the same. So it's never going to happen because it's EU, and Disney disavows everything EU. So it'll never happen, but that would be, if I could revive any one franchise, this is what it would be, because I want more of this.
Yes, it's very therapeutic to force choke people off of buildings and just like carry them through the air.
Yeah, once you get grip to level 3, pick them up and drop them off the.
I just throw them everywhere. I'm like, yeet, get out of my way. It's very, like I said, very therapeutic.
Yeah, so I like the Fallen Order, or not the Fallen. I played Fallen Order. It was all right. I haven't played Survivor yet. I will be playing it, but earlier when I think it was Nightmares number 5, Force Unleashed, I did like those, but they're very more arcadey in that you like lock into enemies and you do combos and stuff. You don't have that in this one. It's more like realistic than those ones. Those ones are fun too, but I like how just like most other Star Wars games, the Force Unleashed games, you have to hack away at things multiple times and whittle down their health bar. You don't have that in these games because lightsabers, like I said, work like lightsabers. You can kill pretty much anyone in one hit, unless there's a good reason why they don't die, because they can either block it or they have some sort of special, lore accurate reason to why, it doesn't happen, like cutting off their arms. But I mentioned it on, I think I mentioned it on just last night or within the last few days. I think it was on Party Chat last week. It was recently that I mentioned it. I did a test stream probably about 6 months ago or so, and I just booted up Jedi Outcast on the first level, put in, it was Party Chat last week, put in some of the codes and just went away, gave myself the lightsaber and the force powers on the first level of Jedi Outcast, and just, like you said, very therapeutic, just running around hacking the stormtroopers into little pieces, because the realistic lightsaber combat cheat is the greatest thing ever. You literally can cut them into like 20 pieces. It's the greatest thing ever. I just booted up, played it for like 20 minutes or something, and it was just so therapeutic to run around again and just hack people into pieces. So I love these games. I never got into the multiplayer. I'm sure I would have had a lot of fun in the multiplayer. When I know we've had James on for I think it was another episode of Top 5 and we talked about it. He was all about the multiplayer in this game. I never did the multiplayer. I just played the campaign, but the multiplayer would be fun to bring that back as well.
Yeah, I mean, me and my friends had a lot of fun doing the multiplayer, especially when you both did like force chokes. Like you can actually loop yourselves into both carrying each other off the edge of the map. We've actually done that quite a few times.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's fun. Like I said, these games are just really therapeutic. They're very fun. They got really good stories. They're not super long or super hard. Like I said, I'm playing Jedi Academy right now, as you saw.
Oh, I did not notice that. Awesome.
Well, you did. You commented on the post, so I know you did.
Oh, I think I saw that you picked it up. I didn't realize you were actually playing it.
Yeah, I was actually playing it before we hopped on.
Awesome.
I just got out of Echo Base.
Okay, I haven't played Jedi Academy in so freaking long, so this is on my list of game. I'm going to play through the whole series this year for our challenge, starting with Dark Forces. So I'm going to be playing through all of them. And
I heard the remaster was really good too, actually.
Yeah, I picked it up recently because it finally went on a big enough sale. So I'll be doing the Dark Forces remaster. Then, unfortunately, we don't have a remaster or anything of Jedi Knight or Mysteries to the Sith, but I'll be playing those in their original format. Although, I think Purist or Filter told me that there are mods for like upscaling the resolutions and the textures and stuff. So I'll look into that before I play them. Then I'll be doing Jedi Outcast and Jedi Academy again on PC. So.
I think it was Filtered. I think I was there for that one.
Okay. So, yeah, I freaking love these games so much. And yeah, that'd be my number one franchise to revive it, but it'll never happen.
Sad.
So, Pure says that those games definitely are the best Saber combat. Still would like to have seen Masters of Terras Kasi. I know Jason likes that game. With the original Mortal Kombat Deadly Alliance format, the weapon combat and blocking in that was awesome. I don't really know what that means because I'm not a fighting game fan, but that sounds like that might be pretty cool. Jason, I assume you know what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's talking about like having different weapon stances, so you can have your fighting, and then if you obviously on the PS2, if you hit the RB or one of the R triggers, I can't remember which one off the top of my head, you go to your whatever weapon fighting stance you have, and then you could do combos. So you could do punch, go into a weapon, finish the combo off, kind of thing.
Cool. All right. So, yep, that is my number one because I freaking love those games so freaking much. All right. Let's see. That leaves us with Lowest and Nightmare. Rock, paper, scissors. Let's go.
I have probably the weirdest one, so it's up to you.
I'll let you go first, Lois. Go ahead.
All right.
Alrighty. This is one that we talked about on open mic quite a bit, actually. It's a PC only game.
So I don't know what it is.
Huh?
We talked about a lot of stuff, so I was like, I don't even know where we're going with this one.
Yeah, it's a PC only game that unfortunately the developer was shut down by Microsoft, and they also made Fable, and they're not around to make the new one, I don't think. But it's black and white.
I was gonna say, I feel like that's where it was coming.
Yeah, we did talk about that because we were talking about the GOG Dream List, and that was like the number one game on there that's uploaded by the community, and I know nothing about that game.
Yep. Black and White is probably might be the most famous God game out there. Especially if you consider it's number one on the Dream List now, which actually shocked me. Yeah, I think this one, of all the things that I have on my list, this one would benefit the most from being revived with modern technology. Because as you can see here, like the graphics of the older games are pretty primitive. And you can see you control a hand. And the thing that would make this amazing is if you took this and put it in VR. So you have the hand.
You actually use your hands.
You use your hand to like pick up trees, villagers, buildings, interact with your creature, cast miracles, which is what he's doing now. He's using a miracle of water to make plants grow for the villagers' wood supply. So this would make an amazing VR title. But it unfortunately probably will never happen because this is made by Lionhead. They don't exist anymore. And this game series is unfortunately caught in copyright hell between both Microsoft and EA. So we'll probably unfortunately never see it again. But if we did, it would be incredible. And I don't think it would be super difficult to make it or like screw it up, I guess. I mean, it's always possible, but just all they have to do is put a new coat of paint on it, put a bunch more features in the game, and you already have like an incredibly immersive and amazing experience.
So,
And
go ahead.
I was going to bring up that Peter Molyneux, who was the head behind this game, he is working on another game called Masters of Albion. That's sort of a spiritual successor to this, but I don't think it's going to be quite the same. I think it's going to be, it's going to play very differently from what it looks like. So if they brought back something that's more similar to this, then I would be super excited.
So I was looking up those two games. So Black and White 1 was 2001 and Black and White 2 was 2005.
Yep.
What would you say is kind of like the big differentiator between the two games? Like, did they add anything big and new to the second one, or just kind of more of the same and just more of what people wanted? Or
it is more of the same. The first game feels more like a sandbox, whereas the second one added real-time strategy elements to it. So in the second game, you can actually build an army of your villagers and then send them to fight other armies and stuff like that. Whereas in the first game, you can't do that. The only way for you to convert villagers to your side is to make them believe in you. That's like the only thing you can do.
Okay.
But in the second game, you can actually send armies out and take over them by force. Although in the first one, you can also, if you can build your influence to cover a wide enough area, you can destroy the other villages as well, because you can be good or evil. That is an option. And if you destroy all of the opposing gods' villages, then that technically counts as a victory. So there is that.
Oh, that's right. You said this is PC only, right? PC
only, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, if they did bring it back, I would not expect a console release at all, because the way you can see he's moving around a hand in a 3D space.
Yeah.
Trying to do that with a controller would be, sounds like a disaster to me, but there's probably some way you could do that.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, you could do it, but it definitely looks like it's meant to be the mouse and keyboard sort of game.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it though. This first game here is one of my favorite games of all time. It's in like my top 5.
Okay. You like the first one better?
Yeah, I do like the first one a lot better. The second one, while they added a bunch of features and stuff, they also took away a lot. So this is the second one here. So building the towns in the second game is way better than the first game. So like you can see he's building roads, which is super important in this game, and they didn't even exist in the first one. And the towns,
roads?
like obviously, what?
They didn't have roads in the first one?
No, the first one,
like
it feels like
basic thing to include.
Yeah, the first one feels like you're controlling really primitive people, like from like 2000 BC or something like that.
Yeah.
Whereas the second game feels like ancient Greece ish.
Okay.
Maybe a bit earlier than that.
So they're both set in a specific like time frame. It's not like as you progress through the game, you increase in the age, just like not like Civilization or something.
No, it's not like Civilization. They're not They're not like a specific time period though, because this is like a made up world.
Right.
Even though there's Greek civilizations in the game, or you can be actually you can only be the Greeks in the second game, which is one of the things I didn't like about it, because there's less options.
Okay.
In the first one, you are usually the Norse, but you can also be the Celts, and there's I think in one of the skirmish modes you can be something else, but I don't remember. But in the first one, when you get a new village under your control, which could be like there's Japanese in the first one. There's like 8 civilizations in the first one, and then the second one there's only 4. And in the first one, when you have control of a village, you can create more of that village's types of buildings. So if you want to expand the Japanese village, you can. Whereas in this one, if you take over another village and you try to build new buildings there, they're going to be of the Greek style. So it looks
even
really
if
weird.
it's okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
yeah, I understand why you like the first one better. That makes sense.
Yeah, first one is that was also like I was probably around 12 or 13 when I first started playing the first one. And when you're that age and you can be evil in a game, it's pretty special.
All right.
So yeah, I love these games.
Black and white. So so since we mentioned the GOG Dream List, I pulled it up, and right now I don't have it filtered by most votes. I'll pull that up in just a second. But I do remember when I pulled it up a couple months ago, black and white was at the top. But right now it's just some random the games that are in this list here. Like, you can go down the list and vote on them. Both the Shadow Hearts games just happen to be on page 1. So shout out to Sons of Shadows. He mentioned that earlier, and I've never even heard of those games. But
that doesn't surprise me, because those were on PS2 and they're super expensive now.
Oh, okay. But if I go to most votes, number 1 is the first Black and White with 91,000 votes. So, yep. Oh, and Black and White 2 is 1, 2, 3, 4 is the 5th with 76,000. So,
okay,
both of them are up there in the top 5. So, all right.
Yeah, I think this for Black and White 1, you can still get it to work on like Windows 10. I don't know about the second one though. That one might be a little bit more tricky.
Probably why they're on the Dream List. Rated so high. So, all right. Yeah, I've heard of these games. I literally knew nothing about them until I think we talked. When we talked about an open mic. This is the first time I've actually seen gameplay of it. So, cool.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, that will leave us with Nightmare to close us out for tonight. Nightmare, what do you got for your number 1?
All right. So this one's going to be a little unexpected, I imagine. And buckle up, because there's a bit of autism here. So
perfect.
My number 1 is Ace Attorney, but there's something more specific about it. So Ace Attorney's last mainline entry was this one right here, Ace Attorney Phoenix Wright Spirit of Justice, which is Ace Attorney 6. So the main series has 6 games. There's the first trilogy, which is fantastic. I love it. It's pretty old. And then there's the second trilogy, which this game is a part of, and that takes place after a 7-year time skip. It's good still, but I don't like it as much. I think there are a lot of things in the story and the plot that I don't like as much. The lovable detective Dick Gumshoe, he's not even in the second trilogy. Very disappointing. I love that guy. There are also a couple spin-offs. There was a spin-off crossover with Professor Layton in 2012 that is like a same kind of thing with the trials, but they also throw in a bunch of puzzles, and that takes place right after the first trilogy, I think. And then there is a spin-off series of 2 games starring Phoenix Wright's ancestor called Great Ace Attorney. Last entry of those, it was in 2017. And I think every game, aside from the Professor Layton crossover, all the Ace Attorney games have been ported to Steam, which is great. But what I really, really want is not necessarily a sequel to Ace Attorney 6, but a sequel to Ace Attorney Investigations 2. So Ace Attorney Investigations, that is a spin-off series starring Miles Edgeworth, who is Phoenix Wright's friend and rival. And these take place also right after the original trilogy. And they star Miles Edgeworth, of course, who is my favorite character in the series. And I really, really want more not just more Ace Attorney gameplay, but more Ace Attorney Investigations, because there are even some unique aspects to this one. I believe Investigations is the only Ace Attorney sub-series where you actually get to walk around instead of just, click like a total visual novel.
I was going to
So
say, I know these are popular, but I have never played
Yeah.
one. They're basically visual novels, right?
Effectively, yes. So they're investigation segments where you go around looking at evidence, collecting evidence, and those are pretty on rails. There's no way to lose during the investigation segments. And then there are trials which take place in the main series in a courtroom, and you can lose there if you give too many bad pieces of evidence or that kind of thing. In investigations, they don't take place in a courtroom. They're just random. You're basically just like outwitting people, which is great. And it's a lot of fun. I think Edgeworth is a more interesting protagonist. I like his personality a little more. And there's Dick Gumshoe. Love Dick Gumshoe. Man, it's just a great series, especially this sub-series. I really want Ace Attorney Investigations 3. Yeah, they're just so fun. They're well written. The soundtrack, especially Ace Attorney Investigations 2, has probably my favorite soundtrack in the entire franchise. Yeah, I absolutely love it. And I mean, there's just so much to love about these games. The writing, the plot. Every game has a cute anime girl sidekick. So
What's not to like about that? So
exactly.
the one that you're talking about, though, Investigations 2, that's a DS game.
Yeah, so it was released in 2011. The last entry here was released in 2011. The first one is 2009.
Okay.
And they were recent. And actually, this one, the second one, was never, for a very long time, it was Japan exclusive. So it never got a localization in the West. There was a fan translation, which I have played, and it's pretty decent. But finally, I think it was just last year, when they brought both games to Steam, they finally officially localized the second game, which is what you're seeing now.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're all playable on PC. Yeah, so this is what it looks like when you're actually investigating.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's a lot to it. Great. Everything about the series is just great. Characters, writing, plot, all of it.
Looks like there's a lot of dialogue, given that it's mostly
There is.
visual novel-ish.
There is.
Voiced,
It
or
is
is it
not
all
voiced.
just reading? Okay.
It is all reading, which in a sense it's kind of nice because the dialogue can be a little slow. So you can just read it at your own pace. You don't have to wait for vocals to come out. I think the second Ace Attorney trilogy does have more voice dialogue, maybe, if I remember right. But yeah, most of the games do not. Most of the games, the only voices are when they shout like objection or hold it or something like that.
Oh, yeah, the little sound
interjection
bites, but not their actual dialogue.
Right. So yeah, you can read these kind of like a comic book, make up whatever voices you like for the characters.
Okay. Yeah. I Googled it, the Investigations 2, and it says 2017. I'm like, what? And then I go to Wikipedia, and it's like, yeah, originally came out in 2011. It was ported to other systems in 2017. It's like, well, why wouldn't you give me the original release, not the ported release 6 years later?
Yeah. I'm not actually sure what the 2017 release is.
It says Android and iOS. So
it did get mobile ports, but I think those mobile ports might have still been Japan exclusive.
Oh, yeah,
sure.
Both these DS and Android iOS they say they're Japan.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought.
So the only localized version is the Steam version.
Well, it's on, I think, like Switch, and it might be on like PS5 and Xbox One or whatever.
Oh, okay. It's not mentioned in those platforms here.
It is the version that was released as the Ace Attorney Investigations collection.
Oh, okay. I did see that. Gotcha.
Yeah. I highly recommend playing at the very least. Highly recommend playing the Ace Attorney. On Steam, it's called the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. That's just the first trilogy, and then follow that up by playing the Ace Attorney Investigations collection. So it's all a great story. Yeah. Yep.
So I pulled up the series, and with the exception of the 3DS ones, all the Ace Attorney games have retro achievement sets.
Nice. Well, I mean, you can get Steam achievements on all of them too. So, and I think with the ports, all 6 of the main games, both of the investigations games, and both of the Great Ace Attorney prequel games, I think all of those should be on like Switch and Xbox and PlayStation. So
Yeah,
you should be able to
do that.
Yeah, you don't even need the retro achievement.
Yeah, if you're looking for the more recent collections or whatever, of course you got those ones. But if you're looking at the classic original
You
releases,
just get the
those got
native
them as
achievements
well.
there.
So, all right, because there's 14 games here, and some of them. Do you know what this Gyukaten Saiban 1, 2, and 3? Do you have any idea what that is?
So I believe Gyakuten Saiban is the Japanese name for Ace Attorney.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So in Japan, they're just called like Gyakuten Saiban 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Okay,
Yeah, it's only in the West that we get like special subtitles.
gotcha. All
Yep.
right. Cool. Yeah, I know nothing about this franchise, but I know it's another one that's really popular.
Yeah, it is. If you have the patience to just sit and read text, and you're not, you don't. If you can play a game where you don't have to like actually do like combat or whatever, it's a ton of fun.
Cool.
And it's the rare way to do a visual novel and keep it interesting.
Okay.
Because of all the like courtroom stuff.
Yeah, a lot of the visual novels have a reputation for being kind of trash, especially the ones that you gifted James.
Well, they have. Well, I mean, the ones I gift him specifically are pretty bad, but that type of visual novel, at least it has something appealing.
Yes.
But yeah, if it's not that kind of visual novel, usually visual novels are just extremely boring. So, yeah, these have some actual gameplay. So
they're actually written for a good story, not for other reasons.
A good story, and there's actually stuff to do. So like the courtroom trials, they're not on rails. You actually have to, you have to think about it. They're like puzzles almost.
Okay. Cool. All right. Well, Ace Attorney for your number 1, specifically Investigations 2. So, all right. Well, that wraps up all of our top 5. So before we go, we have one quick thing to do before we say goodbye. I remembered this time. I think I'm on a better track record. So Jason, before we head out here, what's the group rank look like?
All right. So we have a tie for number 2 with all of our number 1s. So KI, Dark Forces, Dino Crisis, Black and White, and Ace Attorney all are our number 2s for right now. And then our number 1 is going to go to F-Zero.
Okay. That definitely makes sense because that was mentioned multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
All right.
Who all had F-Zero again?
Let's see here. Nightmare had it at his number 2.
Yeah.
And then Jason had it as number 5.
Okay.
And then
that was like the only crossover we had, huh? Aside from like honorable mentions.
Yep.
Yeah, I totally forgot. I'm shocked now that you mentioned it. I was thinking about this when I was making my list, but I'm surprised that Nightmare didn't say the Arkham games because
I don't want a new Arkham game. They're done. They finished the series. They cannot make anything better. It's done. Just don't do anything more. No more. No more.
That's a good reason. Okay, I was surprised that wasn't on your list. I forgot about it until he just mentioned it. So
no, they cannot make a good one. They cannot make it anymore. Especially Kevin Conroy's gone. The developers are gone.
That's a good point because that was on my long list of franchises, but it didn't make my top 5.
Yep.
But yeah, now that you mentioned that, I probably would just take it off the list entirely. That's a good point.
Yeah.
So
that's an interesting thing though. Like with some of the series that I have on my list, there's a lot of them that are like kind of in the same situation. Like Black and White is actually one of them. But I don't think it would be that much of a stretch that someone else could make that. Or I had Banjo-Kazooie in my honorable mentions. Someone else could make a Banjo-Kazooie, I think. But
You
something
could,
like
in
the
theory, with
Batman
some of
Arkham
them.
games, Batman Arkham games, you cannot. I don't think. Like you said, you can't go back to those.
It's
Now that
especially
the
because of the actor. You know, he was
Yeah.
so iconic in that role. He is tied to that, especially that version of the role. So it would just be too hard.
Can we just get? Wait, no. I was gonna say Troy Baker, but he didn't do Batman in Origins. He did Joker.
No, but he would have been I would have preferred that Troy Baker do Batman in Origins, to be honest. Right, I don't like Roger Craig Smith's Batman.
Roger
It
Craig
just
Smith.
does
That's
not.
the name I was thinking of.
Yeah,
Did-
it just
I-
does not sound enough like a young Kevin Conroy to me.
Did Troy Baker do Batman in any of the animated stuff?
He did the voice of Batman in Batman versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay,
and it
I swear
was
I saw his name
yeah.
on something.
And he also did the voice in I think the Lego Batman games. But in Batman versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, he actually sounds like how you might expect a younger version of Kevin Conroy's Batman to sound.
Nice.
But what's funny is he also voiced the Joker in Origins. So
yeah, he's playing both sides.
yeah.
So, all right. Yeah, Angry Canadian says, let's land this plane. So that will do it for top 5, episode 31, game franchise and ADB Revive. Thank you, everyone, for joining me on the panel, and all of you guys hung out and chat. I hope you had as much fun as I did. So let's go around the horn here, and we'll start with Nightmare. What do you got going on? You got anything you want to plug?
Yeah. So actually, on my my channel, Amazing Comics, I do in the next few days hopefully have another video coming out. Finally, it's a big video. It's gonna be like 40 minutes long. At this point, I just got to figure out how to upload it on all the various platforms and get all the metadata in place and figure out when I want to premiere it. And hopefully that'll be fun. Hopefully it'll be good. You'll see a cameo from AI Stan Lee in there, so that'll be very interesting. And once that's all good and done, I might try and stream for the first time on my channel. Probably Spider-Man 2, not the gay one, the good one from 20 years ago.
Like the PS2 one?
Yeah, the GameCube one specifically.
GameCube one. All right.
Yep. Yeah, so that is what I will be hopefully doing in the near future.
All right. So I got the links to everyone's channel in the stream description as usual, but I'll be dropping them here in chat as well. So go give Nightmare a follow. He's a great dude. So thanks for joining us for this top 5. Always great to chat with you. Lois, what do you got going on?
Well, I just put out a RNG video, my random news of gaming. You can check that out if you want. I split it into 2 parts this time. One where I go over
that.
Yep, one where I go over the news, and then the second one where I go over all the games that came out recently.
I thought that was a great choice.
I was hoping that people would be able to find it better that way. Like people who are looking for new games would find like my part 2, but that doesn't seem to be working because YouTube probably doesn't like me. And also another reason YouTube doesn't like me is because I'm currently wading through copyright minefield hell, doing a video game cover song reactions on my streams.
Oh,
and
I saw you go live on that earlier today.
Yep, and I'm going to be making a top 10 out of that soon.
Is that why you said possibly the last one because of copyright?
It's not because of copyright. It's because I've gone over. We've reacted to over 1,000 video game covers on stream so far, and I need to cut it off at some point.
Oh, okay.
And I've got like my top 10 is like pretty locked down at this point. I don't think there's going to be anything that beat those at this point. So I just need to start. I just need to start making it and stop putting it off. And I also have another video in the pipeline. I recently played the latest Trails game via a fan translation, and I'll be making like a summary and thoughts, sort of a review of that game. And that one's shaping up to be over an hour long. So that's going to be fun. And beyond that, I don't have any other plans. So that's what I got going on.
All right. Well, great having you on for another top 5. And,
Yeah.
I was like you having your showing off what we're talking about. So that's always fun.
Oh yeah.
So, all right.
I make myself useful at least.
You're doing a great job. Carl, what do you got going on?
Well, if people want to check out last week's episode of the April recap with both JTs and Paul Hadouken, find out what we played in April and what we are looking forward to for May. We got some recommendations for that there too. Showed off a few trailers and got some really good hidden gems, I would say, for people to check out. But besides that, tomorrow, Neil, you're going to be on with me, and we're going to launch the first new show that I have planned, starting to change up the content on my channel, and we're going to be doing another gaming retrospective, is what I call the show.
Nailed it. Yeah, I shouted out at the end of Metroidvania Monday last night. I'm like, I think I got the name right, but I didn't.
So I just went with a funny title because it's like, oh, another gaming retrospective. How original. That's basically what it was. But my wife made a fun little logo. I feel like we're just having fun, and we're going to do kind of a retrospective on Split Fiction. Kind of doing a spoiler cast, kind of just sitting down talking about what we thought about it. Currently, it's my game of the year. I don't know about Neo, but I know that him and I both played it, and I was like, yeah, let's just talk about this. So you can find that tomorrow on my channel at 7 o'clock Eastern. 7 o'clock Central Time, 5 o'clock Pacific Time. So that should be really fun for sure. Thursday, I will be streaming the Midnight Walk. That's a new game that I forgot to shout out on my upcoming games for May. But it looks pretty damn cool. It's coming out May 8th on Steam and PS5. It also has VR support. It's made by the studio who made Lost in Random. Looks really cool. Kind of gives me that Number 9. Do you guys remember that movie?
Oh, the movie with the little creatures. I don't know what to call them. I never saw it, but I know the movie you're talking about.
It gives me a little bit of that claymation Tim Burton kind of vibe. So I'm all in. It's a new game. So I'm going to spotlight it. I'm going to try to do a little bit more of just spotlighting video games and talking about games that people should play, because I feel like a lot of people don't do that in our space, and it's time to start doing that again. And then Friday and Saturday, we'll be doing episodes of the podcast, and we'll have on our mutual friend / co-host Neo, Ryan. He's finally coming on after weeks and months of moving everything around and life getting in our way. So he's going to be on Friday, and Jono is going to be the Saturday guest as well from the Gronkin Boys. So there you go. That's my schedule for this week.
All right. Yep. Looking forward to chatting over on your channel tomorrow. So, and Jason, you got anything you want to mention?
Yeah, 2 new shows on its way. I just got to not be in the hospital for it to actually come out. But Newsstand and Demo Days are going to be coming really soon. I also got to pull myself away from playing Expedition 33 because that game's great right now as well. So yeah, a lot of things. It's a lot of good. It's a lot of good in there. Yep. But yeah, I just got to pull myself away from that and be more productive. So coming soon. Just iron a few things out before that, but shouldn't be too much longer.
Sweet. Yeah. So for anyone who doesn't know, Demo Days, he's gonna be playing some demo discs. That'll be a lot of fun. And then his newsstand is gonna be going over old gaming magazines, which he pitched that to me not that long ago. And after our stream, we hung out for like another 3 hours just looking at old gaming magazines. It was great. So that'll be a good one. So check out Jason's channel if you haven't already, and let's get his numbers up as well. Let's see here. I hope that's not what dang it, I did it wrong. Not at, I meant exclamation mark. So I think that should be right. Let's see if the bot comes in. I'm going off the top of my head. Yeah, it was.
There it is.
Go give him a sub on his channel to check out that stuff whenever that happens. So, and lastly, for myself, as mentioned, I'll be over on Carl's channel tomorrow night talking about Split Fiction, and then I'll be doing another open mic on Thursday with a friend of the channel, Christian Frades, and it's going to be all over the place, but it'll be fun. So, but yeah, with that, that'll do it for tonight's episode of Top 5. Thank you everyone for hanging out for just over 5 hours now. This is coming in at our third longest Top 5. I knew this was going to be a long one, but I knew it was going to be a fun one. So
Nice.
thank you everyone in chat for hanging out. You guys all have a good night. Thank you everyone on panel for hanging out this whole time as well. It was a blast. You guys all have a good night. We will see you later. And as always, in the meantime, game on.